Okay, welcome to the City Council meeting today for Tuesday, July the 11th. It's 1 p.m. and in the summer we're on our summer schedule, so we do start earlier. First order of business is the singing of O Canada. I'd like to introduce our singer, and our singer is going to be a flutist. So it's going to be a flutist today. Is it, now, if I'm doing it right, Rena Wu? It's Rena? Okay, great. Rena is a grade 8 student who will be attending St. Mike's in September. She'll be performing the anthem on her flute. She came to Canada from Korea and has been here for nearly 2 years. Rena enjoys playing board games, Nintendo, and hiking and finding a good trail to walk on with her dog. She's excited for today's opportunity. Let's welcome Rena to play O Canada for us here today. So Rena, you can come forward to the microphone. Rena, on behalf of City Council and the residents of Niagara Falls and everybody at home that are watching along, we want to say thank you very much. You did a fantastic job of our national anthem, and we're grateful that you're here today. So, kamsahamnida. Thank you very much. All right, nice, thank you. I'm just showing off that I know a couple Korean words, that's all. I always joke I'm practically Korean. I got my Samsung phone. I've got I had a Genesis, LG appliances, Samsung TV. I'm a big fan. Next on the agenda is the Land Acknowledgement and Traditional Indigenous Meeting opening. I'd like to invite Chief R. Stacy Laforme, Chief of the Mississaugas of the Credit, to share his testimony as we acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who are stewards of this land for a millennia before us. We're grateful together for the land that we share.
Ani, Jima, Chief R. Stacy Laforme, Mississaugas of the Credit. I'd like to acknowledge the Creator, the world around us, and our place within it. I acknowledge the many nations that walked this land in the past, the many nations that walk it today, and welcome you to the treaty lands of the Mississaugas of the Anishinaabe. The treaties with the Mississaugas are the Niagara Treaty of 1781 and the Between the Lakes Treaty of 1792. I would also like to acknowledge the Treaty of 1764 that recognized the Royal Proclamation of 1763, which set a new relationship between the Indigenous people and the Crown. Kiwawich Bumpi.
Thank you, Chief. We're grateful for the land that we share. Okay, now, moving along on our agenda. Now, Mr. Clerk, can you just maybe explain to everyone what's going on with the in-camera?
Yeah, on today's agenda, we do have 2 resolutions for in-camera. The first one is for today's session, and traditionally this would be the time that we would go in camera, but due to the heavy front-ended loaded agenda today, I'm making the recommendation that Council hold off on going into today's in-camera session until later on in the agenda. I'm suggesting after the communications item, and that way we're not holding up any of the number of speakers that we have lined up for today. The second resolution is for an in-camera meeting on August 15th, which is our next council meeting, but this would be taking place as an education session prior to council starting their public meeting So we're just suggesting that the resolution be passed today. They could both be done at the present time. So the mayor, you can call for a mover and seconder on both of those. And then at the appropriate time later in today's agenda, we will go in session when we're not holding anyone up.
Okay, so do we do the motion now to go in camera for later on?
Yep, that'll be fine.
Okay, looking for a motion of council. Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Next up is the adoption of the minutes from the June 20th meeting. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Patel. Call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Do we have any disclosures of a pecuniary interest of council? Councillor Strange and Pietrangelo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Agenda item 8.7, that is the Northwest and Garner West Secondary Plans Background Initiation Report. I currently have 2 listings through Masterson Realty currently in Garner West Secondary Plan area.
Okay, all right. Mr. Clerk, you've got that one? And of course, everyone remembers to fill in their procedural notice form and hand it in to the clerk or by way of email. Next up, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. PBD 2023-41, the report deals with testamentary devised lands, and my father owns parcels that are testamentary devised.
Okay, we've got that one from Mr. Clerk. Did I see Councillor Baldinelli?
7.1 PD 2023-40 zoning bylaw amendment application within 100 meters of my house.
Sorry, couldn't hear.
Within 100 meters of my place.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. I do want to point out, we sent an email to everyone. We did have some people that did email in and ask, please talk into the mics, because I guess when you're at home, it only picks up if the mic is on. So they're asking that you make sure that you speak into the mics. Thank you for that. Any other disclosures? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to everyone's favorite part of the meeting, the mayor's reports and announcements. We'll start off with obituaries. Sympathies go to the families of Kenneth Woodhouse, the father of Michael Woodhouse of our fire services. Our sympathies to Barbara June Gale, the sister of Regional Councillor Bob Gale, and to Betty Abbruscato, the mother of Jim Abbruscato of our Municipal Works Department. Birthdays, up and coming. We do have to announce our GM of Municipal Works, Eric Nichols. Birthday will be Thursday, the 27th of July. So we don't want to miss that one because the next meeting will be in August. Happy birthday, big guy. Annual Video Van Serbian Day celebrations. And if you look to your screen, you'll see we've got a picture. There we are. So that's the biggest Serbian gathering in the province of Ontario. They come from all over. And I was joined that day by Councillors Patel and Strange as we celebrated Serbian Day here in Niagara Falls. What a great event. Lots of food and a lot of people. The weather was great and a lot of great entertainment as well. Next up, A Night for Rizal was a dinner and dance fundraiser. And you'll see that one, that's at the Knights of Columbus Hall, where they're raising money for a bust that'll be set up in the Niagara Parks Commission. It'll be a bronze bust of Rizal's, the most famous Filipino who was responsible for their independence and who visited Niagara Falls a long time ago. So I was joined by Councillors Patel and Strange that night as well.
Any videos of you dancing?
No, those were deleted some weird way. I don't know what happened, but they're gone. Never to be found or spoken of again. Also, Canada Day. That was a huge, huge success we had at Fireman's Park. I do want to point out with that picture on the screen, you see our CAO, Jason Burgess, off to the left of the Maple Leaf. Well, we want you to know at one point he was inside the Maple Leaf and he was representing our Canadian mascot on Canada Day. He lost 20 pounds that day. Apparently it was quite hot. But I want to thank, so I know we had a bunch of people, and I hope I don't miss anybody, but number one, I'd like to thank Councillors Mike Strange, Mona Patel, Victor Pietrangelo, and I believe Lori Lococo as well, and Tony Baldinelli. That's right. Thank you for that. And Tony Baldinelli. So thank you to all for being there. It was a big success. People were a little nervous because we always have had that parade, and we did this event this year, and it was a great success. Some people were wondering how it was going to go with having beer gardens and axe throwing at the same event, but luckily we separated the two and it went well. And a lot of fun things, a lot of exploring. It was a beautiful day. You could bring your fur friends, you could bring your dogs with you, and it was a lot of sheep.
Picnicking.
And picnicking. People packed lunches. It was a real nice event, well received. And the SCVFA did great, and especially want to thank all the volunteers. We had a lot of our interns that were working down there on Canada Day, and it was a huge success. Also, announcement, Federal Tourism Minister was in town, and just pointing out that tourism in Canada is a $105 billion industry. It's our number 2 export. It's huge. And the plan is to row the boat together, all levels of government, to double our tourism numbers. That's what the objective is. So our minister was there, and along with our MP Badaway and Biddle, joined us that day. And as I say, they want to double their current numbers. Everyone working together, and they're going to have a focus on environmental tourism, indigenous tourism, and business travelers as well. I'd like to thank Councillor Newestag for representing the city at the Sparky Stars Summer Arts Festival. I don't have a picture. Oh, yes, we do. Is that it? No, that's not it. Wrong picture. That's for the next thing. Whenever you guys represent things, send me a picture, and we'll get it up here on the screen too, if you can get someone to do one for you. We did have a grand opening of Crystal Falls Studio on Queen Street. And as you can see, this is a place that you'll be able to do your dance lessons. And it's right in the old CJRN 710 building, right in the corner of St. Clair and Queen. Nice to see the reinvestment into the building. And in the middle is the couple, the owners. And I was joined that day by Councillors Patel, Strange, and Newestag. So congratulations to Crystal Falls Studio. Pardon me? No, but Councillor Strange was doing the rumba, and I thought I caught him on video. I don't know what happened to it.
Well, Councillor Patel is the newest member here because she's going in the next Dancing with the Easter Seal.
Yes, okay. Did you want to maybe, Councillor Patel, just tell us what you're going to be doing at Easter Seals and how the studio is going to play a part?
Yet?
Actually, in October, I'm participating in a Easter Seals Dancing with the Star kind of performance, and the studio is going to train me because I'm hopeless when it comes to dancing, and they'll be finding a partner too.
Oh, great. Yeah. That's awesome. Well, good luck. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We should do a draw in all Niagara Falls who could be your partner.
And also, I want to mention Councillor Thompson was there as well. Thank you, Councillor Thompson. He was teaching, actually, some of the dance lessons, so he doesn't need any lessons. We had some flag raisings. One we had for parental alienation awareness. And I'm sorry, that one up there is Nova Advanced, sorry, maybe we can go back one. That's Nova Advanced Aesthetics, and they opened up on McLeod Road near Drummond. So we wish them well. They're a couple of Ukrainian newbies to Niagara, so they've opened up their business. So flag raising, we had the parental alienation awareness photo, and this is for parents that weaponize their kids to punish the other partner, and they're here to draw awareness to it so that kids are not used as pawns. I was joined by Councillor Thompson and Patel. And then we had the Nikola Tesla Day flag raising, and I was joined by Councillor Thompson, Newestag, and Patel for that day. Big event. And as well, I do want to mention Sunday was Nikola Tesla Day in Queen Victoria Park. And I was joined by Councillor Patel. Yes, that day. So it was a big day. It's the 10th anniversary of the Nikola Tesla Day in the Niagara Parks. They're very proud. That's the birthplace of hydroelectric energy. The Niagara Parks Power Station utilizes 9 of the 13 patents used for that. 9 were Nikola Tesla's. And we draw attention to the fact we take it for granted today. But when they were building that, it was a time when they thought of it as witchcraft, the idea of converting water into electricity. So it was a big event, well received in the Niagara Parks Commission on Sunday. Now we do have a special announcement. We had a street sweeper naming contest in the city of Niagara Falls. So we've got street sweepers, and Eric Nickel, I'm going to ask him to speak in a moment. But we had a contest because they thought, wouldn't it be neat if our street sweepers had names? And of course, why not? So this contest was launched at the city's Touch a Truck event this year. Name the street sweeper. After receiving more than 700 name suggestions, residents of Niagara Falls have officially decided on the names of the city's 2 street sweepers in an online vote that garnered more than 800 entries. I'm waiting for the drum roll. I don't know who's going to do the drum roll. Okay, there we go. The names of the street sweepers are Honeymoon Sweep. Is that good?
That's good.
Especially Honeymoon Suite is from Niagara Falls. Big 80s band. Honeymoon Sweep. And the second one, drum roll please. Thank you. Obi-Wan Clean Obi. Is that good? Cornball, but good. But I do have to mention the honorable mentions because those were pretty classic too. The one was the ones that we're allowed to mention. The one was Sir Sweeps a Lot. Not bad. Baby's got back. The other one was Sweepy McSweeperson. Did someone in this room submit that? And then the other one, my favorite, as honorable mention, was Clean Latifah. Clean Latifah. Is that classic? Instead of Queen. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Just want to make sure. I'd like to thank Eric Nickel, the birthday boy, coming up. He's our general manager of Municipal Works for the innovation in engaging the community in this fun contest. And it's great because it gets people involved, and that's exactly what we're after. So I'd invite our general manager of Municipal Works to speak, Eric Nickel, upcoming birthday boy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have much to say other than to thank the community for participating. We love this interaction. It's not something we do all the time. We often hear when there's complaints and when the roads aren't swept. So we thought we'd love to do this at our Touch a Truck event where we raised some money for Project Share and got the community engaged. And we're just thrilled to see all the people participating and providing their names. And we hope to provide some minor tokens of our appreciation for the winners. With multiple entries, we're just going to have to work out logistics, but stay tuned to those of you who submitted those specific names. We'll try to reach back out to you to give you a small token of our thanks.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Mr. Nickel. And our next council meeting will be Tuesday, August the 15th. So stay tuned for more exciting announcements. Next on the agenda, we move along to deputations and presentations. So Mr. Clerk, what do we have up next? Okay.
And maybe if we could just ask our Sergeant at Arms to welcome the St. Paul's boys soccer team into the gallery, and then the mayor, you can do your presentation there.
Okay, thank you, sir. Come on in, folks. Maybe parents more to the back and kids to the front. And then if whoever wants to take pictures, you may want to come closer to the front or go to the edge. Because you guys can come right up to the glass here and take pictures. I don't know. Just waiting to figure this one out. Just waiting for a photographer to arrive. Out there. Okay. Oh, perfect. We've got our coaches in the room. All right. So I'll start right here. So maybe I'll call up the coaches. Can we get our coaches? Bring you guys up here. First up, we've got Aldo Seacup, Julio Candeloro. There's a little gate there. Just got to pay the admission and then come on inside.
Where do you want us?
Oh, right up here with me. You coach too? Matteo De Benedetti. Okay, good. All right, good. So let me just read this opening and then we'll start with our words. So welcome, parents, family members, everybody. It's pretty exciting. You know, of course, in this chamber, we choose to honor greatness. And anytime someone wins a championship, and specifically a provincial championship, City Council's elected to bring them in here to let them know how proud we are of them. Because we know it doesn't happen without a lot of work, a lot of effort, and a big support system. Because the kids need parents and grandparents and family members to drive around, to get on them, to encourage them to practice, to get enough rest, and all the things that they need to do. And of course, coaches who don't do it for the money. Do you? You don't get paid. I don't know if things have changed, but the coaches do it for the love of the game, the love of the kids, and the love of the lessons. Because this goes way beyond soccer and way beyond sport. This is life skills you're teaching these kids. To be leaders, to be team players. These are skills they're going to take through the rest of their life. So sport goes way beyond physical activity. It's all the things they're going to need when they get jobs, start businesses, have families, and interact with different people. So, I'm happy to have our coaches here, and I'm going to read a quick little overview of what happened. The St. Paul High School Senior Boys Soccer OFSA AA Champs 2023. On Monday, June the 12th of this year, the St. Paul Patriots avenged the loss to Ottawa Louis Riel in last year's third place final by taking it all the way this year and winning the title at the provincials in this year's rematch. There was only one goal scored in the gold medal game by Lucas Batir. The Patriots like to say that revenge is a dish that is best served gold. Congratulations to this year's Patriots senior boys soccer team on a well-fought victory. And I'd like to say a special thank you to the coaches who were there every day through practices, rain, weather, didn't matter, that were committed on the field, off the field, and were mentors to all of these great athletes. How about a big hand for your coaches? So what we're going to do, I'm going to ask the coaches, there's a list up there of names. I'm going to ask the coaches, rather than me, oh great. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask the coaches are going to call the names up. I believe they're in alphabetical order. So when they're getting ready out there alphabetically, if you can be kind of half prepared. And as they come up, we're going to hand them a little plaque. It's not that fancy. Don't get too excited. It's more the idea, okay? And we're going to shake their hand. We'll do a picture. So if you want to do a picture, parents, you can come right up to the glass. You don't have to stay back there. If you want to Zoom, whatever you want to do, but you can come up. Don't be shy, okay? And then once the kids... So now that I think about it, we're doing things differently today. You guys that want to take pictures, why don't you come up to the front row? Because the kids aren't going to be here. They're going to come in. We're going to bring them up here. Then we're going to do a group picture, and then they'll exit. So if you want to, whoever's taking pictures, come on in the front row. You're good. Hello. Okay. Whenever you guys are ready.
So Petar Andonoff, he's not here with us today, he's on vacation. Luke Berezowski.
Sweet. Okay, you're right here, guys. Awesome, thank you. Yeah, I'll hold up and get another fan. Yeah. All right.
Joseph Bernard.
Okay, you're right there, guys. Sweet, thank you.
Stefan Candeloro.
Congrats. Beautiful, thank you. Mom get one?
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Put this down too.
Thank you.
Elijah Cardamom.
Sweet, thank you.
Cristiano Colamartini, who's not here as well. Jared Dadio.
Pressure. It's a lot of pressure.
Right there. Congrats. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next is Dante Devi.
Hey.
There we are. Thank you.
Okay, hold on.
This is not a flip phone.
Nicholas DeSanto is not here today, but next today is Alessandro Ilia. Sweet. Next is Christian Felino.
Congrats.
Next is Marco Barroso.
Sweet.
Matteo Barroso.
Double trouble here?
Yeah, I would do.
Get your brother up.
If you don't mind, yeah.
Oh, yeah, come on.
That'd be awesome. Thanks.
Oh,
There we go.
Well done.
All right, next is Jacob Jackson.
You're good for talking.
Right there. Beautiful.
Very nice.
This guy, he's taking pictures there.
Oh,
He used to play accordion when I played guitar lessons.
still does.
Still does.
A long time ago. Oh, gee. Those were the days.
Joshua Kim.
Whoop.
Perfect. One more. Awesome. Thank you. Owen Mayer.
Sweet.
Daniel Skavanovich.
Just keep getting bigger.
Richard Twinkle.
Perfect.
Anthony Vecchio.
Thank you.
Ready? 2, 3, go. Thanks.
Next is Lucas Madeir, but he's not here today. Next, Andrew Velagas.
Sweet.
So what I'd like, first of all, folks, here are your champions. What I'd like to do, we're going to do a group shot. up, we're gonna do a picture, and then I'm gonna ask the coaches maybe to say a few words and reflect on the past season. So you guys tell us, well, can you get a picture where you can see everybody?
I think so.
I don't wanna block anybody out.
Sorry, I'm
Yeah, come on, come in a bit, guys.
in there a little bit. Just go for a wide angle because
Even if we got a
struggle to
crowd.
get everyone. Oh no, I got everyone. We're good. Yep. Over there. He's the goalie, isn't he?
What's that?
Goalie? Yeah. That is a great picture, guys.
Thumbs up.
Big smiles. Awesome. Here we go. And let's see some hardware. Can I see some medals? Yeah. Perfect. 3, 2, 1. Perfect. Thank you. Sorry.
So what I'd like to do now is I'm going to ask the coaches to reflect on the season because, you know, this belongs to them as much as the players. And sometimes we're living through the kids, through the glory days. And a lot of the parents I recognize because my kids play different sports over the years as well. So I recognize lots of you here. But I'd ask our coaches if maybe you could share some words of wisdom for everybody at home, for the players, and for the families.
So first of all, thank you to Jim and all the city council members for giving us this opportunity to come here. It was a great season. Mr. Canmore and myself have had this group of boys for the past couple of years. We would have had it for a little longer, but obviously we dealt with COVID. It was great for the school. The last time they had won a gold medal at OFSA was in 2005, so 18 years ago. We've had a lot of success, just never winning a gold. But this group of individuals was very special. The past 2 years, what they've done has been remarkable. As a great looks coaching, these kids pretty much did the bulk of the work, and we're very blessed to have a talented group of individuals. Very mature, very responsible. The training was excellent, and again, it was a wonderful opportunity. And I'm glad these boys had the opportunity both last year and this year to share the memory of OFSA. And our principal, quite a few years ago, my first few years of teaching, said only 2 to 3% of all athletes get a chance to participate in OFSA, and these boys have had an opportunity twice. And it's less than 0.5% of all athletes in high school get a chance to medal. So these boys have done that twice as well. Some of them will be back for an opportunity for a third time next year, and it's sad to see. I think we have 11 graduating players and 2 12B, so 13 kids that are graduating from the program. So they will be sadly missed. We have about 7 or 8 back that have experienced the success, and we hope that they can help out next year. We have the junior program that went undefeated this year that won, so a lot of those kids will be able to help us out too. And special thank you to the parents. They've been wonderful all season. We had about 150 to 200 people maybe that traveled up to Bradford to support the boys with their friends, their grandparents, their parents, and that says a lot about our school community at St. Paul. So thank you to the parents as well.
Yeah, just a special thank you. Luke Strange is going to make it out today for us. He's our principal. He came with us to ASA, supported us, did a lot of things behind the scene that allowed Aldo and I to coach these great kids. He is now moving on to St. Mike, so we're the principal there, so he couldn't be here today, but I'd be remiss if we can give a special shout out to him because he was very supportive all throughout the whole year. And again, one more shout out to the parents for their great support, and it's unbelievable to have them all up there with us and with the teachers that came out, the parents that came out. It was just a great community. It felt like more like a home game for us than anything else because that's the most support we had. So it was an amazing experience, and thank you to everybody for that.
Awesome. You guys are awesome. Maybe in celebration, Aldo will share some of his famous sauce.
I didn't bring you a jar.
And the only other thing I would top that off is if the principal brought a super satay.
I didn't bring it to OFSA. It was fantastic.
Okay, that's good. He does make a mean sausage. So on behalf of the city, we want to say thank you to all of you. Congratulations to everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
You guys can stick around. It's going to be an exciting meeting.
Yeah.
No? Okay.
I gotta go back to work.
No, it's okay. This is something that's
He what? Oh, his iPad. Yeah, I saw it sitting on the desk, yeah. Oh, okay.
back in Niagara Falls. Yeah. That's right.
Thank you for that. Okay. Next up on the agenda, 6.2, we've got former Committee of Adjustment member Joe Mrozek, and he's here seeking relief from city's policy on mileage reimbursement. So Mr. Mrozek, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. It was really good to see young people of the municipality do so well and move on to office. That's quite an accomplishment. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you this afternoon. I understand you have a full agenda with a number of important issues, and I'm limited to five minutes. I'm here this afternoon to ask council for a variance to the travel and expense policy as it applies to my mileage reimbursement claim for the years 2016 to 2022 while serving as a member of the committee. Fortunately, I looked at the agenda and saw that a report was prepared by the Director of Finance concerning my request. It would have been considered if a copy of the report could have been provided to me by email prior to the meeting. During my terms on the Committee of Adjustment, neither any of the Secretary Treasurers nor planning staff advised me verbally or by email that if mileage claims were not submitted monthly, that I would not be reimbursed. When I submitted my mileage claim in 2015 for a one-year period, it was paid, and I presumed that this was not an issue. In March of this year, I submitted my outstanding mileage claims for 2016 to 2022, at which time I was informed for the first time that it would not be paid because I had not submitted on a monthly basis. However, an exception would be made for my 2022 claim. In an email, the Secretary Treasurer of the Committee of Adjustment advised me on March 16th that I would not be reimbursed. Subsequently, I sent emails to the Director of Finance in April asking for some assistance to try and resolve this matter. I also carbon copied the CAO and the General Manager of Planning. Unfortunately, nobody responded to my emails. I sent a further email to the General Manager of Planning in May. I received a phone call from the General Manager of Planning. The manager indicated that it would be discussed with the CAO and the Director. In June, I received another phone call from the General Managers saying that there'd be no variance from the policy, and my only option was to ask Council for a variance to this policy. That's why I'm here before you this afternoon. I've read the Director's memo to the Director of Finance memo to Council, and I was wondering why the Director specifically mentioned that I'm a retired planner with municipal experience. Is the Director inferring that I should be fully aware of the City of Niagara Falls employment policies? I'm not aware that members of the Committee of Adjustment are considered employees by any local municipality. Committees are normally made up of citizens that are appointed by to the committee by Council. I'm also not sure why the Director is referring to in the last page, on the last paragraph of page 1 of the memo. The last portion of the memo states as follows, that no one can verify the accuracy of the request from 7 years ago. Is that meant to infer that I might be submitting a false claim? Also, I'm unsure how staff verifies monthly claims when they go through the process. If you look at attachment 2, which is to the memo, which has all of my claims. You'll note that I did not make claims for all of the meetings that were held within the years that I submitted. There were meetings where I was not able to attend and other meetings where I did attend and I didn't have a record of the mileage. I started to keep track of my mileage claims on the claims form in 2016. I misplaced that, and as a result, I just kept on, keep a record of my mileage on the Committee of Adjustment agenda pages that were sent to me for all of the meetings. When I submitted my claim this year, I was informed that I used the information from those agenda pages as well as the 2016 claim form that I found in my files. If you examine the 2016 claim, you'll notice I only claimed for 5 meetings. I attended many more meetings than that, but I did not have the agenda pages for those meetings, therefore I did not make a claim. In fact, if you look at the 2018, 2019, and 2020 claims, I was claiming 54 cents a kilometer when I should have been claiming 55, 58, 59 respectively. Therefore, I am underclaiming my mileage as opposed to overclaiming my mileage. I've also carefully read page 2 of attachment 1 to the memo, and yes, item 8 clearly states that all travel expenses shall be submitted monthly to the treasurer and must be approved by the department head in charge and authorized for payment by the treasurer. However, there is no mention in the policy that if claims are not submitted on a monthly basis, that they will not be paid. I've spoken to all of the council members in the past, and you are fair and responsible councillors. Therefore, I ask that you support my request for a reimbursement for my 2016 to 2021 mileage claim while I was a member of the Committee of Adjustment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Councillor. Sorry about that. I'm going to go to Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I just wanted to make a motion that's, I guess, the opposite of what staff are recommending here. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the mileage claims and that we pay out Mr. Morozic. He was a very valuable member of the committee, always in good standing. As he's already mentioned, he was a planner in his professional career, so he brought a great deal of wisdom to the committee. I'd rather see it not end this way, so I'd like to make a motion that we approve it, Your Worship.
Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Strange. Is there any discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's opposed, with 1 opposed. So it's been approved, Mr. Mosick. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your service on the Committee of Adjustment.
Thank you very much for your time to listen to my my presentation, and thank you for approving my claim. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next up, item 6.3, building permit fee review. So I believe we've got Sean Michael Stephen, managing partner at Watson and Associates, who's going to do the presentation. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council.
Is the last name Stefan or Stephen?
It's Stephen.
Stephen, okay. Yeah.
And do I have the ability to advance here, or is someone else doing that?
What's that?
You can.
Yeah.
With the, okay, great. Okay, so.
If you do the arrow.
Oh, okay, thank you. So our firm, Watson and Associates Economists, was retained by the city to undertake a review of the city's building permit fees. So ultimately, the objective of the review was to make recommendations with respect to the fees and making sure that those conform with legislation and are defensible, but as well making sure that we were doing so while trying to maximize cost recovery and ensure the sufficiency of the funding source for building permit review, while also having regard for the competitiveness of those fees, various stakeholder interests, and affordability of those fees as well. And so the methodology that we use to assess what the full cost of administering and enforcing the building code is an activity-based costing approach. And so that was what we spent a lot of time with staff going through, is looking at who is involved from across the organization in the administration and enforcement of the code. And so primarily that would be staff within the building services department, but also include staff within the fire department in terms of fire prevention staff, and as well as planning staff within the zoning review. And so within the, just briefly before looking at the draft findings, to touch on the legislative context for the fees. So it is the Building Code Act that allows municipalities to impose fees for the issuance of building permits. The Act provides that the fees cannot exceed the anticipated reasonable cost of administering and enforcing the code. And that can include both the direct cost of service as well as indirect and capital costs as well. And so this language in the Act is quite important, that it refers to the recovery of the costs across the code, because it does provide guidance that municipalities can set their fees to cross-subsidize the cost recovery between different permit types. And doing so, as we'll talk about a bit further, to ensure compliance with the code, such that fees for minor residential activity for things like decks and sheds are generally priced below full cost recovery, so that individual homeowners will comply with the code and get a permit, while those shortfalls are typically made up with revenues from other permits for new residential and non-residential construction. Another key aspect within the Act is that it does allow municipalities to create reserve funds with respect to the Building Code Act. And so those reserve funds being in place so that municipalities do have the ability to have a sustainable funding source to provide for the delivery of those services over a forecast period. And so based on the activity-based costing review that we did with the city, the total annual cost of the administration and enforcement of the code is about $3.8 million. As you can see, the majority of those costs are for the direct labor costs of staff who are involved, about $2.8 million, about 73% of that annual cost, and as well as about 9% of the cost being for other direct costs related to things like materials and supplies of staff involvement. The remaining 18% of the annual cost represents the indirect cost of the organizational support for things like finance, HR, general governance, as well as for a capital cost recognition for the replacement of infrastructure such as the facility space that staff occupy. So in looking at how those costs break down, not by the financial cost component, but by the type of building permit review in the top left-hand chart, we can see that the greatest share of costs are spent in relation to new residential building permits. About 41% of those costs, about 31%, or about $1.2 million, relate to new non-residential construction. So we can see about 72% of the cost do relate to new residential and non-residential construction activity. But then a notable share of the cost, about 18%, do relate to interior alterations and accessory structures, about $682,000. In the bottom right-hand chart, we look at how those, how the revenue is at $3.8 million in costs is funded annually. We can see that about 55% of those revenues do come from the new residential construction permit fees. And so as we see, only 41% of the cost, there is some cross subsidy occurring there. Non-residential permit fees are set currently below full cost recovery levels. You can see only about 16% of the revenue, but 31% of the cost being in relation to new non-residential construction, and interior alteration accessory structures as well, being currently those revenues representing a smaller share than the cost of those activities represent. What I also want to bring your attention to is in the gray section of the pie chart is that currently of that $3.8 million, about 20% of those costs are being funded through transfers from the building permit reserve fund. And so indicating that at current fees, that reserve fund would not be sustainable over the long term, as it would continue to be drawn down at current fees, indicating that fee increases are required to provide for a sustainable funding source for building permit review. So in terms of then the strategy around designing the fee recommendations with respect to closing that cost recovery gap and also providing for a sustainable reserve fund, we've done so, as I mentioned earlier, looking to maintain the competitiveness of the fees with neighboring municipalities, as well as having regard for stakeholder affordability. So, as I mentioned, having regard for the fees for minor permit activity and making sure that those are at an affordable level. And then as well, in terms of setting the fees, not only to recover those annual costs, but provide for contributions towards the reserve fund for the sustainable delivery of the service, that's done with respect to the fact that municipalities do have legislated turnaround times for building permit review. It is a very tight labor market. Municipalities do not have the ability to hire and fire staff as building permit activity fluctuates. And so they do need to be able to have a reserve fund to maintain that service capacity during economic downturns when building permit activity decreases, so that service capacity is there when building permit activity returns. And so when the city last undertook a review of their fees in 2008, a recommendation was that a reserve fund target would be set at about 1.28 times annual cost of service. We've maintained that recommendation generally when looking at the cyclical building permit activity that's occurred over the past 30 years, and recommended that the city move towards between 1 and 1.25 times annual cost of service over the next 5 years. And so to further illustrate the need for fee increases with respect to the sustainability of that reserve fund, what's illustrated on this chart is that the current reserve fund balance is about 0.8 times of annual cost of service, about $3.1 million. And we can see that the target reserve fund balance at 1.25 times annual cost would be about $4.6 million, as indicated by the hashed blue line. The orange line indicates what would be the position of that reserve fund based on the forecast costs and revenues if there were no fee increases made. And so as you can see, that reserve fund would be completely depleted between 2025 and 2026, and then would be in a deficit position by 2028. And so as indicated by the green line with the recommendations to fees that have been made within the final report, that reserve fund balance would increase slightly to about 1.1 times annual direct cost within that range for the reserve fund accumulation that I spoke to. And so with respect to the individual fee recommendations which are provided in the final report, they've been made within some fee structure changes that the city recommended. The fee recommendations are identified to come into force in January of next year, and then would be indexed at 3% annually thereafter. And one of the other notable changes is that a minimum fee would be introduced of $225. And then so with respect to the increase in revenue across all building permit types, it would increase revenue by about 37% annually on average. And so just a few municipal comparisons within the Niagara region to highlight the city's current position and where they would rank with the proposed fee recommendations. So as you can see in the top left-hand chart, for a 275 square meter single detached home, the city's current building permit fees would be the lowest within the region, with the recommended 41% increase, about $1,350 per home. That would move the city up towards the mid-range of the comparison, still lower than the cities of St. Catharines, Welland, Town of Pelham, and Port Colborne. Looking at a townhouse, a 200 square meter townhouse, we'd see about $1,100 increase in that permit fee, or about a 48% increase. Again, moving the city from the lowest in the ranking up to the upper mid-range of the comparison. With on the bottom left-hand side for an accessory, a 15 square meter accessory structure, such as a residential shed, the introduction of a minimum fee of $225 would move the city up towards the upper mid-range of the comparison, third in comparison to the other Niagara region municipalities. Then for a high-density residential building of about 5,000 square meters, or roughly 50,000 square feet, again, the city's current fees are at the bottom of the comparison, with the recommendation of just over 50% increase in those fees. That would move the city up to third within the region. And then lastly, in terms of a couple non-residential comparisons, we can see that as we saw earlier, the city's current non-residential building permit fees are significantly underfunding the cost of that building permit review process. And so when we look at those fees for a 1,000 square meter retail building. We can see about an 84% increase, about 100% increase in the industrial fees. Both of those increases moving the city either up to second in the comparison or to the mid-range for the industrial permit types. And the last comparison I wanted to highlight for you was to put at least the residential building permit fees in the broader context of what this might mean with respect to the overall cost of municipal development. So when we consider a residential subdivision development of 100 units, building permit fees are one of the multiple municipal development fees that developers would pay, including planning application fees and development charges. As we can see in this chart, development charges represent the majority of those development costs. A little over 94% of the cost of municipal development fees are for development charges. And so with the current building permit fees in the city representing only 5% of the total development fees, a 41% increase in residential fees only equates to a 2% increase in the total development fees. And it doesn't change the city's relative position in comparison to the other Niagara region municipalities. We can see they would still be placed within the mid-range of that comparison, slightly higher than West Lincoln, but lower than the town of Lincoln, Grimsby, Thorold, and Pelham. So that does conclude my presentation. The next steps in the process would be for the city, for council to receive input from the public on the proposed building permit fees, and then to consider the bylaw for adoption and implementation at a later date, again with the current implementation plan for these fees to come into effect on January 1st of next year.
That's great, thank you very much. Do you have any questions? Wow, I'm really failing at this today. All right, let's try this again. Mr. Stephen, does anyone have any questions for Mr. Stephen? Councillor Lococo, and then I've got Councillor Thompson. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, we got some questions first, and then I'll come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To our speaker, thank you so much for the presentation. I know we need to look at our fees as revenue, and sometimes I have some challenges when we're increasing the fees so much. Like some of them went from $100 to $225. One went from $475 to $2,000. I don't know how many public swimming pools we're going to have, but that's the $2,000 fee. I was wondering if we could move in increments a little bit more rather than such a huge increase for some of them. I know that Premier Ford was talking about the cost of housing, and if we're increasing, and I know on that slide you said it was only 2.1% of the residential, is that correct?
The increase equated to a 2.1% increase in the city's development fees.
Okay, so what would be the increase for a developer? It's 2.1 then, increase? Is that what you're saying?
To their municipal development fees.
Okay, so 2.1 increase of their fees. We keep hearing from Premier Ford that we need to build houses, and we keep on increasing our fees. It's increasing the fees, it increased the housing costs. So I think we're going around in a circle saying, you know, we need to lower fees to keep the price of the house down, but we need to increase our fees because we need to get revenue. And I think there needs to be a balance, and some of these fees are a nice incremental, and we should increase them, but some of them I think are just way beyond what we should be going. Like they're a huge increase for some of them. And then the last one on page 29, the commercial, we went from last to second highest. That's a huge jump. I know if we were undercutting ourselves in our permit fee, but now we've gone to the second highest. So that was one that was I was questioning as well.
Thank you for that. Did you want to address that, Mr. Stephen, or any? Who would want it? Ms. Dolch, did you want to?
Sure. I guess not really a specific question, but I guess my response would be that the building permit fee increase, as we saw for a single detached home, was about $1,300. That's a very small share of the total cost of the actual purchase price for a single detached home. If the city would, elect to not increase fees either to that amount or in a more phased approach, that's obviously at council's discretion. You are not required legislatively to fund building permit review from building permit fees. You can subsidize that through the tax base. And so I think if you were to take a more phased-in approach to increasing these fees, that could be done so. It would just have the impact of not reaching that sustainable reserve fund and as quickly as you otherwise would, and might result, depending on the what happens with development in the future and your needs for that reserve fund, could result in some tax-based impacts if that reserve is not sustainable, but it's certainly at your discretion to do so.
Okay, yes, Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, and if I can, so I'll just add, just in terms of the,
and so I think if you were to take a more phased-in approach.
Are we playing something twice here?
Just in terms of obviously the general tax levy, as you saw from his slides, is that right now, based on the cost of delivering our service, we're about 20% below that cost. So although we have reserves right now to fund that cost, in the future we may not have that reserve. And I do want to speak to also the number of permits we're expecting year over year as we go into the future. Obviously, we've made a commitment to the housing pledge. We do need to have building staff to support that housing pledge. The difficulty is what we've based these fees on are just kind of the current staff levels. This isn't even future staff levels or what we need to accomplish the program that we're trying to accomplish now. Everybody wants everything faster, quicker, and that's the difficulty in delivering that service without causing additional undue stress on the individual taxpayer. You know, in the future there may be opportunity for different affordable initiatives. We are looking at the affordable CIPs and things like that. That will be coming forward to council, so it might be a different initiative, but we should try to fund the building permit program from user fees if possible.
Thank you for that. I've got Councillor Patel and then Newestad.
Just on that,
Oh, I'm
point,
sorry, on that
I
point,
still
yes.
had a question. Yes, through the mayor to Ms. Dolch. Thank you so much for explaining that. I'm still looking at it from the perspective of $1,300 for extra permit fees per single detached home. If you had a development of 50 houses, single detached houses, that's $65,000. And we keep hearing from Premier Ford that we need to be lowering the cost of our houses. So if we increase $1,300, I can't see the developer decreasing the cost of the sale of the home. So we're in the same spot. We're going opposite to what we're supposed to be doing for housing. And I understand about the current rates and what we're charging, but we're going in the opposite direction.
Ms. Dolch, you're saying it's what's needed because our reserves are getting depleted.
That's correct. That's correct. And in terms of you know, the cost of residential construction, for example, and the cost on home, I'd be interested to see if the builders are actually passing any cost savings on to the homeowner. So that'll be something I'd look forward to.
Yeah. Councillor Patel and then Newestad.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Dolch. Reduce the development charges and increasing fee, does it even out for the city when it comes to the...
Sorry, I apologize. In terms of development charges?
We have a development charges lowered. And if we, with the Bill 23, our development charges are going to be less than what we used to charge. And if we increase the fees, does it even out for us? Or we're still going in the minus?
Again, there will be some development charge fee reductions, but that'll be through our development charge study work. I don't have that number yet. We're just embarking on that. Right. So right now there is no cost saving. In the future, things like our secondary plan program, for example, secondary plans, any other special studies from planning, for example, will not be funded through the DC. So that will be funded through the general levy in the future. So obviously that'll come on the taxpayer, but it'll be reduced on our development charges side.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor. Oh, did you want to speak to that?
Sure, yeah. If I could just add a comment. You know, not without knowing the specifics of your next development charge study, when you look at the fact that building permit fees represent only about 5% of the total fees, the other part being development charges, if you were referring to the 20% reduction to development charges that would be required, this increase in building permit revenue will be nowhere close to that 20% reduction.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Newestad.
Through you to Ms. Dolch. We've seen that we're going from the very end of the region to kind of the second, third position. Have builders looked at Niagara Falls because of that permit fees, or really it's a non-issue? Do they say, oh, building fees or permit fees here are less, so we're going to pick Niagara Falls in your experience?
Thank you, through you to the councillor. In terms of, the builders have been notified. It went to the home builders. We haven't heard any comments from them in terms of concerns with our fees that we're proposing at this point in time. You know, obviously this is a meeting too to hear from them, but we haven't heard anything to date. So I don't know if they're, you know, concerned with the fees at this point, so I would assume otherwise we would have heard about it. What was your second part of your question? I apologize.
That was pretty much it. So basically it's a non-issue with the increase in fees, so we're still going to see, it's not going to be a deterrent for builders to not consider Niagara Falls as a place to build.
Yeah, and I think Niagara Falls, so for most builders, and obviously I can't speak for them, but from what I've heard, you know, through talking to them, generally they're more about speed for service. So they're looking at getting applications done faster and quicker versus the cost of construction or the cost of the permit. The cost is very, as you heard earlier, the cost is very minuscule compared to the costs that they put out for construction.
So overall, for this little bit of cost added to building permits, the fact that it's going to help us to reduce levies going forward makes sense, because as to Councillor Lococo's point, everything costs money. So when we're trying to find things affordable, it's just at the end of the day, these are fees that these are expenses that have to be compensated one way or another. So adding a little bit to each permit makes it a lot more palatable than giving it to the tax base, is what I'm understanding.
Through you to the councillor, that's correct. Obviously, we do try to, in all aspects, try to do a fee for service model so that it's not on the general tax levy. At times, you do have to put it through the general levy as well, because sometimes the cost of service is just too extraordinary. Obviously, if we would have heard from the building community, there were some concerns, we would look at it. Generally, what we did when we looked at fees was trying to determine the cost and the time spent by each of our inspectors, let's say on an inspection, how long it takes, what their rate is, and tried to make sure we had cost recovery for what service we're providing. So I think by doing that, we obviously would lessen the impact on the general levy, and as we heard today, that would probably start to happen in around 2026.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Yes, Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to point out, when you look at the current building permit fee comparisons, and we're the lowest of every city in the region, it's pretty crazy, actually. So I think it looks like we need to catch up, and it sees, you know, in the orange line there where we're going, and we got to be comparable to the St. Catharines, the Welland, the Thorold. But you know, we're below Wainfleet for permit fees. Doesn't really make sense to me, anyways. We're the lowest on every single square footage analysis here. So to get back up is something I think we need to do.
Thank you, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I was just going to mention that we've long had a policy in Niagara Falls where we want development to pay for development. If we're not collecting enough fees from developers to pay for the applications and things that are moving forward, then what happens is that then falls back on the general tax levy should the reserve get depleted. I think if you talk to the regular resident and ask them whether or not they wanted their tax dollars to pay for development, probably every single one of them is going to say no. So I know we might not like to increase the fees, but the alternative is that we're going to be asking the residents to subsidize development, and I don't think that that's an area that we want to go to.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, I'm gonna, if there's no further questions, come back to the clerk and ask for some direction on next steps.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Administratively, the building permit fee review was advertised as a public meeting. So it, although we didn't receive any registration requests from any of the general public or any written comments to date, it would be appropriate to ask if there's anyone in the gallery that would like to speak to this matter on the agenda, which being the building permit fee review. And upon that conclusion, perhaps just the manager of, our general manager of planning and building could just close to discuss with council as to what any next steps would be.
Is there any member of the gallery to speak to this issue? Okay, seeing none, then we'll go to our General Manager of Planning, Ms. Dolch.
Thank you, Worship. So the next steps, obviously, we were to hear from the public tonight. We're going to go back. We're still working with our internal departments and agencies, having discussions about the fee study, and then we'll report back to council in a couple months to advise on our recommendations, and that will feed into the fee study work that will take place in January, be effective in January of 2024. So we'll be ready for the fee increase in 2024.
Okay. So do we need to receive this presentation? Yeah?
We certainly could. There'd be no harm in doing that, and obviously thanking the speaker for his time.
Okay. So motion by Councillor Newestag, second by Councillor Strange, that we receive the report. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. And I know Councillor Campbell is online right now as well. He's joined us, so assuming he's in favor as well. So thank you, Mr. Stephen. Appreciate your report.
Very welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
So I'm going to switch seats right now with Councillor Pietrangelo, our budget chair, and he's going to do this next item.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Next item is 6.4, and we're going to have a presentation from Mr. Nick Poulias, an investment advisor from CIBC Private Wealth Management, who is going to speak to council. Welcome.
Thank you, Councillor. So yes, the importance of today's presentation is ultimately going to be to provide members of council and the rest of the general public with an economic update to help support the early preparation and planning process ahead of the 2024 budget. And I think given where we are in the calendar, for those that may not be aware, tomorrow the Bank of Canada is scheduled to meet at 10 o'clock to provide another rate announcement. So it's very topical. It's definitely top of mind in terms of where we are and what is otherwise, the slowing months in the summertime. So excellent. So what I thought I'd start off with is, let's kind of go back in time, and not too long, but let's say the early portion of 2021 that kind of helps set the landscape for where we are today and kind of ultimately what is top of mind from the Bank of Canada, not just locally, but ultimately across many other parts of the G7 developed world as well too, in terms of inflation and other pressing concerns. And so what we're looking at here is effectively a graph of Government of Canada bond yields, or rates of return on Government of Canada bonds, different increments of bonds from January of 2021 to present day. And so that red line there would represent a 2-year Government of Canada sovereign bond rate of return. The silver line being a 5-year Government of Canada bond return, and then the gold line being a 10-year. Okay, and so what we've seen here over the last 18 to 24 months has been a very considerable increase in those rates of return from where we were during those historic lows during the COVID pandemic, right? And so really I think in terms of a catalyst that I want to point out, which ultimately kind of set the table for where we are today, is you look at where we were in kind of February and March of 2022, and for the quarter kind of leading up to that point, there's a lot of conversations across the economic community about whether or not inflation at that point of the economic cycle, was it transitory, was it temporary? Are we looking for some more long-term impacts of inflation? And the ironic catalyst at that moment in time when everyone was thinking about whether or not things were temporary was we had the war overseas that broke out in Russia and Ukraine. And so that significant sharp increase in interest rates that you see, and it's very visible from May or March of 22 out to where we are now, is really, both the Bank of Canada and other global economies around the world now realizing that inflation was probably not going to be transitory. There may be some lasting impacts here, and a lot of those lasting impacts came in result of commodity pricing, whether it be energy, food, and other supply chain disruptions that kind of really were kind of already set in stone, but really took off at that point and got to the point where we are today, where we needed to see a significant response from central banks all over the globe to try and put a lid on growth, put a lid on inflation, and bring things back to more normalized levels. And so moving forward, we had the Bank of Canada for the first time after considerably raising interest rates over the last 12 to 18 months, they actually had a temporary pause to kind of start the calendar year. But we saw them for the first time after taking a couple meetings off, increase rates again in May by 25 basis points. And the reason why is because there were members of the community, of the investment community, of the the central bank community, starting to question whether or not these rate hikes were actually working. We've increased rates significantly. There's always going to be that lag effect from when you increase rates and they trickle down and actually impact the economy. But what was really interesting, what we're looking at here is this is real consumer spending of some of the most interest rate sensitive items that you could go ahead and purchase. And so fundamentally, it doesn't make any sense. Here we are with Q4 2021 is kind of that base year, and that red line representing the consumer spend on TVs, other electronics, travel, food and accommodation, autos. You would think that those are very interest rate sensitive parts of the economy. If things started to tighten up a bit and we saw rates of return or rates of loans on those items increase significantly, those would what you expect to see is actually moving in the opposite direction, not actually be increasing significantly, right? And so the conversation was, okay, well, maybe rates aren't working the way we thought they were. Maybe we need to go ahead and increase rates again by another 25 basis points, which they did at the last meeting in May. But what's really interesting here is, and this is this conversation around deciding when you choose to look at that initial point of entry and how that really frames the entire picture is, if we go back and rather than looking at Q4 of 2021, let's just go back and look at pre-COVID, where we were. So if we just go back and say, rather than having the base case being, Q4 of 21, let's have it be Q4 of 19, right before we entered into that downturn during the pandemic. And what you can see is that red line representing these interest rate sensitive purchases, really it hasn't been as significant, and really what it's been is it's been a return back to normal, right? We're getting our way back down to where we were from when things bottomed out in Q1 and Q2 of 2020 to getting us now back to where we were pre-pandemic. And I think that's a really important caveat. I think, whether it be our economists at CIBC or other, economists from other big five banks, they're starting to make reference now to looking at volume or actual levels of purchase rather than looking at growth rates, which could be artificially inflated or deflated based on when you choose to look at that entry point based on the significant, volatility that we've seen in certain parts of the economy during the last couple of years. And for a lot of individuals, they're asking, well, what's happening? How is that the case? Because for a lot of us in the room, I think we could all admit that things have gotten tighter. We've seen that things have increased in price significantly. So where is all this coming from? How is that spend line, or that trend line, for the spending? What's impacting that? And really, for a lot of economists, what they're really pointing to is this pent up demand of personal deposits and other credit balances that weren't being used during COVID, right? So here we were unable to leave the house, unable to go see friends and go out and travel and whatnot. And what was happening was you had this, so on the chart on the right, on the left-hand side, what you're looking at is that red line being this uptick in personal deposits sitting in bank accounts across Big Five and other credit unions across Canada, basically sitting here stockpiling because we had nowhere to go out and spend it, right? And then ultimately what you're seeing now is this trend back down to the more of that natural mean of where we were pre-pandemic, right? So a lot of those interest rate sensitive purchases are being purchased not just with, increased wages or being spent frivolously. It's individuals that had all this pent up cash sitting in the bank account with nowhere to go and saying, you know what, after going through 2 years of hell, pardon the language, I'm going to go out there and make that purchase. I'm going to go out there and buy that car that maybe I can't afford, but you know what? Money's sitting in the account. Let's go buy that car. Let's go on that trip. Let's go out for that nice dinner. But what you can see is that those account balances are starting to get back down to more normalized levels. So it's a sign that maybe we're getting near to the end of that cycle. And even looking at credit balances, again, same thing. With that gray line and the red line, so the gray line being on the U.S. side and the red line being on the Canadian side, you saw a pullback in people using these credit balances. And again, we're now getting us back up to more normalized levels where we were pre-pandemic. So one thing that, again, when we look at the economy, thinking spending, we're looking at employment, we're looking at inflation as kind of the three main key drivers that are driving monetary policy, driving interest rates, driving inflation expectations over the next little bit. And so looking on the labor side of things, and this is going to be obviously relevant to members of council and individuals in this room, is looking at government hiring as being a main contributor to this tight labor market that we've been dealing with over the last couple of years. But it makes fundamental sense, right? You're thinking about whether it be public health care or even, language and interpretation you were hearing from individuals that were close to the scene was that, you had whether it be individuals in the private side saying that, you know what, things are getting a little bit hairy out there. You're having private side now going in and reallocating resources and maybe downsizing. I'm going to go naturally to where things are a little bit safer, go to that safer career path, pursue something in the public sector. And so you saw a massive uptick in public sector employment, that if you were, I guess what individuals were saying is that if you actually saw the public side just kind of more mirror where things were previously, you would have had unemployment in Canada be significantly higher at this point than where we are right now, right? So don't overlook that. That's been a really big key driver in terms of where we are on the employment side. Another thing as well too is looking at how things are starting to normalize now. We had an employment print on Friday, which the headline print came out, and it's probably going to end up being the catalyst that's going to push the Bank of Canada over the finish line one more time tomorrow morning and seeing another potential hike here. But what's really important is to look at that red line, that data cluster in the middle kind of being where we were pre-pandemic, looking at a combination of job vacancy and unemployment. And you can see that for a while there, we were way off that. We had unemployment that was elevated up and above historical levels and historically high job vacancy numbers. But we're starting to get back down on more normalized levels now, getting back down to those more historical norms where we were pre-pandemic. Okay? Immigration, very, very topical. Canada as a country eclipsed 40 million in residents not too long ago. Very significant moment, and you're looking at where a lot of those new members are coming from, and it's through immigration, right? We had over 1 million new Canadians come into the country last year, and you could see, so if you break out those international arrivals in terms of where they're coming from, whether it be permanent residents, non-permanent residents, or even now, given, again, the conflict over in Ukraine, actually separating that from the rest of that data so you can actually visually see the impact of that on that crisis and how that's ultimately translating into an uptick in immigration in Canada as well. You can see that it's significant, right? And these individuals are coming over to Canada and they're contributing on the supply side in terms of supplying their labor. And they're also contributing in terms of that demand equation that we talked about in terms of consumer demand. And so the chart on the right-hand side, what's really interesting here is for the first time in a couple decades almost, we're starting to see landed immigrants and non-permanent residents actually have a higher employment to total population ratio up and above where individuals that are born in Canada had trended historically. So these individuals are coming into the country. Not only are they coming into the country, but they're working, and they're actually out there working in lines of work that are in demand. And we see that when we look at where they are from a wage perspective as well too, right? So immigration, again, it's not only creating more demand per person, but it's really has to do with these improved average earnings that they're representing as well too. So they're not just coming in and they're taking on lines of work that may not be entirely desirable. There's a really nice fit that's happening between individuals coming into the country with previous work experience and being able to put them to work in Canada and have opportunities that are more closely aligned with their skill set. And as a result, you're seeing now the average earnings of those individuals over a 5-year period of being in the country now being significantly higher than where they've been at historically. So what that graph is representing is what percentage of the total economic average of a worker of XYZ, what do they make? And in total, historically speaking, these individuals, for those that have been in the country for a 5-year period or less, are making, you could see, 80 to 85% of what the historical norm had been. And now we're up and above 90%. And that's significant. Those are real dollars that are now being spent in the economy, right? And so it's interesting, we're talking about tomorrow and the Bank of Canada Governor, Tiff Macklem, if you don't recognize the face of that individual there, but we're looking at his view on where he saw things moving. And I was kind of joking around with one of my colleagues is that these hand gestures, you may have thought they were arbitrary initially, but it's true, right? Initially it was here the economy's here, inflation. Think about this time last year, June of 2022, inflation was running almost at 9%. We had a print that came out last month. We're now back in that 3 to 3.5% range now, right? And so you could see him in terms of non-inflationary potential and where he thought things would be. It was here we are now at near 40-year highs of almost 9%, and then we kind of slowly worked our way down now to where we're back to where the Bank of Canada would hopefully like to see, which is somewhere in that 2 to 3% range on the inflationary side of things. And so he's been aiming for low level of demand, and demand is crucial. I talked about, on that initial slide about this discretionary spending, the consumer really driving this GDP growth. And so, in order to put a lid on inflation and in order to put a lid on employment and other kind of key driving parts of the economy, it's really you have to try and grind things to a halt and go through some pain until we see things come back to more normalized levels. And so if you look at Canadian real GDP, you could see that even the direction, so the MPR is the monetary policy report that the bank will put out. I think it's 4 times a year. They'll put that as a complementary piece to the rate announcement or the rate decision. And so you can see, even as they're out there now publishing these monetary policy reports, the gray line that was published from the report in January 22 and how that's changed now, again, you look at what they were calling for in terms of real GDP on the Canadian side. The goal is that, unfortunately, we're going to have to see things get down to sub 1% for a couple consecutive quarters to hopefully allow things to get back down to more normalized levels. That's, again, it's a hard conversation to have because it's going to mean that there's going to be individuals that be put out of work and whatnot, but it's the pain that the economy is unfortunately going to have to go through in order to get back down to where we were pre-COVID potentially. So core inflation, again, inflation top of mind. It's literally that one data point that's now coming out, not just in Canada but also south of the border. It's because we always talk about how the Canadian economy doesn't operate in a vacuum. And obviously as citizens of the city of Niagara Falls, you could be the first to acknowledge that that's the case, and that obviously what's happening south of the border will directly impact what's happening locally and happening in Canada as well too. And so what's really interesting here is you could see on the left-hand side, that red line chart, it's Canadian CPI. When we go ahead and exclude the impact of food, energy, and mortgage costs, that last piece is really important because the natural question that you get asked is, well, the Bank of Canada going ahead and increasing rates, well, that's naturally going to be inflationary for mortgage costs. Of course it is, right? Whether it be you variable or you're renewing on a fixed rate term, that's going to be driven off bond yields, those 5-year Government of Canada bond yields that we talked about. That's where that fixed rate portion of the mortgage, that's where those are being driven off of. So if we go ahead and remove those impacts and look at what the actual rest of that basket is looking like, you can see that we've been kind of sitting in around that 2 to 3% range now for quite some time. And when we peaked, like I said, June of last year, it's been a rapid deceleration to get us back down on more normalized levels. On the US side, a little bit stickier, right? You can see that they've been having a harder time normalizing things. Now, that little uptick that we look on the left-hand side, that's that print that we saw not too long ago that brought the Bank of Canada back out of their chairs and said, you know what, maybe we're not there yet. Maybe we're not there yet. Maybe we have to go ahead and increase rates by another 25 or 50 basis points to really let things play out the way that we intended to do so. And so we've talked about where we were, where we are currently. Let's talk about, from our perspective at CIBC, what we're calling for things to move over the next 12 to 18 months. I think in terms of the budget prep process, that's what's relevant for today's audience. And so what we're looking at today, and so it's a little bit dated from when the presentation was provided on June 29th of 2023, but what we're calling for as a firm, let's look at on the Canadian side for now as a starting point. The top line being that Bank of Canada overnight target rate, that's what's going to impact prime. That is a very key interest rate that's going to drive a lot of other portions of the economy as well too. So right now we're sitting at 4 3/4. They meet tomorrow. The likelihood is that tomorrow you're going to see another 25 basis point hike, getting us up to 5%. And then the view is that we're going to see those short-term rates stay elevated throughout all of 2023 into the early portion of 24. To let things kind of play out here. Let that pain, unfortunately, for lack of a better word, let that slow down and start getting, actually being realized and seeing an uptick in unemployment and a deceleration in GDP, and let things play out to ensure that we really put a lid on those inflationary pressures. And so it's 5% for the foreseeable future, but then we're going to start seeing cuts in 2024 to hopefully bring things back to more normalized levels. So that key overnight target rate pre-COVID was at 1 3/4. It's a different world now. We're probably not going to get back all the way down to there, but the natural assumption right now, given the information provided, we probably see that overnight target get back down to 2 3/4, 3%. So not where we are now, not where we were pre-COVID, somewhere in the middle, but again, a lot of it's going to be data dependent. But what's even more important here is looking at where those 2-year, 10-year, and even longer-term bonds, again, they're going to follow suit. Specifically the 2-year portion, right? 2-year Government of Canada bonds, heavily influenced by monetary policy. You're going to see them move lower as well. On the currency side of things, again, very topical, very relevant for the city of Niagara Falls, given that you're a border city. Right now, we're sitting at around 75 cents, or 1.33 if you're looking at it from the other perspective. it's really going to be the story that everyone is kind of communicating right now is that's not a Canadian dollar strength story. That's a US dollar weakness story that may be playing out here over the next couple of years. And so you may see, again, it's not a significant range. We're looking at like roughly a 5-cent range, but somewhere in the realm of 75 cents to maybe upwards of 78 cents on the Canadian dollar to US in terms of what that's going to be driven by. Short-term monetary policy. Obviously, if we see the US have to leave rates higher for longer, inflation does prove to be stickier, that currency probably won't react accordingly. But if they have to go ahead and decrease rates, as we're suggesting, that's what we're looking for in terms of a corresponding move in interest rates. And last but not least, in terms of kind of some high-level growth metrics here, looking at real GDP growth, domestic demand, which we talked about as well too, CPI, unemployment. Again, the story here really is, so that first column is where we are as of right now in Q1 of 23. The story is from a GDP standpoint, there's going to be a couple quarters of pain here. You're going to see, and that's what's going to have to be realized here for them to know that they've met their objective is a couple quarters of sub 1% or in around 1% on an annualized basis. And that's going to correspond with hopefully a reduction in CPI, bringing us to a 2023 forecast for CPI of about 3.7%, but getting us back down to that more relevant bank target of around 2% by 2024. But there will also be a corresponding uptick in unemployment. My apologies. That will go ahead and kind of work alongside that increase in decrease in the inflation print and that decrease in the global growth as well too. So. In terms of some lasting takeaways here, again, really what it comes down to now is look for decreased growth over the next 4 quarters, inflation back down to 2% in 24, but averaging in around 3 to 3.5% in 23. And really the immigration story is significant. And on 2 sides, supplying labor and also the demand in terms of them out there now taking these wages and then boosting that demand in terms of consumer spending and looking for cuts from the Bank of Canada middle part of 2024, again, everything being very data dependent in terms of how things play out over the next 6 to 12 months, let's call it. So with that, I will open it up to any questions that council or members of the audience may have.
Okay, thanks. Any council members have any questions of Mr. Pulias? Councillor Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for your presentation. Not necessarily for our speaker, but I'm wondering if we can move this to after 8.2, the hospital discussion, because this whole thing to approve a set budget or to approve the $30 million for the hospital will be after we decide the amount for the hospital, and that's on 8.2 on the agenda.
I think it's up to council.
I vote, I'll put a motion forward to defer this after 8.2, that we make the decision about the hospital and then revisit this.
Okay. So I have a motion on the floor to defer this discussion until after 8.2. Do I have a seconder to that? Oh, Mr. Batson.
Just administratively, I think it might be a good idea to see if there's any questions of the speaker first, just so that he's not waiting around for the next 3 to 4 hours before that deferral is entertained.
Okay. Let me see if I have a seconder to the motion first, and then I'll see if there's any questions for Mr. Pulias. Is there a seconder to the motion to defer this item until after 8.2? I'll ask again, is there a seconder to defer the motion? Sure. Councillor Campbell, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay. There was a motion put forward that we defer this discussion until after we deal with report 8.2, which is the funding for the hospital. I don't have a seconder on the floor. I just wanted to check with you and see if that's something that you're willing to second.
No, I'm not willing to second that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing that we have no seconder, then we don't have any motion. Okay. Are there any questions of Mr. Pulias? If not, then thank you very much for your presentation. It was a great presentation. I'll defer over to either Mr. Burgess or Ms. Clark. I know that the report that we have in front of us is fairly new for us. We haven't done this before, so maybe staff just want to introduce it, and then we'll take it from there.
Thank you. Through the budget chair.
Yeah, this is the first time we're asking for a little bit of budget guidance. The idea is to kind of get some guidance. Our staff have kicked off their budget planning starting kind of late June. So this will give direction to staff kind of on targets of what to hit. In addition, we've kind of bundled in this report a suggested budget timetable of when we plan to bring the budgets back to you. I do apologize, there's a small typo on page 3. December 12th for the water wastewater budget is not a special meeting, that's actually the regular meeting. So yeah, the timetable is listed here. We're planning to bring the capital budget and parking budget on November 28th. We do have a recommendation to ask the mayor to call a special meeting for that date for those two subjects only. And then we're going to do the water wastewater budget on December 12th. And the tax levy budget will be set with the council agenda for 2024, a special meeting in the third week of January, typical to how we've been doing it the last 2 years. In addition, in the report, there's just a small blurb about the public budget consultation. So we've included in attachment 1 some of the sample survey questions. I did mark a draft. We are still working on refining it. And if there are any suggested questions from council, feel free to email us any thoughts on that. So that was just a little preview. And then the biggest part of the report essentially is asking for that budget guidance. I do appreciate where Councillor Lococo is coming from with the hospital report kind of mentioning potential capital levy, however, requesting that we defer the decision to the budget process. I will say approving the recommendations is simply a budget guidance. You're not locked into it. What you approve today doesn't mean you have to stick with that decision in January.
Correct.
Did you want me to walk through any more of the report, or is this?
I think that's fine, to be honest with you. I'll see if there's any questions. I know I have Councillor Thompson who wanted to speak.
Well, I really liked the presentation, and I like the recommend all of on the report. If we had such a increase this year, we're talking about less than 3.5% 24, and maybe even 2.5, and for capital 1.5%. And I like the idea of getting a meeting on November 29th to deal with the 24 budget, because every time I had a budget we had approved by the last meeting in December, so you had know what happened in January and the rest of the year. So I think and it looks like everything is going to come down in 24, so it looks very good, and I like the presentation.
And so, sorry, did I hear you say that you were going to make a motion to approve the report?
Yes, yes, I will.
Okay, I have a motion.
The recommendations, yes.
Okay, I have a motion.
Particularly November 28th, yeah.
Okay, I have a motion by Councillor Thompson, seconded by the mayor, and I have Councillor Lococo who wishes to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to confirm this is budget guidance. We could change it if we wanted to, so we're not stuck to the 2.5 or 3.5. We're not stuck to the 1.5.
Correct.
If we approve this, are we committing $30 million for the hospital? That's my big question.
No.
No? Okay. So I'm glad that we are having these discussions, and I will approve it based
You
on
can
that.
get confirmation from Ms. Clark of that if you like.
Through the budget chair, it's correct. This is not tied to the $30 million contribution, and it's really more of a guidance really to staff as they're preparing their budgets where you want them to try to land.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion on, oh, I'm sorry, Mayor Diodati.
If I could, thank you, Chair. And I like the presentation we just had from CIBC, Mr. Poulias, and they're talking about end of 2024 inflation being down to 2%. whereas, during, after COVID, we're up to 8.1%. I mean, obviously, it had a major impact. So it looks like we're trending back in the right direction. It's always our goal to be around the rate of inflation so we're not losing ground. And I think that's great guidance. And again, it's guidance, right? We don't know what's going to happen next year until next year arrives, but I can support the motion. Thank you.
Okay. If there aren't any other comments, then I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried unanimously. I'll pass the meeting back over to the mayor.
Okay, I'd like to now ask the city clerk to introduce the next item on the agenda.
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to permit the construction of a 5-story apartment building with 74 dwelling units at 6259 through to 6293 Dorchester Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on June 9th, 2023, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the zoning bylaw amendment or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting or by using the sign-in sheets that are located in the lobby outside council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We do have some empty seats in the front row if you folks want to grab some of them. Come on in. We can make some more room. It's like church. Everyone's got to tighten up a little bit, right? Then we'll pass the basket. Come on in, there's room, If you guys want, this might be a little while, so get comfortable. All right, thank you very much for that, Mr. Clerk. I now ask Alexa Cooper, Planner 2, to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor Diodati, members of council, and members of the public. As mentioned, I'm here to present staff's recommendation report regarding the proposed 5-story 74-unit apartment building. So here I've got a location map of the site. To the north, you can see single detached houses and low-rise apartment buildings. To the east are singles in a 1-story apartment building. To the south and west are singles in the hydro corridor. So the applicant has requested approval for a zoning bylaw amendment to rezone the land a site-specific R5C zone to permit the 5-story 74-unit apartment building. The land is currently designated residential in the city's official plan, which permits up to 6-story apartment buildings at a density of 75 to 100 units per hectare. The land is currently zoned R1C in part and a site-specific R4 zone in part. Here you can see the concept plan, which shows the 5-story apartment building with 74 units and 93 parking spaces. Now on the screen I have elevations. The top elevation is what was deemed to be the front elevation, or which faces the parking lot of the proposal, and on the bottom is the rear elevation, which faces towards the south. The requested site-specific zoning regulations are outlined on this slide and the next one. In blue are the requests by the applicant that staff are able to support, and in green on this slide are requests we are able to support with modifications. So the applicant requested a 1.24 parking ratio. Staff are recommending a 1.25. They requested a minimum landscape open space of 32%. Staff are recommending 36%. They requested parallel parking space of 6.3 meters, and staff are recommending 6.3 meters where it abuts a crosswalk, and then the normal 6.7 in all other instances. They've requested a perpendicular parking space dimensions of 5.8 meters by 2.6 meters, a minimum maneuvering aisle width for perpendicular spaces of 6 meters, and a 6-meter front yard setback. Here are some site-specific regulations that are added by staff, and these ones have been added mainly to secure what's being proposed by the applicant. So you can see that we've recommended some landscape buffering, the provided rear yard setback, and interior yard setbacks, as well as limiting the height of the building to what is proposed. We received a number of neighborhood comments on this application, and the majority, the biggest concern seemed to be for loss of trees. So the trees on the property are not a regulated feature, and as such, no permission is required to remove them. However, staff have recommended a tree compensation at a rate of 2 trees planted for every tree removed. For compatibility and privacy, rear and side yard setbacks in excess of the zoning regulations have been provided, and staff recommend that the proposed setbacks and height be incorporated into the amending bylaw. For density, the official plan permits up to 100 units per hectare, and they're proposing 97 units per hectare. There were some concerns about species at risk, and this is an update from the staff report that was finalized last week. But yesterday, staff received correspondence from the MECP stating that they were satisfied with the screening provided, as there were no potential roosting trees identified on site for species at risk bats. And therefore, staff are satisfied that a holding provision is no longer required as on the property as recommended in our report. For property values, planning staff unfortunately don't have evidence to demonstrate a decrease in property values resulting from redevelopment. And for traffic, transportation services commented that they had no concerns with traffic volumes or with the number of parking spaces that were provided for the proposal. So the recommendation is that council approve the proposed zoning bylaw amendment application subject to the recommendations contained in staff's report on tonight's agenda, and that the holding provision is no longer be required. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Cooper. And folks, I know you're passionate about this. We just ask that just help us maintain decorum. We got a full house, and we just try to keep it, just to the presentations. Next up, council, do we have any questions of Ms. Cooper? Okay, seeing none. All right, thank you very much. Members, do you have a question for Ms. Cooper?
What about fencing around the total property?
Yeah, so that is typically a site plan detail that can be worked out in further detail at that point in time, but I would imagine as part of the condominium corporation, a fence would be provided around the perimeter of the property. And in addition to that, they are also showing a 6-foot tall solid wood fence on top of a retaining wall that they're proposing.
And what is the number of trees going to be in there?
Do you have an update on, do you know anything about the trees? I know it's site plan as well, but...
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we did receive a tree preservation plan, and it identified 19 trees were to be removed to accommodate the development. So through compensation of 2 trees being planted for every tree removed, we would essentially get, I believe the double of that is 38 trees.
Okay, you're good, thank you. Councillor, any other questions? You're good? Okay, thank you. Councillor DeCoco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Ms. Cooper, you said it's a 6-foot high fence on top of a retaining wall. How high is the wall?
We don't have, through you, Mr. Mayor, we don't have a final grading plan for the proposal at the moment. So I'm unsure of the height of the retaining wall, but that being said, there was a survey submitted that shows at the northwest corner of the property, the difference in elevation between the northwest and the northeast and the southwest is about 1 meter.
So there could be a 6-foot fence on top of a meter retaining wall?
Potentially.
Potentially. And it could
that would be more a site plan detail, and just for clarification, any stormwater runoff has to be accommodated on site. They can't put any more stormwater onto neighboring properties than what they're currently dealing with.
Okay, thank you. I know some of the residents are concerned about the fence. Can the fence be higher? I've heard 8 feet. You can go up to 8 feet. That's why I was asking about the retaining wall, because it's going to depend on how high it is.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I believe our zoning bylaw sets a maximum height of, is it 8 feet? Andrew, do you know the exact?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe it's 2.5 meters.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of council? I do apologize, we do have that flashing strobe light right above the...
I've been trying not to look directly at it.
Anyone have a stroke? Yeah, so maintenance has been called, so hopefully we can get that rectified. So thank you very much, Ms. Cooper. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. This is your chance now to have your voices heard. So council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Now, I know we've got a number of people. I'm going to ask the clerk in a moment, and he's going to walk us through. The main things we're going to ask is, it is a 5-minute maximum. It doesn't mean you need to use all 5 minutes. And the other thing we're going to ask is, we're just to avoid repetition. We know as you get through, obviously the first speakers will have more to say. And if you feel everything's been said, that's probably the most important thing, unless you have something new to add. Council's listening very closely, I can assure you. So I'm going to pass this to the clerk, and he's going to walk us through our list. I believe we've got 13 names of people that want to speak. So, Mr. Clerk, can you maybe introduce us to our speakers list?
Well, just to make sure that the speakers aren't in the spotlight, I do see maintenance right there on standby. Okay. So maybe we take a 2-minute recess here. Yeah. And we watch the star of the show come in with the ladder, Mr. John McLeod.
We can cheer him on, we can encourage him. Thanks, Sean. No pressure. But, and I don't know if we're going to have a light, but it's better no light than a strobe light, I think. So back to you, Mr. Clerk.
Yeah, so as the mayor was explaining, this is the open part of the meeting where the members of the public will have the opportunity to speak. We will start with the people that had pre-registered with us, and as the mayor spoke about, there are 13 of them. They can be called up individually. We will have a timer going on the wall on the clock. So we do, again, just ask that you keep your comments to less than 5 minutes. The first speaker that we have is Marianne Sepala. And if you could state your name again for the record when you approach the microphone, and your address, please.
Marianne Sepala, 6106 Corwin Avenue.
Welcome.
Thank you. I am opposed to this project. As you all know, Dorchester Road is our main north-south artery. And at present, we're in a time of unbridled development that is not sustainable. It's not sustainable for the land because of the aquifer underneath. It's not sustainable for the infrastructure. It will eventually end to gridlock. And it's certainly not sustainable for our environment. If you look at this project, you'll see that it's in between Lundy's Lane and Dunn Street. That's an area of 1 kilometer, 0.3, a 15-minute walk I've walked that 15 minutes and saw 9 rental buildings representing hundreds of rental units, hundreds of people, and hundreds of cars. And what does this tell us? This tells us that the density is not sustainable. So we have to ask ourselves, what kind of a legacy are we leaving our children and our grandchildren? Are we asking them to come to a city that's nice to visit, but impossible to live in? You have to think not only of the present, but of the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, thank you. The next speaker that we have listed is Helen Henderson.
Excuse me.
And Helen, when you're ready, if you could also state your address, please.
My name is Helen Henderson. I live at 6293 Brookfield Avenue. Mayor Diodati and city councilors, a small group of neighborhood residents have planned a presentation for you along with a slideshow, and we will be targeting certain specific issues about this property, so we're not going to repeat and bore you. I live at 6293 Brookfield, which is directly west and across the street from the property we are discussing. For decades, current residents, plus generations of original residents, have purchased homes in our desirable neighborhood. We want to raise our families here, enjoy privacy, and live in peace and harmony. We chose this area for its unique home designs, large lots, mature trees, and quality of life. These are our forever homes. Where else in this city would you be able to say that 25 plus families would have generations of their own families living in one neighborhood? Some of you may remember I stood here numerous times between 2003 and 2008 speaking about this same property. Why do homeowners and taxpayers have to fight for 2 decades to maintain value in their homes and for privacy and peace? Why do neighborhood residents who have contributed to this city for years through their careers and community involvement have to take a back seat to developers? According to the Places to Grow Act of 2005, specifically targeting the Greater Golden Horseshoe, it states that it protects the environment and helps communities achieve a high quality of life, putting people first. Between 2003 and 2008, we made many trips to City Hall for different bylaw amendments. Finally, the developer and residents arrived at a workable and amicable solution for that Dorchester land, which was 12 upscale townhouses. This was the perfect fit for our well-established area. I'm now going to touch on the environment. A species at risk study, right here, was conducted to ensure compliance with the Endangered Species Act of 2007. Simply stated, species at risk and their habitats listed as endangered or threatened are protected from negative impacts as a result of human activity in Ontario. During my 40 years on Brookfield, I have seen owls, bats, red-headed woodpeckers, hawks, herons, four-legged wildlife, due to the abundance of huge mature trees and the lots present. We have consulted an environmental expert and these are our concerns regarding this study. The report did not follow provincial survey protocol and should have been done in leaf-off conditions. This study was done in June, and this is the first of many concerns. The report states they only looked for 9 species at risk. Why only 9? They did not look for the red-headed woodpecker, yet they have been spotted and there is evidence of them. They do not come back to the same tree every year, but they do come back. There are no findings of white wood aster. That's because it flowers in September, and this study was done in June. It's like saying there are no tulips in my yard when it's mid-December. A quote from the Government of Ontario website, September 8th, 2020, states that the most significant threat to white wood aster in Ontario is land development that results in the removal of woodlands that our species rely on for habitat. Studies for bats need to be conducted before leaves emerge on the trees. Again, this study is problematic. It was conducted in June. It is difficult to identify bats with the interference of leaves on the trees. They investigated the small shacks or buildings for evidence of maternal bat roosting and recorded evidence of roosting, but concluded it wasn't species at risk. Again, they would not have seen bats since roosting occurs in the fall. This study did not look in the trees for bats, it only looked at the buildings on the site. The one encouraging recommendation from this study stated that no more trees should be removed, as they are important and a necessary habitat for the existing species. To date, the developer has removed a large number of trees, and the plans indicate he intends to remove more. In conclusion, the purpose of the study to correctly identify the species present should not have been done in June, but under a full year study. We are asking for this deficient study that does not follow provincial survey protocol to be redone during the appropriate seasons as per the Ontario Ministry guidelines, and strongly suggest a peer-reviewed environmental study. In closing, I would like to leave you with these few thoughts. We are not opposed to development of this land. We are willing to work with the developer to come up with a viable solution that makes both groups happy. We would like something developed which is on a smaller scale and will resemble and blend in with the character of our homes, not something that looks like a child's plastic, colorful Lego set. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Again, folks, I appreciate that. We just ask, please, that we don't encourage clapping. It's just maintaining decorum. We know you're passionate. Thank you very much, Ms. Henderson. Who's our next speaker, Mr. Clerk?
Next speaker would be Rob Ainsley.
It's nothing personal if they don't clap for you, just because we just asked them.
I'm okay with that. Robert Ainsley, 7100 McMillan Drive.
If we could switch back to the media during everybody's presentation, please.
Okay.
As it is.
Our IT guys are working on that.
Thank you. Yeah, if we can just keep that up so we can continue through. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank the mayor and the city council for dealing with something that was passionate for me a couple of years ago with the Airbnb. You came out with a balance for all the community that was involved, and it's nice that residential areas stay residential and that we don't have people making doing vacation properties in the middle. I'm happier with a neighbor than I am with some weekender. I'd also like to compliment you on the Broadway Motel, that we had a very tasteful development that we put there, and it adds value to the neighborhood. Now, traffic. I'm shocked that the study said that the traffic was fine or not impacted on that. Traffic on Dorchester and Lundy's Lane is currently a nightmare. I was fortunate coming here. It only took me 2 stoplights to get through. But this is mainly an artery for north-south service to Niagara Falls. We have already added enough development. We've doubled the density of our neighborhood, and yet we haven't added any highways or expanded the width of Dorchester. Now, when you drive down from McLeod to Lundy's Lane, there are 8 school buses on the west side, and there are 9 school buses on the east side. When you're following these buses, you can't get by because we have all the additional traffic that we get from the Canadian Tire, the Home Depot, the Costco. You can't get there. And to add insult to injury, we don't even have a right-hand turning lane on the McLeod or the Dorchester-Lundy's Lane intersection. Your bus stops are right at the end of the intersection. So as soon as you pull up to there, if there are 2 cars back, you have to wait. So typically what happens with this traffic, it's backed up to Stoke Street, and then people are going to cut through. I live on McMillan, and we get people barreling down there all the time just to try to avoid Dorchester and Lundy's Lane. Within this new proposed development, there are 13 schools within 2 kilometers. There are also 14 churches. This traffic study was done in August of 2021. The border was shut down. All the businesses were closed. There was nobody working. Most of the people were working from home. It's absolutely ridiculous that we even have this traffic study. It should be redone during school time when the buses are running and people are going about their business. It would be like doing a snow removal study in August. Also, I'd like to mention, that none of the Niagara College or Brock school buses were running at the time. And so, again, we had minimal traffic. So I would want to see the traffic study redone. Everyone around here or in this room has had their property taxes increased a minimum 12%. I do not see 12% more in services that we are receiving right now. One of my understandings is that while our property taxes are ongoing, when they do this development, the builder gets a buy on these property taxes for a 10-year period. So that means everyone else is going to be paying for this services that he's going to be receiving. No other questions. No other comments.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ainsley. Appreciate that. Mr. Clerk, who do we have next?
Next, we would ask for Dan Armenti.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Okay, great. Okay. How do I move? Just hit space. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Armenti, and my family owns one of the properties on Stoke Street. And so I've got a specific topic that I'd like to discuss here. Again, we're trying not to duplicate things. So I'd like to basically look at the zoning, the current zoning, and what the current zoning allowed, and I'd like to touch upon a few other things. So we've just got a picture up here that basically shows the original zoning of this particular area as it would have been 50 years ago when the people originally settled here. So you can see basically R1C, R1C, R1A. So it's all clearly single family, low density, residential. And again, when my parents purchased this property 50 years ago, this is basically the plan that was put forward. And essentially the way I look at it is the city basically made a contract with people like my family. They made a contract, they made a promise to these people. And they said, look it, we've approved the plan of subdivision, and we basically, this is what we will allow in this area, right? And so, in my opinion, the city is obligated to basically keep that promise and to keep these properties zoned R1, single-family homes. And you really have no right to break that contract with these people after 50 years. You're talking about people that are 80, 90 years old, have spent their entire life there, right? They've built the neighborhood. They are the neighborhood, okay? They built the neighborhood. The city didn't build the neighborhood. The planning department didn't build the neighborhood. The province didn't build the neighborhood. These people built the neighborhood, all right? And they built the neighborhood into what it is today. And so, in my opinion, again, the planning department, I don't understand how they could recommend this proposal. But the planning department and the city councilors, in my opinion, have no choice. They've got to reject this. This is a mature, established neighborhood, and these residences today will make it crystal clear to you that they don't want you to screw with it. All right? Now, aside from that, let's go forward. This is what the proposal will look like. So again, you can see here, you've got basically all single-family lots, and then you've got this one giant property in the middle of it, right? So you look at it, and if you look at it from a planning perspective, now, I'm by no means a planner, but to me, a lot of this stuff is common sense, right? And if you look at it from a planning perspective, and you say, well, look at, the question that we should ask ourselves here is this proposal suitable and appropriate for the neighborhood? And again, you have all single-family homes, right? So now you're looking at dropping a five-story building, right, in the middle of single-family homes. And you ask yourself, is this suitable? Well, I think most people in this room will say, no, absolutely not, right? I mean, how is this different? Let's look at, for example, Collegiuro Estates. Go to Collegiuro Estates, look at those homes, right? All R1A. Now, could you imagine dropping a 10-story building in the middle of that? Absolutely not. Right? And so how is that different than this neighborhood here? In my opinion, it is no different, right? So then again, if we look at it from a planning perspective, we have to ask our question, is this a suitable development for this existing area or not? And again, in my opinion, when you look at the criteria, the planning and the councilors, again, you have no choice. You have to say no, it's not suitable. Now, I'd also like to talk about a little further. So let's review this from a planning perspective again. And let's look at the specifics of this proposal. Again, the current properties are zoned R1, R1C, and there is a property that was rezoned to R4. And again, in my opinion, you made a big mistake changing it to R4. It should have remained at R1. Now, I hope you don't make an even bigger mistake and rezone it to R5C, because that would be a huge mistake. So again, we look at this from a zoning perspective. The question is, can we rezone it to R5C? And again, we have to ask ourselves, does this specific plan meet the regulations of R5C in the zoning bylaw 79-200, your bylaw, right? If we look at the facts, again, the answer is no. There are 5 regulations that are not met by this proposal. I'm going to quickly glance through them all, but the first one is front yard allowance. Your bylaw says 7.5 meters. We've only got 6. Landscape open space. Your bylaw says 40%. We've got 36.5. Number of parking spaces. Your bylaw tells us we need 104. We have 93. And I have an asterisk by the 93, because the next regulation is parking stall dimensions. Your bylaw says 2.75 by 6. All 93 of these parking spots are 2.6 by 5.8. The lane width, very important. Bylaw says 6.9, you have 6. So again, based on this criteria, looking at it from a factual point of view, right? I mean, taking the emotions out of it, taking the feelings out of it, looking at it from a factual point of view, you have to ask yourself again, does this meet the criteria of the planning criteria? And again, the answer is no. So again, based on that, we have no choice. We need to reject this particular application. Because if we don't, then when I come here with my apartment building proposal, I'm going to do the same thing. When my architect designs my parking spaces to 3 meters, right? And when he gives me the exact number of parking spaces I require, I say, what are you doing? And he's going to say, well, this is the bylaw. Who cares about the bylaw? Not even the planning department cares about the bylaw. Why should I care about the bylaw? Cut those things in half, right? So this is a dangerous, slippery slope that we're on here, right? And so again, from a planning perspective, you look at it and you say, well, you know, We have a bylaw, right? What good is the bylaw if we don't follow it? It
Mr.
becomes
Armenti,
worthless.
we're over 5 minutes now, if you could wrap it up.
Okay, I'm going to wrap it up very quickly. And I'm just going to conclude by saying again, 50 years ago, when people like my parents bought this property, the city of Niagara Falls basically made a contract with them. And I expect that the city should keep that contract. And if they don't, it's a big mistake. So again, in my opinion, you have no choice. If you approve this plan, then basically you're saying to people like this, you know that contract we made with you 50 years ago? We're tearing it up. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, who do we have next?
Our next speaker is Carrie Lewis.
Mr. Mayor, Council.
Welcome.
My name is Carrie Lewis. I live at 6178 Brookfield Avenue, and my property does not border on the property that's in question today. I'm a real estate broker with Royal LePage here in Niagara Falls for the last 12 years. The McMillan Corwin subdivision was built between the mid-1950s and the 1960s and has been home to many well-respected families and professionals in the city, including doctors, lawyers, and politicians. And it still does today, and including Mayor Jim's aunt, last I heard. The average sale price for this area in the last 2 years is $873,000 on a single-family dwelling. Now, I'm not here to boast about the values of these homes, but to talk about the stigma that could affect their value. A stigma in real estate is an unfavorable quality that makes the property less attractive or unattractive, but is unrelated to the physical condition or features. This might include a death occurring in the home, a cemetery bordering in the backyard, or perhaps a numerical address of 666, or a multi-story rental apartment in the backyard. Stigmas may not affect everyone, but if I took 10 prospective buyers in the backyards of these stigmatized properties, how many will be affected? So now I have perhaps one buyer instead of 10 interested. So what does this do to the market value of this home? Does it increase it by 5%, 10%, maybe 15%? Now 10% may not seem like a large number, but when you calculate that on $873,000, that is $75,000 to $100,000. Now, I don't know about council, but that's a lot of money for myself and my neighbors, and on possibly their largest asset. If approved, these 74 units, I estimate Panama Properties income will be $2 million per year. So who's going to make up the difference for the neighborhood's loss? Is it the city? Is it Panorama Properties? Now, I understand as individual communities, we have to contribute to our housing diversification. But I believe that we have done our part. We have over 300 apartment units from Lundy's Lane to Stokes. The last few points I'd like to make are single-rise townhomes would be more of a natural downsizing progression for the residents in this area, or even a tasteful senior apartment condominium like the mansions of Forest Glen, which currently has zero availability. Stats from the Niagara Falls Housing Direction Strategy state that persons would require a minimum income of $70,000 for the cheapest possible apartment in this building. Is this helping the medium income community of Niagara Falls, or is this really just lining the pockets of the future Butera successors. In conclusion, according to the City of Niagara Falls official plan, the location of the proposed low-rise building does not comply with the current height strategy map as shown. I don't know if we have a copy of the map. On a side note, what's that?
This map?
Yeah, or if you have the other one? Yes. So this map actually shows that this area would allow for low-rise building, which is low-rise technically is 5 to 8 story. Now I do know my geography, and the proposed property does not fit into that. On a side note, this map actually does not show any height density in the southwest section of the city close to shopping, where walk scores would be much more favorable than 6259 Dorchester. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Quick, maybe to speed things up, we'll mention 2 names so we'll know who's up next, so they can kind of get shuffled to the edge.
Yes, the next speaker would be Cheryl Slater, followed by Angel Anderson.
Mayor Diodati, Niagara Falls City Council members, good afternoon. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak with you regarding the application to amend existing zoning on properties 6259 to 6293 Dorchester Road. My name is Cheryl Slater. My husband Richard and I live adjacent to the 6259 Dorchester property. As you will hear and you've heard, we have a number of individuals that will also speak about our concerns with this rezoning for development. My presentation is very simple. The numbers don't lie. I am quite aware of the province's crisis for affordable housing. With the inception of the Places to Grow Act 2005, more houses built faster, more home, more choice, and a number of articles to be found on the government website, it is abundantly clear that there are concerns and plans to address housing challenges. Information provided to me through the Planning and Development Department states that Council endorsed the Municipal Housing Pledge and committed to the building of 8,000 new housing units to be constructed by the year 2031. I am told that there are approximately 8,700 residential units that have received Planning Act application approvals. So very simple math. You have done your job. You as a council have met your requirements. There is no need to change the zoning to accommodate a 74-unit apartment building. Uphold the decision of the previous city council, of which there are still members present on today's council. The site-specific bylaw 2008-131 that was passed August 18, 2008. Yes, 2008. There have been decisions, compromises, defeats, and final agreement for this particular land since 2003. As mentioned, our neighborhood has worked together with council and developers to come to an amicable decision. This is not. To quote from the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing in the article, "More Homes, More Choice," we need to add different types of housing to existing neighborhoods while protecting their character. This 5-story apartment proposal is not conducive to our neighborhood. It doesn't fit the characteristics of our unique neighborhood. This is not vacant farmland ripe for development, but an existing, well-established neighborhood with the majority of the homes either bungalows or 2-story. It would be a shame to have this type of building looming over our yards. It just doesn't fit. In summary, you've got the numbers. Congratulations. There isn't the need for this much infill. We are not objecting to the development of this site. We want the city to uphold the previous decision and rezone the 2 additional lots to coincide with bylaw 2008-131. This would allow the building of 2-unit dwellings,
2 semi-detached dwellings, along with accessory buildings and structures with height restriction of 7.5 meters and minimum landscaped open space equal to 30% of the lot area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk?
So we will call now on Angel Anderson, followed by Alicia and/or Ryan Racine.
Space, okay. Mayor Diodati, members of council, neighbors and friends, my name is Angel and I live directly behind the proposed project site. Excuse me. Today I want to talk about some concerns and impacts that this development will have on our neighborhood. The impact on the infrastructure. Throughout Niagara Falls, there's many locations which use old legacy combined sewer systems. They have both storm sewer and sanitary sewers. Regularly, these systems are overwhelmed and are forced to discharge sanitary waste or human waste directly into our fresh water. I have not confirmed all locations where this is happening, but it has been brought to my attention that Dorchester Road area is possibly one of them. The majority of the sanitary sewer systems between Spence Street and McLeod Road were built in 1948. There are some partial exceptions. Some of the sewers that feed the main combined sewers that have an overflow so that it can be relieved when flooding, such as a large storm. And as a side note, these 100-year storms that we're getting are now happening with more regularity. Brookfield Avenue has a combined sewer system. Has there been a recent study conducted to see if the sewer can accommodate the new units that have recently been built? Has there been a study to indicate if there's enough capacity to sustain more intake on our sanitary sewers? Noting that there is at least one known overflow that discharges directly into the canal. I won't even get into how overtaxed our current pollution control plant is. I would not want to make the same mistakes the City of Hamilton has. Noise. Noise from the air handling units. I was walking near one of the new apartment buildings up by Lundy's Lane, and the noise from the units on top of the 5-story building could be heard on the ground crystal clear. Noise from vehicles such as garbage trucks, car alarms, people yelling from the top floor to the ground floor. Lighting. Parking lot lights will shine into backyards and homes. We know this as the residents who live on Barker Street have a similar building beside them and currently have this problem. They are still unhappy about it. Rats. Will we possibly have a rat infestation? Again, the residents on Barker Street are still trying to rid their homes of rats. Who's going to pay for the exterminator? Bats. I'm not hitting it. Bats. Did you know that bats eat up to 1,000 mosquitoes an hour? We all know that mosquitoes carry disease like West Nile. With the trees that have already been taken down, and more, with the trees that have already been taken down and more removed, with the trees that have already been removed and the developer planning on taking more, where will the bats now be roosting? In our attics, garages, and sheds? Snow removal. Where will they put the snow? Will it be pushed up against my yard or one of my neighbor's yards? And what will happen when the snow starts to melt? Global warming. I read every page of the report and the studies that have been made available to me. Nowhere did I read where global warming was ever considered. Global warming is so serious that all levels of government are acting. Traffic. You heard how inaccurate and flawed the traffic study is. We currently see vehicles speed down our quiet neighborhood roads at high speeds to circumvent the long lines on Dorchester Road. As recently as Thursday, July the 6th, there was a hit and run on the corner of Corwin Avenue and Stoke Street. The man that was struck was injured but survived. Niagara Regional Police have obtained video surveillance. There is a park across the street from my home. I believe that it's only a matter of time before someone hits a child crossing the street to go play in the park. Parking. The proposed development states that there is 93 parking spots, 4 of which are accessible. That brings the parking spaces down to 89 standard parking spots. According to the documentations provided, this building can house up to 260 people. That means they expect 171 people not to own a vehicle. Most families today would need dual income to afford to live there at $2,500 per month, which would mean that most families would have 2 cars per household. I want to mention that there's no visitor parking anywhere. Where do friends and family park? On the side streets? We have over 250 neighborhood signatures saying they are opposed to the development of a 5-story apartment building and are in support of the current zoning. We only have one neighbor who is in favor, and they have sold their house. Geez, I can't imagine why. I know that as a city council member, you are in a difficult situation, and I feel for you. Your job is extremely challenging. How do you make decisions when the information presented to you is old, flawed, and inaccurate? I hope that your decision today is not about the provincial mandates, because we've already met and exceeded that quota. We are more than willing to work with the developers as we have done in the past. We are not anti-development. We are right development in the right place. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we'll call upon Alicia and/or Ryan Racine, followed by Mal Formasano.
I'm here today just to read a letter on behalf of Jamie and Kelly Clark. So hello, our names are Jamie and Kelly Clark. We live at 6063 Corwin Avenue, just around the corner from yet another proposed large 5-story apartment complex for Dorchester Road across from Stoke Street. I, like many of the surrounding homes in the neighborhood, oppose such a large development in a character neighborhood with many mature trees. Unfortunately, we both work and won't be able to attend the meeting today. Since the recent build at the former Diamond Jubilee site, we have noticed an increase in traffic cutting through our once quiet streets to bypass Lundy's Lane. Not to mention, there's been a significant increase in traffic when trying to turn onto Dorchester Road from Barker or Stoke Street. So much so that I feel we require a do not block intersection sign at Dorchester and Barker, similar to the one at Dorchester and Spence. The traffic that once only backed up to Spence from the light at Dorchester and Lundy's Lane is now backing up to Barker Street and beyond. I request that you please drive up and down Dorchester Road and try to access Dorchester Road from Barker on a weekday around 4 p.m. The traffic concerns are exacerbated during the school year, as there is also a school crossing located at this intersection. Have there been any traffic studies to monitor flows before and after these builds? Is this even considered? If not, it needs to be. Not to mention, there are often accidents at the lights located at Dorchester and Lundy's Lane. These will only increase with more cars concentrated in this area. This increase in traffic congestion is already going to get worse, as yet another large development is going up just a few hundred meters down Dorchester Road beside the church. What considerations has the city undertaken to alleviate this increase in traffic congestions? What consideration is given to the concerns of residents, many of whom have lived in this area for decades? Furthermore, this proposed new build will not fit with the neighborhood. This is a well-established neighborhood with many older character homes. Although our home will not be directly impacted, I certainly would not want people peering out of their balconies into my backyard. This is totally unfair to those surrounding single-family homes, and this is already happening with those who live beside the former Diamond Jubilee site, and it is not right. Not to mention the style and outward aesthetic of the building at Diamond Jubilee and the proposed new build do not suit an area with historic homes. Judy LaMarche, Rosewood, Egerton Morden Heritage Home, built in 1875. There is plenty of land in the city not surrounded by single-family homes where a large complex like this would be suitable if that is the builder's desire. I am not opposed to the appropriate development on the site, but another large apartment complex is nowhere near appropriate. I believe at one time 1 to 1.5 story luxury condos were proposed. That seems like a much more logical and appropriate use of the proposed space. However, transforming what was once a 1 or 2 single-story dwelling into a 5-story complex is nowhere near appropriate. Sincerely, Jamie and Kelly Clark. I will say just one thing on behalf of my wife and myself. We were first-time home buyers last year. We moved into the neighborhood on Brookfield, and had we known of this proposed development, we likely would not have purchased in the area. So we would argue there is a stigma between
North End is the best place. Right.
Thank you.
Next up is Mal Formasano, followed by Mark Kane.
Just gonna skip through a couple here. Thank you very much, and thank you for letting us present our media even at the last moment. My name is Mal Farmasano, and I actually own the property the south adjacent to this development, and probably one of the most impacted of the development. What I've done, a lot of the people have already spoken about all the same issues, and I don't want to repeat, but so what I'm going to do is I just want to show you some pictures of what we're encountering. This would be a look from the new development, looking down on our property. As you can see, there's no privacy. Every inch of my property is there to be exposed to every eye that wants to see it. And just like my property, all of our surrounding properties are the same. When we took our property, we really enjoyed the seclusion and tranquility of our property with all its natural beauty, which now would look like this. And I know that it looks crazy, but our hearts go out to the people who are on the south side of the development at Diamond Jubilee, whose backyards actually look like this now. These are actual photos from their backyard. And in the wintertime, it would be even worse. Imagine with all the leaves, all the trees in bloom, we could see straight across everything. Now, you've heard of so many people reach out to us saying this isn't right, it doesn't fit. And so we decided to compose visually all the people who are objecting this in the neighborhood. And I'd like for you to take a look at this little video, this little clip. It just doesn't fit. These are actual signed letters of opposition that we received from the neighborhood that do not want to see a 5-story building here. And for that, I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So we'll call upon Mark Kane, followed by Richard Serrato.
Thank you for my opportunity to speak here, Mayor Diodati and City Council. I am completely opposed to this, and I hope you are all opposed to it as well. We're not opposed to development, we need development. But again, if we put it in the middle of Calogero Estates, it's not right. There's no excuse, and there's no amount of money that will make that right. People buy their homes with the condition that they're going to have similar use homes in their area. We're not going to have a dispensary next door to a school that's distributing marijuana. And we're not going to have a 10-story apartment building in the backyard of your house, Mr. Mayor. It's not acceptable. It's unacceptable. My name is Mark Kane. I live directly behind at 6292 Brookfield Avenue. We purchased our home in 2011. Our property and all the surrounding properties were and always have been single-family homes. Our subdivision was the Calogero Estates in 1950, and wonderful people lived there and raised their family there, and many of them are still there today. The exception is a small portion to accommodate that density, and the neighborhood, long before I was there, got together and said, hey, if we're going to do this, let's do it right. And they worked with the developer, and they came up with the idea that upscale townhouses solved all the problems. It increased the density. It looked right. And everybody was comfortable. They had the pride of ownership, which would have continued. However, they chose not to continue, but sell that property for greater profit to move on to even greater profit. And now we're looking today at a huge development with 260 people in it. Bravo. It's going to be a lot of money. But what's it going to do for the people? Are we here for the money or are we here for the people? I don't know about you, but I'm worried about my children, my grandchildren, and my grandchildren still. And what we do today will form what this city is for the future. We can literally erode all the good properties in Niagara Falls and put 30-story high-rises. Welcome to Toronto. Do we want to live in Toronto? No, because if we did, we'd be there already. This is not Toronto. Council has done some wonderful things with developing and setting up wonderful areas downtown here in order to have high-rise buildings that are going to accommodate upscale and modest income housing. I commend you for that. That's wonderful. But if we allow developers to choose the area where they're going to develop and put their money into those areas, then I can assure you they're going to do it where they get the most money, not what makes sense. It's all about you people making the decision of what makes sense. What do you want in your children's backyards? And if it was already there already, it's understandable. When you're developing these properties that are brand new, it only makes sense that those homeowners that are buying those properties, they sign on and sign into that agreement that there's already going to be a building there. They know about it. You're not springing up saying, hey, hallelujah, we're going to put up a 10-story building after they've been there for 30 or 40 years, as you are now here. It doesn't make sense. We acknowledge, too, that the planning department has to make changes. It only makes sense. Things have changed. So one of the big things that I really noticed that was compelling to me is the amendments or accommodations that were made for parking. Has vehicles gotten smaller? In 1993, when the official plan was put in place, we thought they would. 25% of the vehicles in the streets of Niagara Falls now are full-size pickup trucks and SUVs. So if we've got to make accommodation, let's make the proper accommodation. They should be larger, not smaller. We're accommodating the citizens, not developers. The key is to do things and do it right, because once it's done here, you can't erase it and go on and just say, hey, we didn't like it, let's just remove that building. No, you're stuck with it. You own it, and you're responsible for it. And you'll have to answer to your children and grandchildren why a nice city like Niagara Falls, that has all the opportunity to develop outlying areas and even in the core, chose not to do it, because we could get more money doing it in Calagero Estates, and a 10-story there makes more money. Well, I'm sorry, this isn't about money, it's about people. This is our families, this is our livelihoods. 83% of the people today drive their own automobile to work. Maybe we don't like that number, but it's a reality we got to live with. Planning department should know this. That means if we got 260 people living in this building, many of them are going to have vehicles, a whole lot more than 94. I think that's what the plan is. And particularly if you're over $2,000 a month, we have to have the income to support it. We can safely assume on average there's going to be more than 1.4 vehicles per individual. Please look in your own driveways. Is there only one vehicle there, or 1.4? No. Most people have at least 2 vehicles in their driveway, particularly if they're spending $2,000 or $2,500 a month for rent. There isn't the space available. There isn't the safety available. And what worries me most, the green space. Back in 1993, when your plans were originally put in place, very few people actually had pets in their homes. Now we're at 53%. So when people come home working all day so they can pay for their rent, they want to take their pet out so they can relieve themselves. They're not going to hustle into their pickup truck and drive them to the dog park. That doesn't make sense. They're in a hurry. They've been in all day. Where's the green space so that they can use that? More importantly, what about the children? Every advocate for children say they need more outdoor. They need less screen time. So what do we do as planners? Let's make it smaller. Let's remove the green space. Children, not a big problem. Pet feces, what the heck? I'm sorry, these are important things that have to be realized. Yes, things have changed since 1993 Planning Department. It has changed immensely, but it's not changed to accommodate the developers. Our changes should accommodate the citizens, the people that are going to be living in these buildings in the city of Niagara Falls. These are your uncles, your cousins, your brothers, your sisters. One councillor recently told me that they're looking at potentially moving into an apartment building themselves. What are they going to do? They won't even be able to sit out comfortably on a green space if they chose this location in order to move to, because they wanted to move from a multi-story house. So if you're going to make these choices, do it for your constituents. The constituents are the important ones. We've already met the requirements of the province of Ontario. We've already spoke of that. We've already met the requirements with regards to the city as far as income is concerned, because you're going to get little or none for the next 10 years. Well, I shouldn't say that. We're going to have to pay for it. Is it up to 10 years that they don't pay property taxes? Is that correct? How is that acceptable? I'm sorry, we've got these huge increases in my property taxes, and I'm supposed to just let a developer come in? Now remember, we've already met our criteria for the provincial government. And then the development fees are going to be slashed in half. So now I've got to reach into my pocket again after all these taxes and all these increases and pay more? I'm sorry. I certainly hope that our discussions today with you will remind you that it is the people. It's your own family. It's your brothers, your sisters, your mothers, your fathers. It's your children that are going to inherit this city from you. And they're going to either blame you or they're going to bless you. You'll either be a good person to them or they won't want to look you in the face because you made decisions that have ruined the lifestyle for them and their children for the future. Please, make the right choice. Take care of our children. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Richard Serrata, followed by Anita Traub.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Serrata. My address is 6358 Pinestone Road. And it'd be no surprise that I'm speaking against approval of this application. I too was a little surprised that planning would recommend this proposal. The recommendation from planning department states that the development, and I quote, will assist the city in meeting its intensification targets. I would submit that the question that should be asked is the quality of this intensification what's intended in your official city plan? Or is it simply development for the sake of increasing residential density? I don't want to extend my comments too far into this whole issue of intensification. Personally, I understand and I believe that intensification is a reality, and you're going to have to deal with it. I don't think in your city plan, and I don't think in these kinds of proposals and recommendations that you're dealing with it, and you can see the results of that. So I'll pass on any more comments on intensification. The recommendation states that it is within walking distance to commercial uses, and access to commercial uses is an integral part of intensification. Technically, that's correct. There is commercial development at Lundy's Lane, and there probably are some people who would walk the more than half a kilometer to get there. But the question that should be asked is, what is the nature and quality of those services? Will people actually walk there to use them? And does the general area encourage people to walk? Commercial development on Lundy's Lane is predominantly restaurants, fast food, and tourist services with very high volume of automobile traffic. You don't see very many pedestrians on that section of Lundy's Lane. On the corner, there's one bank. The closest supermarket and pharmacy are more than a kilometer away. There's one convenience store within the 1 kilometer radius. The closest comprehensive shopping districts are at McLeod and at Dorchester and Morrison. Both are over 2 kilometers away from this site. So I would submit that this is not, in fact, intensification. This is an increase in population density, and that the application is not appropriate under intensification. The planning department further states that the scale and massing of the proposed building and setbacks respects the surrounding built form. Well, you've already heard plenty of comments about that. I would just say that yes, there are multi-level buildings in the area. There are 3 older 2- and 3-story apartment buildings towards Lundy's Lane, that those were all built well before the current city plan was developed, and certainly before the current regulations exist. It's only when you approach Lundy's Lane do you get into the 5-story newer apartment buildings. A 5-story apartment building in the middle of a predominantly single-family neighborhood does not respect the surrounding built form. I'm sorry. There's been a lot of discussion already about privacy and all of those issues. There was some discussion about fencing. I would just like to say that fencing is of no value when the top 3 or 4 stories of this building look down on the houses and backyards of the surrounding area. And there's a significant loss of privacy when that happens. I want to refer to a couple more sections of the city plan that I think you need to consider. These are under Part 2, Section 1, Land Use Policies in Built-Up Areas. 1.15.1. Intensification shall be designed to integrate into the surrounding area. I again submit that this 5-story building does not integrate into the surrounding area. All of the adjacent properties are 1- and 2-story single dwelling residences. 1.152. there should be a graduation of building heights. This is in your city official plan. There is a graduation of heights as you move towards Lundy's Lane. And when you're very close to Lundy's Lane, there are 5-story apartment buildings there. But when you move in the opposite direction towards this site, there's no graduation. Quite the opposite. And when you go south of this site, there is 0 graduation. So this is from your city official plan. 1.153, there should be harmonious mix of single and family and single and multiple developments. I don't need to comment any further on that. My last point, 1.155. The inclusion of various housing forms through intensification shall not be mixed indiscriminately, but arranged in graduation. And I would submit to you that the approval of this 5-story apartment building in this location would be indiscriminate. So again, I think you have a serious challenge in this city to deal with this question of intensification. You can't continue to build suburbs, you don't have the infrastructure, but I think when I examined your city plan, I would say you really need to go back and rethink the whole concept of intensification, what you're doing, how you're conforming to that concept. And it's a challenging area, everybody understands that. Every city is going through it. And intensification is changing. Now, today, it emphasizes more on livability and quality of livability for residents and the synergy of residences with commercial development and even industrial development in some cases.
Mr. Schrader, we're over the time limit.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
So, again, I would ask you not to approve this application, and there have been many suggestions made about going back to the R4 classification designation. I would support that. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker, Anita Traub, and then followed by Chris Antea.
Mr. Mayor, City Council members, hi. My name is Anita Traub and I live on Stoke Street. I'm a resident of Stoke Street here in Niagara Falls and have serious objections to the proposed rezoning of 6259 to 6293 Dorchester Road. I'd like to share them with you now in the time allotted to me. So-called NIMBYism does not apply to these very practical objections. When a development plan conflicts with existing neighborhood purposes and functioning, that plan is logically cast into doubt. This proposed rezoning guarantees that order will decrease, chaos will increase, as will harm to residents. A single resident chosen neighborhood spanning 3 generations finds no commonality with a high-rising resident intensified plan. The presence of a 5-story apartment guarantees a loss of the preciousness of nearby residents' privacy as a matter of common sense. Residential privacy and 5-story towers are incompatible. Why zoning exists to avoid such poor planning? For most residents, their homes and properties are their greatest financial asset by far. The presence of a 5-story aesthetic insult and privacy threat guarantees that residents' asset values will fall. Nevertheless, our property taxes have increased almost 20% this year alone, while the developer will benefit from our subsidizing him. In seeking an amendment to required parking capacity, this proposal admits defeat from the outset. It plans on using nearby Stoke Street as an overflow parking lot. If the building plan cannot be self-contained, then it should not exist in this location. Streets are for local neighborhood traffic, not for outside source parking. The chaos, sadly, will not end here. Traffic on Dorchester Road has already intensified due to existing developments. Drivers are frequently unable to enter businesses located at the Dorchester-Lundy's Lane intersection due to car lineups blocking entrances and simply move on and surrender. Exiting these parking lots, drivers exhibit patience, skill, and sometimes daringly dangerous intrusions. This traffic condition repeats itself at Morrison. Entering Dorchester from residential streets is only slightly less hazardous, and drivers often opt for turning right instead of left, prolonging their drive time. Traffic risks are further increased as a bus route exists immediately adjacent to the proposed development. The influx of millions of summer tourists and hazardous winter driving conditions will force an even greater demand on drivers' patience and skill. By voting down this misplaced, oversized apartment building, City Council now has the opportunity to vote down inevitable increased driving injuries before they happen. Considering the detriment that this proposal brings to the neighborhood, and that Niagara Falls has already exceeded the additional housing development mandated by the province of Ontario, this development is unjustifiably excessive. We, as local residents, have been reasonable in accommodating appropriate past nearby developments, but when unreasonableness presents itself, we are not being unfair to object to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk?
Our last registered speaker is Chris Antea.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Antea, and I live at 6219 Dorchester Road, right beside Cheryl. I'm the second property away from it. Now, I've lived in this area for 64 years. I grew up on Corwin Crescent, which is just across the road off of Stokes. And anyways, let's see, I didn't come prepared for this, but anyways, ever since you guys have worked on Drummond Road with the turning lanes, the traffic in Dorchester has doubled. We need the turning lanes on Dorchester Road also because the traffic moved to Dorchester and it never returned to Drummond. There's been, that, and like I say, I've lived in this area for 64 years, and this is quite a little small snow belt. I don't know if it's because of Drummond Hill, at Lundy's Lane. There's always been more snow on this side of Lundy's Lane than the other side. I remember in '84, the snow drifts were higher than my dad's house that I lived in. So there's tremendous amount of snow, and with global change, it can be just the opposite. Could be really hot or really cold, more snow, we don't know. This proposal has got no space for snow removal, for stockpiling the snow. Every plan that you guys look at, do you ever see one shown in the winter? It's always in the summer, trees and everything. They never show snow removal or storage of snow. And getting to even something else, we're supposed to be getting into electric vehicles. They're supposed to be basically outlawed gasoline in 2035. There's no provisions for this in any apartment building, right? Should be looking at that. No, even parking spaces. Okay, I own just a standard truck that's very common these days. It's just a 4-door GM half-ton pickup truck. But my mirror width is 8 feet 6 inches. Your proposed width is 8 feet 5 3/4 inches. So if there was 2 of these trucks parked side by side, the mirrors would hit. So why are you going smaller? Costco parking spots are 9 feet 10 inches wide. Geez, they've got a lot of vehicles going in and out of there, so they were smart enough to go bigger. But anyways, that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other?
Your Worship, that does conclude the number of registered residents that had contacted us previously that wanted to speak today.
Thank you for that. And none online either. Okay, Councillor, first before we close the public meeting, any questions of council for staff or for any of the speakers? Okay, I see none. Council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. Do we have someone here to represent the developer? Are they not here? Are they online?
So, Your Worship, we do have the agent on behalf of the developer, and he is attending via Zoom. We'll have IT staff connect him shortly.
Okay.
Hello there, Mr. Chair. This is Franz Kleipofer with AJ Clark and Associates.
Okay, welcome to the meeting, Franz. Well, the floor is yours.
Okay, and am I able to bring up my presentation, or will the clerk be doing that for me?
Okay, we'll find out. Pardon me? Okay, you can go ahead and share.
Excellent. Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Franz Kleipofer, and I'm a registered professional planner, principal, and planning lead with AJ Clark and Associates. I'm speaking today on behalf of our client, Panoramic Developments, with regard to an application for a zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 6259 to 6293 Dorchester Road in the city of Niagara Falls. For the record, we have reviewed the report provided by staff and are supportive of their recommendations to approve the proposed development, including the stated modifications. Subject lands consist of 3 parcels of land, specifically 6259, 6269, and 6263 Dorchester Road, and are approximately 0.7 hectares in area and located on the west side of Dorchester Road at the intersection with Stoke Street. To the north of the subject lands, as you've heard, are single-family dwellings with 2.5-story apartment developments beyond. To the south and west of the subject lands are single-family dwellings. To the east are single-family dwellings with a residential condominium geared toward retirement living to the south, and 2 2.5-story apartment buildings to the north. A few notes on the overall context of the area, and on this slide we're really pulling back to see the neighborhood as a whole from that 10,000-foot ceiling. And as you can see, the subject lands are in close proximity to AG Bridge Park and Princess Margaret Public School. They are located approximately 550 meters to the north, or about a 5-minute walk, is the Lundy's Lane Tourist Commercial Corridor. Now, 500 to 550 meters is generally the size that meets the walkability score in terms of distance within most planning policy. So that is approximately a 5-minute walk. It is also important to note that Dorchester Road is designated an arterial road in the Niagara Falls official plan, and is also home to the Niagara Falls Transit Route 111 with stop 396 located approximately 9 meters north of the subject lands. We are proposing a 5-story condominium development, which is approximately 16 meters in height with 74 condominiums. Now, you may recall that our initial concept, as presented in November of 2020, proposed 85 units. This proposal represents a reduction of 11 units from the initial concept. And access is provided off Dorchester Road at the intersection with Stoke Street, and the entire parking area is proposed in the rear and internal side yard of the subject lands. The number of parking spaces has increased since the last concept by 1 space to 93 spaces, which represents an increase of 13 parking units from the original concept. This, along with an 11 dwelling unit reduction from the original concept, results in an increased parking rate from 1 space per unit in the original concept to 1.25 spaces per unit today. I would also note that the location of the garbage collection has been relocated to a more interior location, and the turning radii of the waste management vehicle has been improved to provide greater distance from the property line as per suggestions from our last public meeting. The type of garbage storage system has also been upgraded to a sealed deep well garbage system that keeps the garbage below grade at cooler temperatures to eliminate any nuisance as a result of odor or pests. This is a specific upgrade that my client has brought to the table specifically to address concerns regarding odor and pests. As you can see, we are proposing an articulated facade which is constructed of brick, glass, wood, and stucco with precast panels and pronounced balconies located throughout the north and south facade. This gives you a good idea as to what the building will look like from all 4 sides at this stage of the game. The exterior details of the design will be refined in far greater detail at the site plan stage as the details of this are fleshed out following the zoning bylaw application. Now, a few notes on policy context. There was a fair amount of information brought to the table regarding the official plan, so I just wanted to touch on that with you now. This slide provides an overview of the policy context in the area. The subject lands are designated residential within the built-up area of the city's official plan. Section 1.1 and 1.2 of the general policies of the residential designation are really quite significant. I'd like to read those to you. Policy 1.1 reads, "The predominant use of land in areas designated residential shall be for dwelling units of all types, catering to a wide range of households. Predominant uses shall include single, detached, semi-detached dwellings, duplex, triplex, quadruplexes, townhouses, apartments, group homes, and other forms of residential accommodation." And then go on to point 1.2. Opportunities for a choice of housing include type, tenure, cost, and location shall be provided to meet the changing needs of households throughout the built-up area and greenfield area. In order to achieve this goal, the city shall support the following: multiple unit developments, smaller lot sizes, and innovative housing forms. 1.2.2, development of vacant land and more efficient use of underutilized parcels and existing housing stock. And then finally, the full utilization and consolidation of properties to achieve larger scale and more comprehensive residential development. So as you can see, this development is actually really ticking a lot of boxes with regard to your official plan, and specifically the residential policy goals of the official plan. And then I want to move on to what is possibly the most significant policies in regard to the proposed development in this area. And if I remember correctly, I think it was Mr. Serrata who pointed out a number of different policies, and wasn't going to get into all of them, but I think it's maybe important that we touch on these because Mr. Serrata read the first sentence in each of those policies. So let's look at 1.15.1. The character of the existing neighborhoods within the built-up area shall be retained. That's the part you heard. I'm going to continue on, and we'll read through 2 sections here because it is relevant. Accordingly, residential development, intensification, and infilling shall blend into the lot fabric, streetscape, and built form of a neighborhood. We then move on to 1.15.2. A gradation of building heights and densities will be encouraged together with sufficient horizontal separation distance. Stops there. Then policy continues to say between taller buildings and low-rise dwellings in order to ensure complementary arrangement of uses. Right in this policy, it acknowledges the premise that there will be taller buildings in proximity to low-rise dwellings. It's right there in the policy. What's interesting about this policy is if you look at the specific R5C zone that we are going for, that zone includes a series of different angular planes and setbacks that are necessary to be met in order to meet this definition of compatibility and arrangement and gradation of buildings. What we have in that particular zone is you have a 8 meter setback from the property line for a building, because within the zone you are required to be 1/2 of the building height. The building height is 16 meters. Our setback is actually 9 meters. We're meeting these compatibility tests in regard to side yard setback. Our northern setback is 30 meters. Now we look at rear yard. Rear yard setback within the R5Z zone is required to be at equal to the height of the building. Once again, the height of the building is 16 meters. We are providing a setback right now of 26 meters. So in fact, this goes 10 meters beyond the requirement of the zoning bylaw in order to show deference to those specific houses, and goes beyond what is required through the zoning bylaw. Then we would continue on from there, because this was another policy that was read, 1.15.3. Generally, development within the built-up area should be at higher density than what currently exists in the neighborhood. A harmonious mix of single and multiple accommodation will be encouraged throughout the built-up area, so that at any one time, a variety of housing types will be available for different age groups, household sizes, and incomes. It's important to hear the entirety of those policies, because you realize that really what they're trying to ensure is that there is sufficient housing for a range of people with a range of housing types throughout the entire neighborhood. I'm going to continue from there, sir. And I'm going to move on to policy 1.15.5, which reads as follows. Single detached housing is the dominant housing form in existing residential neighborhoods, much like what you've heard today. Increasing the amount of various types of multiple residential accommodations is encouraged in order to provide for an overall mix of housing within communities. The inclusion of various housing forms through subdivisions, intensification, and infilling shall not be mixed indiscriminately, but will be arranged in a gradation of building heights and densities according to the following policies. So this is really where it breaks down, and I think specifically where the crux of the issue sits in regard to the policy and the justification for the redevelopment of this portion of Dorchester Road. So I'm going to continue on from there. Sub 3 speaks to apartment buildings, specifically on arterial roads, such as being proposed here, and reads as follows. Apartment buildings of not more than 6 stories, we are 5, can be developed up to a maximum net density of 100 units per hectare and a minimum density of 75 units per hectare. As I mentioned, what we are proposing is a 5-story development with 98 units per hectare. So the proposed heights and densities are in keeping with the limits set by this policy. The policy then continues. Such development shall be located on lands that front onto arterial roads. Once again, Dorchester is an arterial road as per Schedule C of the official plan. The policy then continues to state that development should be on current and planned transit routes. As I mentioned, Transit Route 111 is on this segment of Dorchester Road, with the stop 396 being located 9 meters north of the subject property. The policy continues to state that apartment buildings with heights of not more than 6 stories should be located in proximity to commercial areas. As we mentioned, the subject lands are located approximately 500 meters south of Lundy's Lane tourist commercial area, approximately a 5 to 6 minute walk. Perfectly reasonable in terms of proximity to a local commercial area. So on that note, and I'm going to speak to a few other points here. In conclusion and in summation, it is our opinion that the proposed development is consistent with the policy direction outlined in the Provincial Policy Statement 2020 and the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. And I'm sorry, that reads as 2019. That ought to read as 2020, simply because we've seen an evolution of planning policies. Back when this particular plan came in back in 2005, such as I think, I don't remember exactly who it was that referred to those policies. Perhaps that was Sherry Lewis, possibly, I believe. But regardless, we are meeting that horizon and that evolution of policy. We're in keeping with the Niagara Falls official plan, which supports apartment dwellings and subject lands, as I went into detail on. The proposed development represents an efficient use of land and will diversify available housing options within the neighborhood. This plan also supports the creation of complete communities through the compact development and contributing to a greater availability of housing. Now, I do want to touch on just a couple of other matters here. Number one, in regard to the species at risk screening completed by Burnside Environmental. So this study was completed by RJ Burnside and Associates Limited, a very reputable firm that does many of these types of studies all throughout Southern Ontario, and actually does a fair amount of OLT representation as well. This study has been fully vetted by staff, by regional staff, and as you heard from Ms. Cooper earlier today, just yesterday was actually approved by the ministry. So I really can't speak to what expert may or may not have reviewed this in the past, but what you have now is every layer of professional on this so far supporting this particular study and recommending approval of it. There were comments in regard to the traffic impact statement, and I want to make sure I get the wording right here, because the comment was made that it was done in August of 2021. Well, the reality is it may have been done in August of 2021, but it's largely based on statistics that are provided by the region of Niagara. And those statistics that go into the background analysis for future traffic counts do take into account development in the area, and they do take into account future development in the area along with their background statistics. And those numbers were analyzed right out to 2026. So I do think that we have a complete and full study here. All of those traffic studies have been reviewed and vetted by the City of Niagara traffic staff and by the regional traffic staff as well, and all have been supported. And on that note, I think I will step back and open the floor to any questions that you, Mr. Mayor, and members of council may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of council for Mr. Kloibhofer? No questions?
Excuse me.
This is just for council this
I'm
part.
sorry.
No problem, no problem. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Lococo, and then Councillor Newesteg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've heard tonight that the units were going to be rented, and then in the report it says for sale, and then the speaker has said condos. Are they for sale or are they for rent?
Did you hear that question, Mr. Kloibhofer?
Yes, these condominiums have always been for sale. That has always been the plan that we've moved forward with. What happens between now and the point at which these are constructed, 2 to 3 years at least down the road, it's really hard to predict what market outcomes will be at that point, what interest rates will be. We'll have to see what it is at that time, but the plan right now is to submit a plan of condominium following construction of the building.
Okay, thank you. And one other question. We've heard about up to 10 years that the developer will not pay property taxes. That wouldn't be correct if they were for sale, because they would be individual property taxes. Is that correct?
I'm just going to get our CAO just to weigh in on this one, if he would. Yes.
Yeah, I checked with staff. We don't understand where that assertion came from. It's not in a CIP area. It wouldn't be eligible for any of those programs, so I'm unsure of that.
Okay, thank you. I'll have some other comments later on, but that was it for now.
Okay. Councillor Newesteg.
I don't have any comments for him, but I just want to speak in general, so as soon as we're finished comments, I'd like to speak.
Okay, I'll come to you. Sure. Okay. If there's no further questions, thank you, Mr. Kloibhofer. The public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. I'll go to you, Councillor Newesteg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're looking at developments. Developments in general, I always look at being very positive, very progressive, and something that moves our city forward. I know it, and I appreciate it, checks all the boxes off. We've been hearing that. But I think there's something fundamentally wrong here. A good development should be in balance and in harmony. Obviously, these residents have come here this afternoon on a beautiful summer day to speak, and they've spoken very loud and clear. We've heard them. They've made very good points. They've spoken they're very informative, they're very passionate, they've spoken very eloquently, and I think they've spoken very rationally and respectful. They're not saying no to development, and I would like to quote our resident Angel Anderson, where she said, the right development in the right place. And I don't think this is the right development in the right place based on all the comments that they've said. So I would like to make a motion that we do not approve the zoning application.
Okay, yes, second? Yes?
I'll second that.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, did you want to speak to it at all,
Yes.
Ms. Councillor Patel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to all the speakers. I really appreciate and understand your concern. After reviewing the plan, including level of increased traffic and loss of privacy and character of the areas, the speakers have real concerns, and we cannot overlook that. That is the reason I'm going to second the motion to not accept the recommendation.
Okay, so
Thank
we
you.
have a motion that's been duly seconded to turn down the recommendation of staff. Do we have any other speakers to this matter? Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Thanks again to the speakers that we heard from today. If I miss any of them, I apologize, but I did write down some of the things that some of them said. I noticed that Mr. Racine, Mr. Formisa, Mr. Formisano, they talked about Diamond Jubilee. I just wanted to set the record on that one, that when that application came to City Council, that application was turned down by City Council, and then the person that owned the land at that time took it to the Ontario Land Tribunal in order to receive approval. So I just wanted to mention that because I really think that that's an apples to apples comparison. Sometimes, you know, some of the comparisons aren't that great, but that's a really good comparison. I noticed that the tax break was already mentioned by Mr. Burgess, and yeah, sometimes when we're dealing with a community improvement plan and, you know, we're trying to improve a certain area, then there's different incentives that are given to developers. There's no community improvement plan for this area, so there wouldn't be any such tax break to any developer whatsoever. I noticed that Mr. Sarita talked about infill and intensification, and he brought up some really good points in the sense that, you know, does the city actually have a plan for intensification? I know that last term of council, there was a discussion over whether we preferred an urban boundary stretch or whether we preferred infill intensification. There were some that preferred infill intensification. There were others that preferred an urban boundary stretch. In the end, it was an urban boundary stretch. But I do believe that council, or the council of the day anyway, set the parameters for 50% of infill intensification. And I think right now, Ms. Dole can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're somewhere in the 60% range, so we're actually above our own targets for intensification. I like Mr. Sarita's comments, though, because he talked about intensification in the sense that you should have a plan for intensification. And in my opinion, it should be along major corridors. So right now, I think the one corridor that we have is McLeod Road, that we've labeled as our intensification corridor. And the other one that we've kind of looked at but haven't actually pulled the trigger on yet is Thurlstone Road. And again, I know that planning staff are looking at that, but right now there is no true plan for intensification, so I like the comment. Mrs. Slater talked, and I know a bunch of others did as well, about the planning recommendation that's in front of us as council members. And the planning recommendation is planning staff have to adhere to the official plan that the City of Niagara Falls has. And our official plan, because municipalities are creatures of the province, we have to accept the growth plan that the province sends down to us. That makes it difficult sometimes when we're dealing with infill applications such as this one. And I've said forever and a day that I don't believe we're Ajax or Pickering or Mississauga or Scarborough, and I really wish that there was different growth plans and different targets for different municipalities. Some municipalities are very dense from the very start of them, and others like Niagara Falls are very spread out. So I wish that there was different criteria for different municipalities, but there isn't. There's only one growth plan that comes down from the province, and staff have to adhere to that growth plan. So that's probably why you see the report that's in front of you today. And then the last point that I'll mention, Your Worship, was something that Mr. Armenti talked about, and he talked about a contract, and I've always stood up and said the same thing. You know, no one likes it when the rules of the game are changed in the middle of the game. I can remember being young, and you know, you would play with that kid that would want to change the rules, and you're like, but these are the rules, you know. Suffice to say, you probably didn't play with that kid too long. So it's funny how experiences when you're young carry into your professional life. So I will support the motion.
Great. Any other comments of council? Yes, Councillor Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As Councillor Pietrangelo said, we have certain guidelines and regulations, and more recently with Premier Ford, he's made a lot of changes. He's told us not to look at the character of the neighborhood. He's told us not to look at the shadowing, that those things don't matter anymore, but they do. They obviously do. And going into this meeting, I've done a lot of reading this over and over again, and one of the things that I'm looking at is our planners are going through all of those policies. They're recommending that we approve this. The one thing that I'm going to really look at is the zoning regulations, the chart that's in our package. Every single one of them, minimum front yard, minimum landscape, parking requirements, parking stall length, parking stall width, minimum maneuvering aisle. This development doesn't meet any of them. So yes, there's a lot of boxes that this development does tick off, but realistically, if we don't approve those requested regulations to the change, then we don't have to do that. So I'm looking at this development as, yes, it does fit into the Ontario provincial and it does fit into the regional, but into our city one, we're making accommodations for every single one of those. And that's where I'm sort of having the problem is if we have to make changes to every single development, either we need to change our official plan or we shouldn't be doing them. And I don't think that this development is the right development there. I did visit the site and I talked to quite a few neighbors, and to look at the back of a lot of their neighbors' property with the beautiful trees, and you know I'm always talking about trees, to look at those trees that are going to all be cut down. So there's an environmental issue, there's a density issue. I do believe that there's some concerns about some of the reports, the traffic reports, some of the environmental studies. If we have those questions and that we can't accept those reports, I'm not willing to accept this proposal, so I will support the motion to deny the application.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor. Do we have any other Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate everyone coming out and the passion from that neighborhood. And I remember someone saying they used to be the best, they were the best neighborhood back in the day. Coach and McMillan, like that was the highest class streets you could possibly go to, where all the doctors and stuff were. And I've been emailing back and forth with Mr. Ainsley, and he's one of the guys who actually, he bought his house off his parents, so he's been there since he was born. And I talked to him quite a bit, and now when he goes out and he goes to work, and I was also talking to Jeff Peters as well. He works in Niagara Lake. He has to come out. He goes out to Dorchester, and then he crosses Stokes, and he goes to Drummond, and he has to go that way just because the traffic is crazy during certain times of the year. I'm just wondering, and we heard a couple people, and a lot was about traffic and Dorchester not widening. Is there anything in the future, I don't know if Mr. Nickel, to alleviate some of that traffic, right turn signals, whatever we can to help? I heard from someone they're talking about Drummond Road, they did it, but not on Dorchester. Is there anything in the future that can help the residents and possibly help the developers in the future?
Yeah, Mr. Nickel, right-hand turning, left-hand turning, widening. Yeah, what do we got planned there?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So Lundy's Lane is under an active environmental assessment by the region right now. So improvements would take place at intersection quadrants for Dorchester and Lundy's Lane in the short term. The city is doing a transportation master plan, or updating our 2011 transportation master plan right now. So we're taking updated growth patterns and overlaying them on all our street networks. What we'll do then is look at future development corridors and growth corridors and determine what needs we have to upgrade streets in those types of turn lanes. We don't have them identified today, but we need to finish the modeling of this study and then include them in our development charge study so that it can be built at a future date.
Okay. Thank you. And I just want to thank the residents again for coming out, and I myself, because of the traffic concerns, I'm going to recommend that we deny the application.
Okay, thank you very much. So what I'm going to do now, folks, we've heard from council. We're going to call the vote. The motion's been moved by Councillor Newestag, seconded by Councillor Patel, that we deny the application. I'm going to ask council, those in favor of denying the application, please raise your hands. Okay, and that's unanimously approved, so it's been denied. So folks, I invite you to stay for the rest of the meeting. It's going to be equally exciting. Or we'll give you a few minutes to leave, and we'll just hold on for a minute or two. Thank you.
I was just asked to make one final comment, if you'll allow. It'll only take a moment, I promise.
We've closed the public meeting now. We can't do it.
Thank you.
Though. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you pass that off to somebody or something?
What's that?
I don't know how to do it either.
Sure.
I live on Cornwall Crescent. I'm sorry? I live on Cornwall Crescent. I don't want to go through a lot of things or whatever. I used to be a planner. What I would recommend, the biggest thing about this is what happened with the other buildings, is that they can take it to the province. They've got to get the MPC or whatever it is involved. And what I would suggest, I've done quite a number of is get the third party sit down, talk about it, and then you could have a general meeting after you talk about certain proposals. I'm sorry. You know, anyways.
I was just working anyway, so sorry.
We're going to take a 5-minute recess. If anyone needs to go visit the loo, now's the time.
Your worship.
Okay, everyone, welcome back to the regular scheduled council meeting. We did have a short recess after our first planning matter, and we're ready to get started again. So I'd ask Mr. Clerk, could you please introduce the next item on the agenda?
As a public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city zoning bylaw to permit the construction of a detached dwelling on the west side of Montrose Road, south of Cable Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on June 9th, 2023, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the zoning bylaw amendment or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting or by signing the sign-in sheets located outside the council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I will now ask Scott Turnbull, Planner 1, to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mayor Diodati, members of council, and members of the public. Before council this afternoon is a proposal to rezone a portion of Montrose Road, parts 7 and 8, from public and private open space to a site-specific rural agricultural zone to permit the construction of a detached dwelling. Here we have the location of the subject land, located to the west of Montrose Road and south of Cable Road. The land is a vacant parcel containing natural heritage features, including the Tea Creek watercourse, located in the northern portion of the property, which has been identified as part of the Tea Creek provincially significant wetland and as a Type 2 important fish habitat. The property is also covered entirely by a regionally significant woodland. The surrounding land uses consist of natural areas to the north and west, a detached dwelling to the south, and agricultural uses to the east. The subject lands are approximately 1.01 hectares in size and are designated Environmental Protection Area in part, Environmental Conservation Area in part, and within Special Policy Area number 37 under the city's official plan. Under these designations, proposed development or site alteration requires the completion of an environmental impact study to the satisfaction of Niagara Region in consultation with the city and Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. The land is currently zoned public and private open space under zoning bylaw 1538. The subject land is mapped as part of the growth plan's natural heritage system, which is shown in green on the map. This mapping shows the extent of the provincially significant wetland, shown in blue, and the significant woodland, shown in green, covering the entirety of the site. These features on the parcel are considered key natural heritage features and key hydrological features under the provincial growth plan. The applicant is proposing to rezone a portion of the lands from public and private open space to a site-specific rural agricultural zone to permit the construction of a detached dwelling and associated private servicing. The green line shown on the plan represents the boundary of the provincially significant wetland as identified by the applicant. The yellow line identifies the portion of the land proposed to be rezoned, while the black rectangle represents the proposed building envelope, and the gray rectangle represents the proposed area for the septic system. The site-specific zoning provisions requested for this proposal are depicted on this slide and include relief for minimum lot area, minimum front yard depth, and minimum side yard width. A neighborhood open house was held on September 26, 2022, and was attended by the applicant and the applicant's planners. No members of the public were in attendance. One written comment was received. The resident expressed concern with the placement of the dwelling and potential impact to Tea Creek and the neighboring properties. In addition, the resident did not support redesignation or subdivision of the lands. Under the provincial growth plan, the subject land is mapped as part of the provincial natural heritage system, and the natural features on the lands are considered key natural heritage features and key hydrological features. Under the provincial growth plan, development and/or site alteration is not permitted within a key natural heritage feature or the associated 30-meter vegetation protection zone. As such, the proposal does not conform to the provincial growth plan. The entirety of the subject lands are impacted by the region's core natural heritage system, consisting of the Tea Creek provincially significant wetland complex, significant woodland, and important fish habitat. These natural features are classified as environmental protection areas and environmental conservation areas under the Regional Official Plan. Development within an ECA or adjacent to an EPA and ECA requires the submission of an environmental impact study that demonstrates no significant negative impact to the core natural heritage system. The submitted EIS and addendum were reviewed by Niagara Regional Environmental Planning staff, and it was concluded that the proposal has potential to significantly alter the ecological and hydrological functions of the wetland, woodland, and fish habitat located on the subject lands. As such, the proposal does not conform with the Regional Official Plan. Under the city's official plan, development on lands designated environmental conservation area and within special policy area number 37 requires the completion of an environmental impact study. As per official plan 11.1.18, the EIS shall be to the satisfaction of Niagara Region. As mentioned, Regional Environmental Planning staff reviewed the submitted EIS and addendum and concluded that the proposal has potential to significantly alter the ecological and hydrological functions of the wetland, woodland, and fish habitat located on the subject lands. As such, the proposal does not conform to the city's official plan. In conclusion, as the proposal is not consistent with, nor does it conform to provincial, regional, and city policies and plans, staff recommend that council not approve the zoning bylaw amendment application as outlined in staff report PBD 2023-41. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions of council for Mr. Turnbull on this application? Yes, Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for the presentation. Are you allowed to build anything on this land?
Under the current zoning, it's primarily reserved for recreational uses. A detached dwelling is not permitted. A EIS is required in order to identify a buildable envelope. As mentioned, an EIS was submitted, reviewed by the region, and they concluded that there was not a developable area.
So what would you consider recreation for you?
I can bring up the zoning just real quick, but in general, it's trails. Here. Under the O2 zone, the uses permitted include playgrounds, athletic fields, community center, skating rinks, bowling greens, that type of thing. It's zoned public and private open space, so the idea is that it's for park purposes, essentially.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Any other questions, Mr. Turnbull? I'm sorry, no? Yes or no? Yep. Councillor
Just
Newstead?
clarity, you said, can you repeat what is allowed there?
Sure. It's zoned currently as public and private open space district, which permits a number of recreational uses, which includes playgrounds, athletic fields, kind of park purposes, general park purposes.
You said one other thing, a center?
Community center, that's correct.
So that is a building?
That is a building, that's correct, yes.
Okay, so how does a building like a community center differ from a house?
It's currently permitted in the zoning. However, our official plan requires an environmental impact study be submitted to demonstrate that there'd be no negative impact to the natural heritage features. That was submitted and reviewed by Niagara Region, and it was determined that that test had not been met.
Okay, but the wetlands wouldn't know whether it was a house or a community building. So a building is a building, right? So I'm just very confused how one would be permitted and something else wouldn't be permitted.
That's correct. So the community center in this case would not be permitted. This is the general zone category that does apply to the property. Some of the permitted uses may be, in the case of a community center, unlikely as the EIS was not approved for a detached dwelling.
So absolutely no building would be approved here?
I can speak to the EIS that was submitted with the detached dwelling, which is considerably smaller than probably what a community center would be, and that was not accepted by Niagara Region.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? No. Okay. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. So, Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone other than the applicant?
Yes, Your Worship, and before we ask if there's anyone here physically present, we do have a couple of residents who've registered online. The first one being Diana Kit Mete.
Ms. Mete, are you there? Can you hear us? Ms. Mete, can you hear us? She's what?
She's a researcher.
Okay, okay.
Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, yes. Is this
Okay.
the Metes?
That may be a good thing, I don't know. Good afternoon, Your Worship, council members, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Diana Kitmate, and I'm here with my son, Ross. My sister Lois Kitt and I own the property 7460 Cable Road along the Montrose and Cable Roads. Property across from the Miller Bush, as it was known to us. Miller Bush has fond memories for our family. As children, my brothers and sisters and I would enter it, playing, looking for berries, nuts, weeds, leaves, the latter being for school projects. My dad and his friends would forage in the bush for mushrooms. However, that was then, and we're going back 60, 70 years ago, when it was very lush and vibrant. Today, it is not. Many of the trees have fallen, and there are gaps between existing trees, as you probably have seen in the archaeological assessment done by Urban Heritage, page 11. There are 4 images of what you can see when you look into the Miller Bush. Mr. Mayor, my statements are directed to the arguments put forth by both sides. I apologize for the format. As a retired educator, I still tend to look at both sides before I make a decision. First, in reference to this woodlot area being full of 100-year-old growth, including shagbark hickory, which needs protection. Well, I think Mother Nature is doing a great job of destroying the woodlot with all the felled and dying trees, many of which are not being removed, thereby killing the growth of new trees and new vegetation. There has not been any stewardship in keeping the Miller woodlot vibrant and lush. Perhaps a new owner would do that. Secondly, in reference to this area being home to certain bird species, 2 in particular of concern, the eastwood pewee and wood thrush. If you look up the background of these birds, it is their winter habitat down south that is negatively affecting their longevity, not what might happen if significant trees were cut down in the Miller Bush. Third, in reference to there being an important fish habitat. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mayor, no one in my many years of living near Tea Creek ever saw any important species of fish other than catfish, and I don't think catfish need protection. On the other hand, you, Mr. Diltz, are either filled with hubris, and by that I mean excessive self-confidence, or really don't understand where you want to build. Really, on a floodplain, Tea Creek Wet Complex, even your Urban Heritage report speaks of very wet, loamy soil. So you would have to bring in a lot of fill, lots and lots of fill. Hence the concern of significant elevation of your actual home and septic areas. This elevation would of course impact your neighbor's property. They don't need large pools of water on their land, nor do they need your septic system bleeding into their soil. You knew this land had a creek running through it. You knew that there are groups protecting fish, trees, birds, and so on. So why here? And then there's the matter of frontage. All you had to do was look down Montrose Road towards Netherby and see that none of the new structures that are close to Montrose Road, and there's a reason for that. Namely, the probable widening of Montrose Road once the new hospital has been built. Now, the homes that are near Montrose Road on the other side of the road are old. They were there before Montrose Road was widened to 2 large lanes. My dad had a corner of our farm appropriated at the corner of Cable and Montrose to do just that, make it into 2 large lanes. So Kevin, while Lois and I don't object to your building a single dwelling in Miller Bush, because as the new hospital nears completion, I'm sure that there will be much more development along Montrose Road, including in this woodlot. If you want to build now, it behooves you to relocate and find an area or spot on one of those other lots that you own that is more conducive to your needs, and make some adjustment to the frontage. As we baby boomers say, use common sense and you'll be fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kitmet. Any questions of council for the speaker? Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Clerk, who do we have next?
Yeah, the next speaker that we have registered to speak is Lois Kitt.
Is this Kit Met again, or Kit, just Kit?
Okay, they can hear you.
Hello?
Hello, is this Lois?
Yes, I'm Lois Kitt.
Oh, Lois Kit. Okay, welcome to the call. You've got 5 minutes, if you will.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I agree, firstly, I agree with the comments and observations made by my sister, Diana Kitmate. I would only like to highlight a few areas. I refer you to the report dated July 11, 2023, and the environmental impact study, page 4, paragraph 3, which reads, the EIS confirms that the full extent of the wooded area meets the regional requirement to be designated significant woodland due to the presence of confirmed significant wildlife habitat and inter-overlap with the Tea Creek. Provincially significant woodland. Significant wildlife habitat for special concern and rare wildlife species was identified in the study area due to the presence of wood thrush and eastern wood pewee, which both designated as species of special concern in Ontario. Well, I went on the internet and I found that with respect to the wood thrush, the National Conservatory of Canada, the NCC, indicates that the wood thrush is threatened in some parts of Canada. And then the question was, as they state in their document, what is NCC doing to protect wood thrush's habitation? By securing large continuous areas of deciduous forests, such as Bacchus, that's BACKUS, woods in Ontario, and the Northern Early Mountain in Quebec. In Ontario, it is the Southern Norfolk Sand Plain nature area. Backwood Woods is in Norfolk County, which is outside of Woodstock. No habitat area of concern is listed in the former Crowland Township, which Mr. Deltz is in, or Willoughby Township, which our farm is in, or anywhere else in the regional municipality of Niagara or city of Niagara Falls. Now, with respect to the eastern wood pewee, internet research on the Committee on the Status of Species at Risk in Ontario, the COASSARO, states that the wood pewee is not endangered and not threatened, perhaps special concern. Ontario's conservation requirements indicate that the eastern wood pewee is not in any category because only approximately 5.3% of its total global population is within Ontario. This does not meet the committee's requirement or concern criteria of more than 10% for the threatened or endangered species. It also states that the causes of decline are linked to habitat issues faced in its wintering grounds in South America and Mexico. So so the habitat in the spring and summer in Ontario is not of concern, and it's what is not causing this decline. Also, the committee states that the decline might be due to changes in the availability of insect prey during the winter months. Now, regarding the fish habitat in Teak Creek watercourse, reference is made to the exotic fish species. My parents purchased the property in 1944. Teak Creek transverses our property, which is Lot 2, Concession 7, the former Willoughby Township. I was born in 1946. My sister is younger than me. During my lifetime, I have never noticed any exotic fish within Teak Creek. The city of Niagara Falls, or the Regional Municipality of Niagara, have never identified the nature and type of these exotic fish. In conclusion, again, I reiterate, I would agree with the comments made by my sister. As well, I would appreciate it if you would send me a copy of your council's decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Met, and, or Ms. Kitt, rather, sorry. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, who do we have up?
Your Worship, there's no other individuals that had registered to speak. I'm not sure if there's anyone here in the gallery that was here to speak to this matter. If not, we would go to the agent.
Oh, someone in the gallery?
Yeah.
Okay, if you'd like to come to the microphone, please, and state your name and address, please.
My name is Leslie Lawn. My address is 5525 Rexinger Road, Niagara Falls, Ontario. Postal code is L2G0S1. I would start by saying I've heard what the folks have said about questionable maintenance of the woodlot that's concerned on this property, but it's not just about the woodlot. This is part of the watershed of Teak Creek, which its whole purpose as part of the entire watershed for both the Welland River and the Niagara River, because it, Ushers Creek, they all enter into these areas, are to help prevent hydrological events they have in the past. This is nature's way of helping to disperse large amounts of overland water through either storm or, I guess, basically storm. A concern with the design that I saw by Mr. Diltz is that he has a septic, a proposed septic bed within, or what they're proposing, it will be within the 30-meter buffer of this, the Teak Creek. With what happens when we get those extreme weather events and that area floods, are there precautions that can be taken surrounding, like, quite often these septic systems, because they are either gravity-based or soil has to be brought in to help with the filtration of these systems. I am a country dweller, so I have a system, and traditionally the old systems were mostly gravity-fed. So it was nasty things happen up here, it goes into your septic tank, biology does its work and breaks things down, and then as the fluids rise in the tank, if you're not having regular services done to the tank, they filter out through any permeable surface around it, basically. So that would be my main concern. Because you have a potentially delicate habitat, shall we say here, what happens when those flood events happen and this septic system is not in a position to not only accommodate possibly what's coming from the house itself, but you now have subwater coming up underneath this system that could cause leakages, emissions that are not really a desirable thing you want in that area, because it can contaminate the creek and it can affect the just its hydrological purpose. So that would be my main concern with that. Is there any way, even if you look at his design, would it be possible to flip those? Because the septic bed is much wider than the home is. It's about, I don't know how many feet wider it is. But is that something that has been maybe looked at? Because I know they can go to the property line where the home has to have a buffer or a setback from the property line. And with regard to the future development of Montrose Road, will services be coming further down Montrose in the future, that if the septic system is out in front of the house, it may be better positioned to hook into those future infrastructure services? Sorry, but
well, we can probably get answers when the applicant comes up with their intentions.
But that's my main concern. With regard to the woodlot, yes, they're very, these are watershed areas, and they are very important to specifically flood mitigation for future climate issues, because we are experiencing them more and more often. And I just thought, it's like, you don't buy a property knowing that you won't be able to do something with it. At least not a lot of people do. They hope that in the future, again, possibility of a home in a nice area. I just was curious if a flip about could happen and it could create a better scenario for the whole property. So.
Okay, we can see
Thank
what comes out of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sorry.
Thank you.
I got to learn to throw you to the bear.
Yeah, it's all good. No, it's all good. No problem. Thank you. All right, do we have anyone else, Mr. Clerk?
Yeah,
yep.
We're finished with the registered speakers, so just anyone that's in the gallery.
Yep, if you'd like to come on up to the microphone, and if you would, introduce yourself and your address, please, and thank you.
Hi, my name's Jay Mason, Your Honor, Council. I represent the owners of 13791 Montrose, which abuts the property in question. And amongst all of the other things that were said by Mr. Turnbull, I think one of the things that was missing maybe in his comments was that there is a setback requirement for the septic of 30 feet, which is not shown on their plan. And additionally, the elevations or the grade plan would be the thing that would take serious looking at, because if you are going to cut to a border boundary within the forest that my son and his partner own, then there is requirements by law to not cut trees on that boundary, because there's boundary tree issues. Again, this is to do with how are they going to fit this thing in and shrink the provincially significant wetland enough, and then they're also bound on the boundary side with setbacks that aren't mentioned or not shown in their design. So those are the two issues that Mr. Turnbull didn't mention that would be of concern to us. The elevation of grade, the setback of the septic being the requirement is 30 feet, and what else I mentioned. So those are, I'd just like to add that. I know you guys don't like to duplicate, but to Mr. Turnbull's comments, I would like to add that.
Thank you very much for that.
Okay.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else other than the applicant? Okay, that's like, I'm doing bad tonight. Anyone else other than the applicant who wishes to address council on this matter tonight? Okay, seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Mike Sullivan. I'm with Land Pro Planning Solutions, the agents for the applicant. Kevin and Sarah Dilcher to my right, they're the owners of the property. And if I can start, we've got a few points to raise. The PowerPoint is there. Thank you for bringing that up. I wanted to raise the comments made by the public at this point. First of all, I want to get clarification from Mr. Turnbull. if the property is actually completely open space, I believe there's a portion of rural agriculture on the property. Is that correct?
Mr. Turnbull?
Because we're asking for an increase for that area to be expanded, not for open space to be rezoned.
Yep. Did you want to come up and address that? Sure. Yeah, sure.
Through the mayor to the applicant, I'd have to take a look at the zoning map again. I believe you may be referring to a small portion at the southwest corner that would be zoned rural agricultural.
Yes.
Okay. I can get that confirmation.
Later is fine, but thank you.
Okay, all right, we'll get that, or we'll try to endeavor to have that for us, yeah.
So, Mr. Mayor and to council again, our request is to expand the rural agricultural zoning on the property, which is in the southwest corner. Actually, I guess I can, here's a map I can show to council. The original application, original submission was the one on the left, which shows the big yellow area. And through negotiation with the NPCA, the region, and the city, we've gone to the right one, which is before you. So it's a significantly reduced area where a house is proposed, all you'll note in the southwest corner. And we respect every single regional NPCA setback, save and except for the issue with significant woodlands. And I'll get into those if I can for a moment. The percentage of area, the first speaker came up and was commenting about the percentage of lands being impacted. And I have from the EIS, thank you. Have from the EIS, the area of direct impact will be 0.25% of the overall natural area. So 1/4% of the lands, which is represented in that southwest corner. The rest of the lands will be left untouched. The second aspect is the PSW, the provincially significant wetland, is not being impacted. As part of the biologists working the property, they worked with the Ministry of Natural Resources and had the wetland mapped or realigned, updated, I'll say, and the M&R approved it. So nothing is being proposed to change to the wetland, nor anything within 30 meters of it, as required by provincial policy. And the second speaker quoted EIS findings about species, etc. I'm not a biologist, I can't speak to that. All I can say is there is an EIS that says there's no significant impact to the property because of this development. And the final speaker mentioned about watershed of Key Creek. And I'll note that the septic system has been designed to avoid any impacts to Key Creek. The septic has been designed outside or to meet all Ontario Building Code standards, and the outlet for that will not impact Key Creek. That's simply not permitted. The outlet can't be. The septic system cannot outlet into Key Creek directly. We'd have to work with the city and the region on that to get approval anyhow. And the final comment, it was about the septic system again from the last speaker. Just that's all being respected. The right-hand proposal, which is in front of you already, demonstrates that. So I'm going to skip through my presentation here. I was very pleased to have a discussion with staff last week on this. I think we have a solution or a potential solution in hand. The issue, if I may hone right into it here, I'll just skip through my presentation. Our ask, we've worked with staff unsuccessfully towards finding a viable solution. Regional staff are of the opinion that the land is sterilized. I'm of the opinion that there's a small sliver on the property that something can be done, and the EIS demonstrates it can work. Something can work. We're not looking for a subdivision, we're looking for a single house on this property. The lot is existing. There are some inherent development rights on the property, and all the necessary studies have been completed. You talk to the DILTs and they'll note to you hydrogeological study, environmental study, a whole bunch of different studies were required in order to get it accepted, the application accepted by the city. We also note that a house is being built and actually sold that's directly south of this property, and directly south, which was approved despite some of the very similar, if not the same policies applying. That has us raising questions. The policy argument, I've been personally in a policy argument with the region on this one. We have a differential opinion is what it comes down to. I'm not a biologist, but I am an environmental planner by background. So the issue from the region is that the EIS does not conclude no negative impact. We all know on a common sense basis that building a house, building anything on a property will have an impact of some sort. The test is, according to the regional official plan, is no significant negative impact, which this has achieved. The EIS has there's some difference in language, I would say, between the region and our biologist. That is the source of differing opinions at this point. So our ask is that council consider the application as it's presented. I believe I've addressed all of the public concerns. I would note if the members of the public had their way at the moment, as I've heard from everyone, this lot would be maintained as a natural feature and no building would be permitted, based on what staff have said as well. In that case, I'm not asking for it, but I'm suggesting this lot might be better in public hands, because if there's no development options for it, it's better as a public asset. I'm not putting that ask for it, I'm just stating that out. The other point we've raised is that this lot, we're only looking at 1/4% being actually built on. That's it. We're looking at the difference in language, in one word, significant. Does it have an impact? Yes, there will be an impact. That can be mitigated, that can be worked on. We can do a tree saving plan. Is it a significant impact? In my view, no, and the biologist's view would be up to them. I believe the Dilts had a further few comments, and that's it to my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions first of Mr. Sullivan? Yes, Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Sullivan.
And then we'll bring you up right after. Okay?
Yeah. Just interested what kind of size, I don't think you guys talked about the size of the house that you wanted to put on there, and what type of house? Was it a bungalow? Was it how many square feet? Does it have a basement?
We are very flexible with our house design, so we did have something initially, but we've already changed it based on region comments, and we have repeatedly told them we are very flexible. We're just looking for our footprint and then just being able to build within that footprint and to build within the boundaries. And I would like to just repeat what Mike Sullivan was saying. We would not be touching Tea Creek. We've already been just in discussion with a few individuals that were a little bit concerned with Tea Creek. But I feel like there's miscommunication actually being had here. We're not touching majority of the forest. We love forest. And we also, before even purchasing the land in full, we were looking for forest. We wanted to have a small dwelling surrounded by forest, right? We're not trying to create such a... Oh, sorry, I'm hearing reverb.
You get that muted?
Somebody trying to comment?
We're not sure what's happening, but carry on. We'll get that muted.
Okay, that's okay. So yes, we love the forest, but...
So just the footprint, that's how you want to know, Mike?
Yeah, I was just interested
sorry.
Just what kind of size you were looking at? Like
Yeah, sorry. I kind of rambled.
Home or bungalow? Or what were you
Yeah,
guys looking
about 1,500 square foot, or it could be less. We've lived in less, right? And we're more than comfortable with living with less. So we're very flexible.
Because you like the forest, you like backing onto it.
Oh, absolutely. That is why we bought it.
The original plan was, I believe, 3,000 square feet bungalow with basement. The revised is, I believe, 2,300 or 2,250, close to that.
And we
two-story.
And we can revise again based on region comments. We want to work with the region, and we feel that they're not working with us. We feel that they haven't even properly read our EIS. It's taken us over 1.5 years, and I would like to even just And I don't want to bore you, so I apologize,
Well,
Mayor.
just before you get to that point.
Yes.
I just want to make sure if there's any technical questions for Mr. Sullivan of
Okay.
council. Any technical questions? Councillor Thompson? And then then you guys can kind of close it up.
Yeah, I was with the health department for 30 years, and I was constantly property in the rural area that the wetlands and development that they couldn't do. So I don't know, this is the council, what would the region and environment people, have you got a approval from them?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the region has provided comments, and they have put them on the record. They're not supportive.
They're not supportive.
They don't agree with the findings of our biologist work.
So if we said we would permit what you're suggesting, and the region don't do it, how can you do that?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure how to answer that.
Yeah. This is a record today. This is going to be a record for sure. So Councillor Thompson, you're asking them about the septic. Are they allowed to do it? Is that you're asking? They have an environmental. No. What are you asking them?
Well,
if we accept them,
the creek and the development of the property and the septic is another. Have they got a permit from the region? And they said they turned them down. Okay. So what are we going to do? We're going to say, yes, we approve it, and I think we're making a mistake. They should be coming with the approval of the region, and he just said, no, they don't approve it.
well, maybe Ms. Stolch, can we get a order of operations here? Or like, what happens? What order?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. So right now, obviously, the region's taking a strong position, saying they don't agree with the EIS. They reviewed it and don't feel it meets the test of no negative impact. They feel it's a key natural heritage system, which restricts development in the provincial policy statements. I have spoken to the region, however. They are willing to go out on site, have a look a little closer, see what can happen. In terms of next steps, we'll have to determine that as we go to see what comes out of the discussion.
So why don't we just defer this until they come back with the region permitting the development?
And that was going to be our suggestion. We did talk with the planning consultant and the DILTs as well, and we did recommend that perhaps we hear from the public tonight, but defer it and bring it back next month for consideration.
Well, that's appropriate. What's that? Yeah, defer to the region and come back. I would like to
Well, hang on one second, Councillor.
support you, but
I've got to close out the meeting first.
What?
So I have to close out the public meeting first. So here's what it looks like is going to happen.
Let's ask more questions first.
Yeah, well, we haven't closed the meeting out yet, so we still have, this is still time to ask questions, yeah. So, let me just first, okay, hold on a sec. You're done, yes, did you want to speak?
Yeah.
And then I'll go back to you, Councillor Strange.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The front yard required is 18 meters, and you're proposing 10 meters. what happens if the Montrose expand? They do expansion of the Montrose Road, there will be no yard left there.
Mr. Mayor, through the councillor, that's a very good question. We aren't there yet. I'm sure that the road will be, I'm not sure when the region or the city proposes to widen the road. The DILTs would have to address that at some future point. So if they're asking for a reduction now in order to fit the house in to make it work on the site, and there is a future road widening required, they may have to come back for a further minor variance at some point for other permissions. So I can't speak to that directly, just to say that may require further permissions in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe just so we can get an answer from Mr. Nickel, if he knows any idea when water and, or is there water there and sewer, when that would happen? Because if there's water and sewer, you don't need to have septic.
Yeah.
So any idea when that's happening?
Through Mr. Mayor, it's well outside the region, the additional urban boundary expansion areas. It's well south of even I think the Rolling Meadows golf course. So there's a lot of work that would need to be done to extend the urban boundary further south along Montrose and bring water and sewer services to that direction. I think that the housing study in the regional OP was projected out to 2051, and the urban boundary expansions that we approved represent land supply to 2051. So I would suggest it's quite a ways in the future, but I don't have a crystal ball.
So can I ask this question then, through me, if we're gonna be widening the road.
Say whatever you want.
If we're gonna be widening the road, isn't that when we'd be putting sewers? Don't they happen at the same time, like what we're doing out there now at Montrose and Lions Creek?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The widening would be more for transportation purposes. As a regional road, they strike out the limits of their right-of-way in their official plan, and they often think about future projections in their official plan. So I can't speak for the region, but their planning team would be developing those minimum widths of right-of-ways. Personally speaking, I think we just have to determine what would be the driver for that. It would have to be major development to see twinning of that road, but there's nothing presently on the books for that.
That was a good answer. Kind of danced around that. That was good. Okay. So over to you, Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I can't see in my lifetime it getting extended that far, but with the widening of the road, I can probably see it, because with the new hospital, you may people from Fort Erie, Stevensville, whatever it may be, coming that way towards the hospital. I can probably see them widen the road, but I can't see it as far as extending the urban boundary. But you seem like a really, really nice couple, and it looks like you're looking for your forever home, I think, and you want the forest. Now, what is it? How far are you guys away from the significant wetland? Is it 30 meters? Are you?
Mr. Mayor, through the councillor, an EIS development is not permitted with 120 meters of a PSW. The minimum, though, based on the EIS, is 30, and they certainly are outside of that area.
Because we've had developments where we approved 30 meters. You had to be at least 30 meters away from, and that includes T Creek too?
Yes.
It does.
And there's also setbacks that the NPCA has put in for Key Creek, which we've respected.
Okay. All right, well, I'm just wondering, because if we do approve it, they still have to go to the region, and will it affect the region if we have a positive recommendation from us? Will that help the region's decision? I don't know.
Well, maybe I can put this through to Ms. Dolch. If this, I see the direction, if we gave an extra few weeks to meet with the region on site, and it came back to us the August 15th meeting, would we then still have that same opportunity to potentially approve it, and then it would be back to the region?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, so what the plan looks like, and I don't want to delay the DILTs in any fashion in terms of an approval or not approval, because either way there's an appeal possible from either side. So our suggestion originally was, let's get on site in the next week, and we'll come back with a report the next meeting. We'll also include those draft bylaws. Should council wish to approve, they can also approve the bylaws that evening as well, so that we can move to the next step, if that's the direction council wishes to head. We may have a solution by then, so it may be easy, but we may not. And if we don't, we'll just make sure that we have some draft schedules in the back of that report, just in case, so we don't delay. Because normally what would happen tonight, if you did approve the DILT's application tonight, we would come back next month with bylaws.
Right.
So there's still, if we just combine it together, if that's the will of council on that area going forward, then it wouldn't delay them any. So right now, though, I do suggest that we give the region the ability. They were going to come tonight in opposition, but I did ask them to hold off while we tried to sort out some solutions first.
Okay, I've got Councillor Newsteg and then the Coco.
Just one question. In this report, it's mentioned that there's a house being built adjacent to this, to your proposal. What is the difference between what you're asking for and why are they allowed to and you're not? Nothing's explained here.
Mr. Mayor, through to the councillor, I'm not sure. I think, I believe that there was staff may be able to address that.
Yeah, do we know? Yeah, Mr. Bryce?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the property to the south is mainly zoned rural agricultural. It's mainly designated good general agriculture. The significant forest extends on a very small portion of that property at the northeast corner. We went through site plan approval. We dealt with the region, dealt with the various agencies, and the house was sited at the south end of the property, away from the feature. So the construction doesn't affect the feature.
Okay, so is it in close proximity? Like, I'm still not understanding what you're saying.
Okay, on the property itself, the dwelling, the construction was at the south end, away from the subject lands.
The one that's being built. Is it a big difference from where they're proposing?
Well, the house was sited on lands that were not zoned open space. They were sited on lands that were zoned rural agriculture. The zoning permitted the dwelling there.
But it's not a big difference in space. Like, I know the zonings are different, but is the location all that great between the two?
Well, the zoning were that on the property to the south, the zoning would permit the dwelling, where in this case the zoning does not permit the dwelling.
Okay, okay, I get it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Coco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we put the EIS aside and the difference of opinion, if I can talk to Ms. Dolch, if she can explain to me the minimum front yard depth from 18 meters to 10 meters, and it said cannot support, what would be the reason for that? And then the minimum interior side yard from 4.5 down to 1.6, why were we not supporting it? And the minimum lot area from 1.2 acres to 1.01. So I'm putting all of that other stuff aside. I just want to know why we couldn't support those setbacks.
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. So in terms of this entire amendment, we just can't support it. Given the policy threshold that we have in our official plan, it says the EIS has to be done with the satisfaction of the region. We don't have that at this point in time. So in terms of any of the amendments they're asking for, it's just not supported at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. Through the mayor, so if we do get the EIS, would you be able to support those setbacks?
Through you to the councillor. So what we'll have to do is assess it based on where that building envelope may be. We don't know if there will be a building envelope. Right now the region's saying there is no building envelope, period. If we do go out on site and there is a bit of a building envelope, we'll have to look at those setbacks based on that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Did you want to close? Yeah, you guys can close out, then I'm going to close the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in response to all the discussions, Ms. Dolch brought up, she was part of a discussion we had last week on this matter, and we had agreed that it's really, this is really comes down to a question of the difference of opinion of two biologists, and to bring in a third impartial biologist, so the three biologists would meet on site and figure out what they could agree on.
Some of the other items have got identified master servicing plan.
Sorry about that.
That's okay, thank you. So I have reached out to Ann McDonald, who is the biologist that wrote the EIS for this property. I have yet to hear from her, but my intent would be to schedule a site visit where the regional biologist, the author of the EIS, and a third-party impartial biologist would be on site. I would likely attend as well, and we try to find some common ground, and then report back to the city on our results.
That's great. That's great. Okay, Ms. Dilts, yeah, did you want to?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I briefly mentioned earlier, we don't feel, Kevin and myself, we don't feel that the region fully read our EIS, and I would like to just read a few paragraphs. They're not very long, but just read the conclusion that they came up with, our biologist. The total area of the woodland feature, as mapped by the province to include the adjacent PSW, is 59.8 hectares. However, the portion of significant woodland which is identified as upland forest south of the adjacent PSW and not identified as part of the NHS is 1.24 hectares. Consequently, the area of direct impact will be 0.25% of the overall natural area and 12% of the upland FOD habitat. In accordance with the regional official plan definitions, which states that in regard to spatial change, significant means an increase or decrease of over 20% in the area within an environmental conservation area or in the length or area of a surface water feature shown as fish habitat. The proposed development will not result in significant direct impacts to the woodland or associated wildlife habitat. And then just lastly, some expected impacts, including loss of 0.15 hectares of significant woodland. Impacts to site drainage and reduction of a portion of the 30-meter wetland buffer to 15 meters have been described. However, mitigation measures have been recommended which will minimize negative impacts and result in no negative impacts to the adjacent PSW. The best management practices for construction and development should be employed to mitigate negative impacts. That was our number one priority. We knew that T Creek was there, and we did not want to impact it whatsoever. Just a side comment. So, just including, it is also concluded that pursuant to policy 5.2.81 of the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, the proposed development support the plan's objectives, and does not have any negative impact to the KHFs or the corridor.
Any questions of council?
So if I may summarize that for the mayor, can I just look at that section for a moment? It gets unfortunate. It's a very technical discussion, very technical argument. Thank you. What the EIS is saying is that there's a loss of 0.1 hectares of significant woodland, and that there's no negative impacts to the adjacent wetland, which I've mentioned before. Best management practices are going to be employed for construction and development to mitigate any impacts. It's concluded that the region has brought up the growth plan as being the significant issue, or the growth plan policies which they're following. And our EIS has concluded that based on the policy in the growth plan, the proposed developments supports the plan's objectives and does not have any negative impacts to the key natural heritage features of the corridor. So I would suggest, as Ms. Dilts has mentioned, that there's been a misunderstanding, a misreading, if you will, a misinterpretation of what the EIS has said. I'm not sure if the regional biologist read it or fully understood what was being said before concluding. So I think the site visit is probably the best solution
So why don't we
to
do
address
that
that.
then? Why don't we close out this meeting? I know there will be a motion for deferral. This will buy us some time, 4 weeks, our next council meeting. And then hopefully this other biologist returns your call. They especially if she wrote the original EIS, hopefully we can come to some better conclusions, right? So why don't we do that? So let me close this out then. Okay, Okay, the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Councillor Thompson? You're gonna defer this to the next council
Well,
meeting?
I think we can't deal with this. Used to be the health department with septic tanks. Now it's the region. If we approve this and they have to put in a septic, they have to get it to the region, and it has to be distance from the creek and approved. So I'm not against what they're trying to do, but it's got to get over the region, and so I would defer it and come back on the 15th of August with the region, the comments. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Patel. That motion is non-debatable. We cannot discuss. All those in favor? Okay, so that's unanimous. So we're supportive, but we want to give you some time to go to the property with the other biologist and figure out this EIS dilemma. And then hopefully everything works out good and we see you back here on the 15th.
Thank you very kindly.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Clerk, would you please introduce the next item on the agenda?
Public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit a vacation rental unit as a permitted use, to use an existing detached dwelling as a vacation rental unit, and the amendments are recommended for various reasons listed in council's report. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on June 8th, 2023, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting or leave their name on the sign-in sheets located outside council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Wow, this is unbelievable tonight. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Now, Nick DeBenedetti, Planner 2, will explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed amendments.
Hello there, Mayor Diodati, council members, and members of the public. We're here to discuss the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment in regards to apply a special policy area and rezone the property to a site-specific R2 zone to permit a VRU in the existing detached dwelling. The applicant is Omar Tyndale and the agent is Rhea Davis. The property is located at Wilmot and 3rd Avenue, southeast corner. Predominantly, the properties are single detached dwellings. There is an apartment near 2nd Avenue and Valley Way. So background information. The applicant is requesting a special policy area to rezone the property to a site-specific R2 zone to permit a vacation rental unit in the existing detached dwelling. Land is designated residential in the official plan and located in the built-up area. A special policy area will be required to add the VRU. The proposal meets the general objectives of the official plan. It's located close to the tourist district within the residential use, and there is not a concentration of VRUs located in this area. The vacation rental will be required to obtain a license to operate the VRU from the city. The subject property is zoned R2 in accordance with zoning bylaw 79-200. the VRU use will be added and existing regulations will be recognized as part of the rezoning amendment. Proposed zoning relief. So basically, we're adding the use of the vacation rental unit, the minimum lot frontage from 15 meters to 9.45 meters. The exterior side yard width from the 4.5 to 1.14 was asked as part of the proposed zoning relief, and the minimum exterior side yard width from an accessory structure from 4.5 to 2.41 meters. Now, the open house was held on May 17th of 2023. There was 2 emails that were sent as part of the open house, and there were comments and concern was the neighborhood should be preserved as a residential neighborhood. Staff responded in that the proposed VRU will be within the existing detached dwelling, containing not more than 3 bedrooms. The built form and the design of the dwelling is similar to the adjacent properties and not out of character within the neighborhood. Another comment was the other vacation rental homes operating illegally in the neighborhood. Presently, there are no licensed VRUs operating in the vicinity of the subject property, and again, the owner will be required to obtain a license to operate the VRU. And then another concern or comment was the applicant should consider property for long-term rental use. The proposal will not impact the city's ability to provide necessary housing. The proposed VRU does not prevent the dwelling from being used as long-term rental in the future. Our planning analysis. The proposed development conforms to the provincial, regional, and city policies as a subject property is located within the settlement area, contributing to diversification of economic activity and supporting the achievement of complete communities. The proposed addition of the VRU as a permitted use will not prevent the city from providing housing options to meet projected needs of current and future residents. The proposed VRU will promote economic development, prosperity by alternative accommodation type for vacationing and traveling public in an area suitable for the close to amenities, attractions, and close proximity to the tourist area. And the application meets the policy test as established for a VRU and the residential designation in the official plan. And finally, the owner will be required to obtain a license from the city to operate the VRU. So council, our recommendation is the council approve the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment as modified and recommended in the report.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. De Benedetti. Do we have any questions for our planner of council? Questions? We're still in the meeting. Do you have any questions?
I want to speak on it.
Okay, well, right now it's just questions. We're going to get to comments. So do you have any questions? Does anyone have any questions for the planner? Okay. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419. Is there anyone here other than the applicant who wishes to address council? Mr. Clerk, is there anyone online? Okay. So council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. I'm Aaron Butler with NPG Planning Solutions, and on Zoom is Rhea Davis, who's a planner with NPG. Rhea's just going to give a brief presentation. We'll try not to reiterate what Mr. De Benedetti has already stated, but we'll just probably walk through our analysis of the official plan policies that are relevant here briefly.
Hello everyone, I just want to confirm if I'm audible.
Yep, we can hear you fine.
Awesome. Just going to screen share. Okay. Well, good evening everyone. Your Worship, councillors, and everyone else present at this public meeting, my name is Ria Davis, Intermediate Planner at NPG Planning Solutions, and I'm here with our principal partner who you just met, Erin Butler. We are here to provide information on this proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application, and are happy to answer any questions after this presentation. I'll skip the first slide as it was part of staff's presentation. So was the proposed development section, which is essentially permitting the existing dwelling as a vacation rental unit. Our only modification here is to add an additional space to meet the VRU parking requirements, as you will see in our conceptual plan, which is a parking space 2 in addition to an existing garage structure that's on the property. This figure on the slide shows the location of the subject lands, which is a yellow star, in relation to the downtown core, which is shown in orange. City's tourism districts to the south, which contains many local attractions such as Clifton Hill, the casino, the falls. You can also see the city's transit routes and cycling network mapped out on this figure. We think the lands are an ideal location to serve the needs of the proposed vacation rental unit, given its proximity to tourism-related amenities. We also wanted to provide you some context on the residential designation of the subject lands, which the property is currently designated as, to allow for VRUs. Within residential areas, the city has policy direction through its OPA 127, and we have analyzed the amendment and concluding that it meets the criteria, in which the proposed VRU will be within an existing detached dwelling containing no more than 3 bedrooms. The parking is proposed to be in the rear as an extension of the existing driveway. And this proposed parking meets the zoning bylaw requirement for VRUs. With regards to compatibility, the nature of this application is to utilize the existing dwelling and the lot. The lot size is not anticipated to have effects on the operation of the VRU or have any negative impacts to the use of neighboring properties. The proposed VRU will contain a fenced-in backyard containing a wooden deck and providing ample private amenity space to the residents and the guests. The owner will be required to obtain a license, as Mr. Nick just mentioned, to operate the dwelling as a VRU. The enforcement of the licensing bylaw and other city bylaws can ensure compatibility of the use. The next point is with regards to proximity to tourist areas, as I've just shown in the previous map. The proposal will support the existing tourism industry by providing accommodation for visitors in an area that currently has no licensed VRUs. The proposal wouldn't result in an undue concentration of VRUs. Presently, there are no licensed VRUs operating in the vicinity of the subject lands. The proposal will not impact the city's ability to provide dwellings or rental accommodations. The proposed VRU is not a conversion of existing rental stock, and it does not prevent the dwelling from being used for long-term rental in the future. I won't get too much into detail of this, as Mr. Baldinelli already explained it. I would just like to highlight that the variances that we are requesting for with regards to lot area, frontage, and exterior side yards recognize the existing deficiency. There's nothing new that we're bringing forth through this application. This slide lists some of the regulations that the owner will need to comply to ensure compliance with the neighboring properties. As previously mentioned, and also through Mr. Diodati, the proposed VRUs will operate under a municipal license system. So in conclusion of our presentation, the proposed development is supported by the provincial policy statement, the growth plan, the Niagara official plan, and the City of Niagara Falls official plan. It promotes economic diversity by providing new tourist accommodation opportunities within the city and the region. The proposed VRU is intended to operate within the existing built form, and as such, there are no changes being proposed to this built form. And we think the proposed VRU is appropriately located as it meets the policy test for OPA 127 while making efficient use of the available services and infrastructure. This concludes our presentation. Aaron and myself are available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions of council for the applicant? No questions? Okay. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. What's the will of council? You want to speak, Councillor Thompson?
Yes, I'm really upset about the VRUs. We said originally they had to be tourist commission or commercial property, and I don't know what the rest of you, but I get on the weekend, probably sometime in the summertime, 5 calls about VRUs, party noise, and the noise at 11 o'clock in the backyard, and the kids next door in a single family residential and can't go to sleep. I think and when the CAO was talking of the last meeting, I was listening, and then right at the VRUs at the end, and I thought, well, why couldn't they have a bed and breakfast, and people would be there to control the activity, and I didn't approve it, but on River Road, 10 properties, bedrooms, and
Councillor, we're going to focus on this application. We can't talk about that.
And that's,
I know.
and that's, I want to have to see what has on River Road, and I really think we're making a huge. Everybody will be coming in to get, and do I want next door to my property? And you wouldn't like it either. And I think we're just opening this whole situation for, and the CAO said he had talked to Doug Burrell, the hotel people, and I talked to somebody a few days ago, and I said, why would Doug Burrell be in, he's the hotel, and he says he's not in favor. I said, I think I'm going to talk to him directly, but I think that in a residential area to have this is a disaster for the city of Niagara Falls. So I would absolutely not approve it.
Okay.
And
So are you making a motion, Councillor, or are you just commenting right now?
I'm commenting,
Okay,
right?
yes.
I want to hear other people. You know, I drive Gerald Spencer crazy with all this issue steady, and
Just start calling the CAO.
you know.
Okay, I've got Councillor Lococo, then Patel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The report said that it would not remove any housing units from the affordable housing. I don't believe that to be true. I think it's in an area that could be moderately priced rental, so I do think it's taking out a unit out of the housing. It is asking for relief from our bylaw to permit the VRU and recognize the existing minimum lot area, minimum lot frontage, minimum exterior side yard for dwelling, and to recognize the exterior side yard for a garage. We don't have to approve it if they're asking for all of these. The report also talks about promoting economic development and prosperity by offering an alternative accommodation type for vacationers and traveling public. What about promoting the enjoyment of the residents who live in a residential neighborhood? I did ask for if we've had any complaints in the area, and Ms. Hannah wasn't able to get that number yet. Do we have that number yet, Ms. Dolch?
Through you to the councillor, I believe Mr. Bendetti has that information for you.
So through you, through Mayor, we ran a bylaw summary for zoning complaints in the area on Wilmot Street. We have not received the one complaint. Here's a summary on Wilmot Street.
Thank you very much, through the mayor. It talks about parking in the rear yard. We just had a brand new development that we would not approve parking in the backyard because that's not something that we want to do, but we're allowing it for this. Talks about the proximity to commercial and tourist uses enhances the vitality of the neighborhood. It doesn't. It's residential. All we're doing is we're expanding the boundaries about where VRUs can go into the residential. And I did ask how much the permit fee to change it from the zoning to allow a VRU. It's $14,500 permit fee. I guess that's the cost about removing the enjoyment from our residents that live in the area to now a commercial area. So I'm not going to approve this application. I'm completely opposed to it. We have areas where VRU should be. This isn't one of them.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Patel.
Mr. Mayor, I actually drove by that area a couple times in last week, and it was a great family neighborhood. And I would hate to see a family neighborhood turn into VRU zone in the future, because if we allow one house to turn into VRU, I'm sure we're going to have lots more applications come in. So I would like to put in a motion to decline the report.
Okay.
Or how do you say it? Yeah.
Motion by Councillor Patel.
Yeah.
Are you seconding that, Councillor Newstead? Yep. Did you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I'd like to second it and speak to it. I appreciate the letter that we received from the resident. When you see how we normally live, this is a lady who works in the hospital, and she needs to, or anybody needs to have the enjoyment of their home. They have to get up in the morning, go to work, and when she put it in context of how serious a job that she has and how the public relies on it, if we have vacation rentals next door, they're there with a different purpose. They're there to have fun, enjoy themselves. It's different than a resident who's living life normally, going to work, and requires their home to be a place that they can at least get a normal night's sleep. So I second it, and I think it should be maintained as a residential area.
Okay, so we've got a motion by Councillor Patel, second by Councillor Newstead, that we deny the application. Any other speakers to the, yes, Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to go on process, because different times when we've brought up a different motion than what is being approved, we were told that we needed to deal with the motion that's on the floor first in the report, and we're doing it different now, so I'm just asking.
Well, the recommendation.
I definitely want to deny it.
Yeah, that's all they're doing, is denying the recommendation.
But that's different than putting on a...
She made a motion.
We just did it with the Dorchester one.
Yeah, I know, and that's why I'm asking.
What are we... Mr. Clerk?
It sounds like you're, through the mayor, it sounds like the councillor's referring to the recommendation in the report as a motion. It is not a motion. It's simply a staff recommendation. As the mayor indicated when he closed the public meeting, he was looking for the will of council. So he's
So a
looking for
motion can
council
be
to introduce a
brought.
motion
Okay, thank
either
you.
way.
So is there any other further discussion to the motion then? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of denial of the report? Okay, and that's opposed? Okay. Okay, so any other, that's good, we're done on that one, thank you. We're through the planning part, that didn't take long. Is it still light out? I like these early, when we start at 1 o'clock, this is great, right? We get through it so much quicker. All right. We're into reports. 8.1. Cooperative procurement. So there's a recommendation that staff, that we receive the information that we authorize the GM of corporate services to execute a membership agreement in the form of that's satisfactory to our city solicitor. Do we have some direction from council? It's just simply a, do you? Okay, could we get, yes? Okay. Oh, Mr. Ellington, can you just help us understand exactly?
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is just a general information report requesting approval from council to authorize staff to enter into an agreement with Kinetic GPO. Kinetic GPO is a cooperative purchasing group organization that the city can leverage at no cost, and staff are recommending approval of the agreement.
So that's all. Okay. Okay, motion by, okay, I saw Councillor Newstag, Councillor Patel. I will call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you. 8.2, South Niagara Hospital contribution. So now, pardon me? Oh, yeah, right. And I'm switching with Councillor Pietrangelo, as he is the budget chair. So we're going to switch seats. Yeah, sorry.
Thanks, Your Worship. Next item is 8.2 F2023-07, the South Niagara Hospital contribution. There is a report in front of council as well as the recommendations. Councillor Thompson?
We don't have any choice, and I would move the motion.
Okay, so I have a motion to approve the recommendations that are in front of council. Do I have a seconder to the motion? Seconded by Councillor Strange. Okay. Questions, comments? Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think everyone can agree that we definitely need a hospital. My concerns are regarding the funding of the hospital, determining the local share of the municipalities, and not overburdening Niagara Falls taxpayers, especially after our 2023 tax increase. I just want to make sure I have the figures correct, so this is a recap. Niagara Health is asking for 30 to 32 million, and this report is asking for 30 million. We received donated lands of $11 million, which we're not getting any credit for. And we're investing 32.5 in infrastructure, and I know I brought it up the last time, and Mr. Nichols said that it's not just for the hospital, it's for expansion at that end. So when you add all of that up, it's $73.5 million is our portion. So the Niagara Health is also requesting 40 to 50 million for municipal contributions. So if Niagara Falls does 30 and Fort Erie has pledged 3 million, that's 33 million. So that would leave another 17 million from Welland, Port Colborne, and Pelham. Do we have any pledges from them? Can anyone answer that?
Mr. Burgess might be able to.
Yeah, through the chair to council, the only known pledge at this point in time is Fort Erie. And we are still moving forward with our request. The region has committed to their pledge amount, which was in the $40 million range, if I remember correctly from the report.
Okay, thank you. There are only going to be 3 emergency departments, Niagara Falls, Welland, and St. Catharines. The urgent care are closing overnight in Fort Erie and Port Colborne. I'm concerned that Niagara Falls taxpayers is contributing more than our fair share. In January of this year, council approved $200,000 for the MRI, which was also supposed to be part of the contribution. So I guess this report should say 30 million minus 200,000. That was what was agreed to. The Niagara Health and donations amount to be raised was 35 million to 45 million. If I can ask through the chair to the mayor, who's the chair of the fundraising committee, do you know how much has been raised? Because when I go on the website, the large donations are 41.5 million. Do you have a figure about what's been raised?
I don't have the, Mr. Chair, I don't have the exact latest number, but it's somewhere in the area of 50, yeah, so 50, over 50 million, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if it was supposed to be 35 to 45, if it's over 50 million, could that money be decreased from the city's local share?
I don't know if I could. That's not my area. I'm just helping raise money. So I know that Councillor Newsteg's been involved in the foundation. Maybe she's got better answers.
Through you, Councillor Pietrangelo. Actually, 2 points. So what has been raised from the foundation right now is for equipment, because equipment doesn't fund. So that's a whole different category than what's required from the city. But I do want to go back to that point about the $200,000. For the last, gosh, I want to say about 15 years, that council has always been giving to the NHS for equipment, and it's always been around the $250,000 or $50,000 to $100,000. So I think what we gave this year was just to stop the future ask, but that's always been something separate than the new hospital. That's just to fund the normal equipment that we always have. And I'm not positive, but I think the other cities have also contributed to the equipment over the years as well. So the 200,000, I appreciate what you're saying, but that's kind of a whole separate area, as well as the fundraising for the equipment. So it's separate than what this other
Through the chair, I understand what you're saying, but I went back in the minutes and it did say about $200 being taken off of the whole amount. I'm not going to argue about $200,000. It's so small in comparison to the big thing, but it did say it was going to be taken off of the contribution. It doesn't matter.
That should be something
I can let
separate.
Mr. Burgess answer if you like.
At the end of the day, we factored in, we're recommending at the low end of the request. And so the $200,000, whether, as Councillor Newesteg has said, we've been giving to that an annual amount to the foundation for equipment of the hospital for a number of years. As part of the budget cuts going forward, we took that off and we did a one-time settlement because the NHS had an opportunity to multiply our contribution through other donors to buy for it. So that's a levy item that's come off the budget. But we also kind of in the back of our heads factored that in. That's why the staff recommendation is at the minimum amount of the request. So we didn't try to move it. We're recommending the minimum amount at this point in time. It's a rounding error on a $30 million application at the end of the day.
Thank you. I can appreciate that. It was just that the motion was to come off of the contribution and the report didn't specify that. So that's all. I believe that the Niagara Falls is contributing more than our fair share. I think that the $30 million request is too high, and I'm concerned about the local share of the other municipalities. I had an opportunity to speak to Angela at Niagara Health, and I was talking to her about the municipality share. I asked her about per capita, and I figured it out per capita of what each municipality was would contribute if they were per capita, and she explained that it's not a per capita funding project. But if you look at Niagara Falls per capita at our 94,415 population, the per capita would be 21.5 million. We pledged 22 million at the beginning of all of this. If you look at Fort Erie, they would be 7.5. They've now pledged 3 million. Port Colborne would be 4.1. Welland would be 12.7, and Pelham would be 4.0. And those three have not contributed. My concern is about Welland, Port Colborne, and Pelham. We've had conversations that Welland didn't want the hospital over there. Welland didn't want to pay for it. What if they don't come up with the money? Will Niagara Health be coming back to Niagara Falls for portions that the other three communities didn't raise? So I'm thinking that we've already committed the 22 million plus the 11 million plus the the infrastructure amount, the 30 million is way too high. Our taxpayers, no matter how we look at this, we have different options. It's still too much for the Niagara Falls taxpayers. I will not approve this report.
Okay, thanks. I have Councillor Newesteg.
Okay, so through you to Councillor Lococo, if we're not approving it, then and where do we go from there? Does the whole thing stop? I'm just very confused. If we take the stand that we won't approve it, nobody else does that mean that the whole hospital just goes to a stop and we don't have a new hospital? I don't understand.
I think the build will go forward, and maybe Mr. Burgess can...
Yeah, through the chair, what happens is that inside the four walls, the province, essentially, if I were simplifying it, the province builds the four walls. The province builds the building. It's the local share portion is to fit out the hospital. So to give, to give the hospital the appropriate equipment, the appropriate fixtures that are there to service the community. So the hospital will go forward. It's just what kind of equipment and what kind of hospital are you walking into at the end of the day, and that's up for each community to decide. So the build would go forward. You just might not have the appropriate equipment, or up-to-date equipment, or the surroundings that you'd want when you're in the hospital setting. The other thing that's not in this report, just to be very clear to council, unlike other communities, we are in negotiations with the hospital, and as part of this deal is that we would receive the land for nominal consideration of the existing site. And unlike what happened in St. Catharines, and if I were to speak bluntly, that site became a bit of a black hole because it was undeveloped and not flipped. Our staff are taking the position where we are doing a secondary plan today, frankly, 5 years before the turnover of the site, so that when that site is decamped, we're going to have plans in place, hopefully builders in place, to revitalize that area and create a planned community for that. So though I understand Councillor Lococo's position on the investments, you also have to look to the other side of some of the assets that we're also receiving. We're receiving a larger development that's going to spur other development in the area, which will pay for some of those infrastructure costs. But the report is purely based on that. The other decision with regards to the land will come in a subsequent report to council.
Okay, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding the $11 million land, when I asked about why we weren't getting credit for it, they said because it wasn't cash. And I asked, well, what did you do to purchase land, to get the land for St. Catharines? They had to purchase it. So I don't quite understand why Niagara Falls had to put up $11 million, not get credit for it, but yet in St. Catharines, they purchased the land, and that money came out of all of their funding. So I don't quite understand. We've already given $11 million. Our pledge was 22. We've given 11, and now they're asking for 30, plus we've done all of the infrastructure. I think we have given a lot to begin with. Now, to talk about the...
Can I let Mr. Burgess answer that?
Sure.
Through the chair, the way Infrastructure Ontario works is the same in every community. So the Infrastructure Ontario model is that the hospital, in this case through the foundation, would have to assemble the land and assemble the funding for what goes on inside the hospital. So a prerequisite for the site to be considered, frankly, was the acquisition of the land. The land was provided through various means. Part of it was a contribution to the city. So without that land acquisition, the hospital would not have been, the site in Niagara Falls would not have been considered for it. And then you may have had the situation where the site would have been considered in Welland, which was the other site. So you would have not had a hospital in Niagara Falls, but you would have had a hospital in Welland. So I think the council of the day made the decision that due to the importance of a community hospital here, they made that contribution. I can understand the frustration of the provincial rules, and in discussions with NHS, I expressed similar frustrations, maybe not as politely as you, Councillor Lococo. But at the end of the day, that's how the provinces funds hospitals, and they fund it the same way in every community. And I'm not going to change that. And I can't change a previous decision of council, but the previous decision of council allowed for the hospital to be developed in Niagara Falls. So it's just the rules of Infrastructure Ontario.
Okay, thank you very much. So if we can't change the council of the day, it's still $11 million of taxpayers' money that we're putting towards the hospital. That's my point. We've already pledged 22, we've given 11, plus there's the infrastructure. So I'm looking at it as a sort of a wash. We've done everything that we said that we were going to, the 22 million and 11. They're looking for 30 million. And right now we have already committed that. I wanted to talk about the existing hospital site. The CAO said it was $6 million. I've seen $6 million, $6 million value for the hospital, and I've asked about the environmental cleanup. We don't know how much it's going to cost for the environmental cleanup until we get in there. So yes, it's worth $6 million, but how much will we have to invest into it? We don't know that. So I want to keep that in mind as well. So at the end of the day, I feel that Niagara Falls has committed as much as we should, and I don't want to see us committing more. I think the other municipalities need to step up because it's not a Niagara Falls hospital, it's a regional hospital, and other municipalities are going to be using it. Our Niagara Falls residents will not be given prime seniority or anything like that to use the services. It's a regional hospital, and I think the other municipalities need to step up.
Okay, thanks. I have Councillor Patel and then Councillor Newstead.
And through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. CEO, I understand what Councillor Coco is saying. Is there anything we can do to make other municipalities to pay their share? Is there any agreement we had with them or something we can have province look into it?
It's not the municipality's role. The region has made their contribution at this point in time. The NHS makes their requests of each of the municipalities. And I think we show leadership by making the contribution. We're at the bottom end of the ask. Our ask got revised by NHS after the initial ask was the initial ask. Now they've went out and designed it and all that stuff. And the NHS will be making presentations to each of the other municipalities with revised asks. And that's the process. So that process is underway. I'm sure the region's amount was also a revised amount, and that they've accepted that revised amount going forward. So the NHS will do their tour, but we are the host municipality, and therefore we have to be the first one at the table.
So if the PECUNIARY ups their contribution from 3 million to 7 million, does that reduce our contribution or ours still stays the same?
Ours still stays the same. It's the contributions are determined by NHS based upon the actual cost that they've developed now, and they'll make those asks. And as I said, there are, if you don't provide the funding or if they fall short on the community contributions, then the NHS has to make it up in other ways, such as increased fundraising, reductions in services, increase in charges in parking or food and beverage. But mostly it'd probably be a reduction in service or offerings at the location.
So I do understand that because hospital is being built in Niagara Falls, so it is kind of we are investing in our own community because in the future, whatever development are being developed around the hospital, we will be collecting the taxes from there, and our residents will be getting jobs and businesses there. So I do see it as investment in our community. So I would support the $30 million contribution, but I would like to understand the options that you're presenting, how we are going to fund that.
Through the chair, as staff, we presented those not to debate tonight because that would be at a budget debate. There are some options to present to it. At the end of the day, there's a good news story here. This previous council had reserved money and saved money, $22 million, with our new financial strategy and how we're managing treasuries. It'll be $30 million by the time the first check has to be written. So, you know, we will meet that financial contribution, which will save the taxpayers significant dollars. If we did not save any money, I just did the quick math here, and we had to do the interest rate that's provided by Infrastructure Ontario, our taxpayers would be paying $21.5 million in interest alone on a $30 million infrastructure one. So by being able to pay it upfront, cash on the table, we will save the taxpayers $21.5 million, which is different than St. Catharines. St. Catharines is just winding up their tax, and they didn't have that money up front. So I think there is a good news story here for the residents of Niagara Falls.
So when our contribution is $30 million, and we are getting old previous site is being gifted, so that's approximately $6 million. So are we taking those $6 million off the $30 million for the final number?
We are not. We're just, it's $30 million in cash, and then we'll buy the land for $1, and then we'll look to develop that land.
Okay, so that's a whole separate
That's
thing.
a whole separate thing.
Okay, thank you very much. I will support the motion for $30 million.
Okay, thanks. I have Councillor Newstead next.
Okay, so when
I don't think we have any choice to support the hospital. And I think things with COVID 3 years is changes. And if I go up the Falls View every day and down in the park, and the casinos are doing really better, and the theater is full, 5,000 people, bringing them down here. I think we're going to be in a good situation with the future, with tourism, all the things, casinos, ever, yeah.
Okay, thanks. I have Councillor Newstead, and then Councillor Strange.
when it comes to our healthcare and hospital, I don't see how we can even stop, that we can even sit back and say, well, if they don't do it, then we shouldn't do it. Yes, it's a huge ask, but it comes back to our healthcare. We need the best healthcare. We have not, we've been living with this old hospital, and we've got the benefit right now of having this amazing billion-dollar facility. So we've got to also think of it as, for us as residents, we have a billion-dollar facility in our area, not to mention the spin-offs that will come from that asset. So I think we'll see money coming back into our community just by the spin-offs. And secondly, talking about the hospital, the J&J site, although there's cleanup, it can't compare to the cost of what we are going to be able to get for that property. Finding assembled land in one location in the center of the city is virtually impossible today. So the benefit of having it is far greater than even just a dollar figure of $6 million. So I 100% support contributing $30 million.
Okay, Councillor Strange.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So yeah, the hospital is in Niagara Falls, and people are calling it a regional hospital, but it's built in Niagara Falls, and you see already the development around it. We just approved the subdivision development behind it that included secondary dwellings, tiny houses, and this is where it's all going. It's all going to the south end, surrounding by this hospital. So development is going to be paying for development here. You know, you talk about the old hospital, the investment we're going to have there. When that's all said and done, we're going to have a whole subdivision there of affordable housing, which is going to be great. Taxes. And we have the specialty in this hospital, especially in St. Catharines. You can call St. Catharines a regional hospital. Anybody that has cancer and goes to chemo, they go to St. Catharines. This specialty here is going to be for heart and stroke. So you're in the best two places, I guess, you could be. You have the hospital in St. Catharines, hospital in Niagara Falls, where they're going to be professionals with heart and stroke and have the best doctors, the best surgeons. And I think everybody in this room has known somebody or themselves has had a heart attack, a stroke, or has known someone for cancer. We're in the best position here. And why are we changing out on healthcare? Healthcare, we should have the best. We're gonna have the best people. We're paid for the building. Now we need the best equipment in there. So we have to go forward with this.
Mayor, do you got?
Thank you, Chair. Just to echo all the comments here, going back several years, you know, that we weren't even on the radar of the province for a hospital. And it started with getting us some land donated, and then we had to purchase some land, but we had to go through a bunch of hoops to get to where we are today, because other communities around the province were battling. I mean, from Windsor to wherever, a lot of places were fighting for one. So we had to put together a united front to make this happen. And so we made sure we knocked down each obstacle. So first we got the land secured, and then we had to do a study to find out what the most logical place was for it. And then the province made the decision that it would be here. And then we had to decide if we're going to commit money and raise the money. So we did that every step of the way, because we understand healthcare is the #1 thing in people's minds in the world. Healthcare. If you don't have your health, you have nothing. So the idea here is this is going to be a $3.6 billion investment. So it'll be the biggest capital investment of the province in the region in the province's history. And what's going to happen, it's going to give us the nicest, biggest, bigger than the St. Catharines Hospital, center of excellence for healthcare. It's going to bring in the newest and latest equipment. It's going to attract the brightest and best minds, and it's going to lead to the best healthcare. So at the end of the day, we're going to have the best healthcare in the region. And if you ask anybody what's top of their list, they want to make sure that they're getting great healthcare. So we're going to get that great healthcare right here in Niagara Falls. And at the same time, it's going to gentrify the whole area. When you go to West St. Catharines, that was barren until that hospital went in. You go now, you can't find property. So it's going to pay dividends in healthcare, in investment, and it's going to be the most important thing for people to have that security of mind. And yes, it's in Niagara Falls, and the advantage is you don't have to go as far. It's pretty central in the region, but we fought to have it here because we know how important it is. In the region, we're short by like 100 doctors right now. And there's a lot of doctors going to be retiring. People are very worried about what's going to happen with healthcare. So we're trying to bring in foreign trained doctors. We're trying to deal with not enough healthcare workers. We're going to have a center of excellence right here in Niagara Falls. To me, I think it's a no-brainer. I think everybody, if you were to ask them if this is important on their this list of wishes and desires, they'd say, yeah, give me good health care, right? That's at the top of the list. So I'm proud to support this. I'm grateful the province, we've been through successive governments, that they continue to agree to invest in us. I'm grateful that the NHS is working closely with us to make this happen. And I'm grateful that the community has stepped up. We've raised over $50 million so far. You know, in St. Catharines, it was somewhere in the 20s. Then we set a target of 40. We're up over 50, and we're still going at it. So the last thing we need is any negative feelings or words or thoughts around this. This is nothing but positive. It's not, healthcare isn't cheap, that's for sure. But I'll tell you something, when you lose your health, you'll pay anything to get it back. So we have an opportunity here to have this great center of excellence, and like we say, brush the teeth you want to keep. And I think that we want to be focused on having this hospital right here, well-funded and supported by this council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are there any other comments from any other members of council? If not, then there's a motion on the floor to approve staff's recommendations. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? With one opposed. Okay, the next report is F 2023-19. This deals with low-income seniors and people with disabilities, the water and property tax rebate program. Motion by Councillor by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will second it. I just had a question. Did we not have a motion on the floor a few meetings ago that we wanted to increase the amount? Didn't Councillor Campbell bring something up about increasing it?
Through the chair, we're looking at increasing the program for next year.
Okay.
We had a nice meeting with the seniors committee actually last week about a property tax deferral program that we might put in place in the future, and we're hoping to bring that back to council. I believe the motion was the October 3rd meeting. So we're going to do that public engagement in July and August and hopefully get some information back to council. But for 2023, it will be the existing program in place.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so there is a motion on the floor to approve staff's recommendation. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. And the last finance report is F 2023-21, and this just deals with the City of Niagara Falls Trust Fund's financial statements up until the end of 2022. Looking for a motion to approve staff's recommendation by Councillor Patel, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Thank you very much, and I'll pass it back to the Mayor.
Are we at Hunk? Yeah, okay. Yep. Okay, folks, so we're at 8.5, Houck Park Practice Facilities Legacy Project. Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's nice seeing this. We obviously, there's some surplus and some money that we got from Canada Summer Games, and possibly we should have got more. But the whole thing about the Canada Summer Games was about legacy and what we could get from those games. We had such a successful baseball tournament at Niagara Falls at Oaks Park, and I think one of the most thrilling things was watching J.D. Lee from Newfoundland throw the first pitch and then come back and throw a pitch at you, and you caught it, which was pretty cool.
Barely.
But I think it was something that we need in our baseball organization in Niagara Falls, and I think Hope Park is a perfect spot for it. They're talking about batting cages, places where they can pitch, somewhere where the grassroots can learn the real good game of baseball and can concentrate on pitching and hitting, and something we need in Niagara Falls. So I'll make the motion to recommend this.
Okay. Motion by Councillor Strange, and it was seconded by, who seconded it? I forget already.
I'll second it.
No, but somebody seconded. Who was it?
Councillor Thompson said he wanted to speak to it, but whoever wants to second it, I'll second it.
But somebody, I took a second, did I not? No? Okay. So who wants to second it then?
Sure.
Okay, Councillor Pietrangelo, do you want to speak to it now too? And then I've got Councillor.
I do, yeah, Your Worship. The one thing that I wanted to say was just a thank you to the GNBA. It's great to see that we have a true partner when it comes to making improvements in these facilities. I see that they've come up with $100,000 towards the project. That's one of the big things that we look for, especially when we make park improvements, is where are our partners on this? And it's great to see that the GNBA stepped up to the plate, no pun intended.
Oh, wow. Oh, I don't even know what to say to that. Okay, any other comments? Did I see any? Yes, Councillor Lococo, then Patel.
I think you have other people who want, I think you said before.
Oh, I did. I'm just off
Forget
today.
my name, forget me, it's okay.
Councillor Newestag, and then Patel, and then Lococo. How's that?
I just want to say I support this as well. I spoke with a resident regarding this. I've never really played baseball, so I don't know a lot about it, but this resident explained to me that we don't have the facilities here. It's something that we're really lacking in Niagara Falls, and they have to go to communities around us, including over to the States. So she was even saying that Pelham has greater facilities than we do for baseball. So that's something very encouraging, that we're doing something that we're obviously lacking here. She also pointed out that this is a sport that really doesn't take a lot of investment for families. So it really is a very accessible sport for children. It's basically a glove and a bat. So another very positive thing to be investing in something that can that's available to all children. And she did mention the location of Hope Park, that it's very easy for people to get there. So everything here just lines up. And also when you see community partners contributing to something, then you really know this is something that our community wants. So for all those reasons, I fully support this.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Patel?
Mr. Mayor, I'm in fully support of this too, because this actually will improve the quality of life for our residents. They currently have to travel to Pelham and Welland for the practice. So we do promote the healthy living too, and we want our kids to be outside and play. We grew up playing outside. We don't want them to be inside and play on their phones or on a video game. I can't stand that, but yeah. So I think we are promoting the healthy lifestyle and quality of life. So I think I will support this. I think I will.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can completely appreciate why we would look at something like this, but after our large increase, and we did 350,000 on McLeod Road for the tennis courts, 250 for this, I appreciate that organizations are also chipping in, and that shows commitment from them. But I can't see spending this money when we've looked at our surveys and sports and recreation was down at the bottom. There were a whole bunch of other, we talked about how important health is in our community. When we looked at our survey, recreation and sport was down at the bottom, and I just think this is a lot of money to be spending at this point, so I'm not going to approve it.
Yep, Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thinking this was a legacy fund where this money had to actually go to this if we wanted to go forward. It wasn't just $100,000 that we could just go to healthcare or to wherever else. It had to go towards this project. So you couldn't take it out and put it to the library or anything like that. So $100,000 from the legacy fund had to go to this, and it's something that I think our kids need. We need something like that. We have some great baseball players. Oaks Park is just amazing, and the park next door, where in between games or before games, they have a place to practice, a place to pitch, and a place to hit. So I think it's just an amazing idea.
Okay, so we're all set. We've got a... Oh, yes, Mr. Nichols.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just want to acknowledge Jeff Allen in the room today. Jeff was the sport lead for the summer games. He's on the GMBA, and he was a big reason for us to arrive at the project we're at today. And I also want to mention, because we've been talking about cricket on a number of occasions, we want to look at, we're looking at some opportunities to multi-purpose the facility to allow for cricket practice facilities as well. So you can practice the pitching and practice the batting. So we're hoping to also, to Councillor Lococo's point, recover some user fees for other user groups who haven't been involved in the initial conception of the project. Thanks.
And thank you to Jeff for all your involvement throughout the Canada Games. Yeah, he did a big job. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we've got a motion duly seconded. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and opposed? Okay, thank you. And I understand, is Councillor Campbell still on? Is he voting with his button? Like, is he able to do? Is he still there?
I'm still here.
He's still here. Are you in favor?
If I don't vote, if I don't want to vote or say no, I'll tell you.
Okay, so you're yes unless you say something.
No. Yes, sir.
What's that?
That's not how it works.
No? What do you mean? On Zoom?
Just procedurally, in order for a councillor to participate online, they do need to have their camera on or verbally give their vote. He is suggesting that he's going to oppose if he feels necessary.
So are you in favor of everything so far tonight?
Yes, sir. And I didn't know the rules were like that.
I learned something too.
Yes, that was adopted in amendments to our procedural bylaw during COVID.
All right.
Okay, okay, thank you.
So, but you're in favor of that one, right?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. And the hospital? Were you in favor of the hospital?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, where are we? Road resurfacing, 8.6. Additions to the road resurfacing mill and pave program, as we call shave and pave. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's thank you. But wait a minute, his camera's not on. Is he allowed to do this, Mr. Clerk? Oh, yeah? Okay.
I said verbally is okay.
Oh, verbally is okay. Look at that. You got on quick. All right. 8.7. Northwest and Garner West Secondary Plan Background Initiative. The idea here is that Council received this report regarding the initiative of the background work for the secondary plan, processes for the Northwest Secondary Plan area and the Garner West Secondary Plan area. Motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? Okay. Opposed? One opposed? Okay, Councillor Lococo is opposed. 8.8. Tree and woodland preservation and enhance. Do we have to bring Councillor Strange back, or did he leave?
Yeah,
sorry, just want to make sure. Did anybody else's iPad, the letters get smaller on the left side of the screen? No? Nobody else? Just me? Like they shrunk. It's a smaller font. I don't know, it's a weird. What's that? Let me see yours, Bill. Yeah, after 6 hours. I think ours are the same. No, those are the same. Yeah, that's the same as Bill's. It's like the app changed. It seems that way. I'm guessing Councillor Strange went for a walk or something. I'm not sure where he's.
May I go get them?
No, because you might not come back. We're going to lose quorum. I'm afraid. Oh, here they come. Oh, there we go. Okay, so we're at the 8.8 tree and woodland preservation and enhancement.
I'll move the recommendation.
Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Strange. And this is that we receive this report. It's the future urban forest management plan.
Yeah, nice.
Everything to do with trees in the city. Okay, so we'll call, yes, Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to thank staff for putting this information together. I know we've talked about it for quite a while. Back in October of 2021, I brought a motion forward to review the Municipal Act, the Forestries Act, the Planning Act, and the Natural Heritage Reference Manual as it pertains to the removal of the trees. That motion was not approved, so that was not put into this plan about looking at the definition, because every time I called the city to ask, there's a great big lot, wooden lot being cut down, they would say, well, that's not, we don't take care of that in the bylaw, contact the region. And I would contact the region, and they would say that's not under our purview. And they told me that they go by the Forestry Act of 1 hectare of land, 1,000 trees a certain diameter, or 750 trees a larger diameter, or 500 trees a larger diameter. So every time I called, we were having huge huge areas of trees. I don't want to say woodlot because we get very confused with the terminology, but huge lots of trees being cut down. So the purpose of why I brought this back then is it's great to be planting trees, and that's something that we need to do, but I really believe that we need to be saving the trees that we have. We have trees that are 50, 100 years old, 150, 200 years old, and we're cutting them down. I know it talks about in the report about possibly not having a bylaw because of the public outcry or the enforcement of it. There's some great tree bylaws out there. Oakville has a great one. I know Oakville was not listed in with all of the bylaw in that list. It was not in there, but it did talk about Oakville for the parking lots. So Oakville has a great tree bylaw. We don't have to start from scratch. What Oakville did was they distinguished between a regular homeowner and the trees in their yard and a developer with a huge lot of trees. There was a distinction. Sure, we don't want every single person cutting down a tree in their individual yard, having to apply for a permit, having to do all of that extra work. That's not the reason for a bylaw. The reason is for the development. And I can appreciate that our staff have given us a lot of different options of different things that can be done to work with the developers, but that's not a tree bylaw. So although I appreciate all of this, I don't think we're going far enough. We have to save the trees that we have. Planting trees is great, and I know that there's been discussion about having to take care of the trees. A couple people called me about the trees we gave away at Mother Earth Day, but there was no instructions. It didn't say how big of a hole to dig or how far from a building to put the tree. So we need to improve on those things. We learn. It was the first time that we did that. That's great. But this the Environmental Action Committee can work on all of those things. The other thing that I wanted to mention is our Environmental Action Committee, we have a lot of people that have volunteered their time, and not to disrespect anybody that's on there, we don't even have some of the proper staff within our city resources. And the Environmental Action Committee, that's great that everybody can help, but I hope that there's either a consultant or a staff member that has the proper knowledge to be guiding the Environmental Action Committee to where we need to be. I've been working with a lady named Liz Bienian, and she has she's an environmentalist. She's given me her huge for her huge resume about what she does and why she does it. I'd like to forward her comments to our staff because she's come up with a lot of questions about why we're doing certain things and then some suggestions about where we can go. I really trust her opinion. She has over 30 years experience. She worked on the Oakville bylaw as well. So I would like to forward those, but I'm not going to approve the report as it is because I think we can do a lot better. And one of the things that is really bothering me about not having the bylaw is because of the lack of resources. Because of the lack of resources, we are going to lose our trees. We need to do better. And I will comment on one developer, which is a really nice story. A resident called me about a huge tree on Portage Road. I think the developer is Drew Toff, am I correct? Yes. So on Portage Road, before you, the one-way part before you get to Thoroldstone Road, we approved a development, and then a resident came to me and said, Lori, there's this huge tree there. They're going to cut it down. Can you do something? I said, well, I'll contact staff and see what can happen. So through the planning department, they contacted the developer, Mr. Toff, and they've put it on hold to see if they can save the tree and work it within the development, and the tree's still there. So I don't know if it's going to be saved, but it was really nice that the developer has made these steps to at least look at it. I don't know if we'll have to change where the parking is or whatever, but those are the types of things that we really need to have discussions before, and I appreciate everything that's in the list, but we need to be doing more.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comment? Oh, Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Coco. Actually, during the Mother Earth, did they actually have demonstration how to plant a tree at the Fireman's Park? Or people who actually took the trees home, they actually planted a few trees and they were teaching people how to plant a tree. So maybe next time we can advertise that better, that there are demonstrations and people can understand how to plant a tree. Yes. And another question I had is, we were talking about the developers tree bylaw for the woodlot we were talking about?
Through the chair to Councillor Patel, there's so many different definitions, it gets very confusing. There's
Right.
woodlot, there's woodland, there's a certain area that has a number of trees. It's the number of trees, the size of trees that I'm concerned about.
So are you just talking about the woodlots, or are you talking about the private properties, larger trees and private properties too?
It's all private property, nothing on the city's property, it's all private property.
Okay. Well, when it's private property, I don't think we can dictate certain things. We all hate seeing trees being cut down, trust me, we all do, but some things we just can't do. So I would not support something on the private property. And I talked to Ms. Dolce about the compensation for the trees cutting down on the woodlot. Would you like to expand on that?
Thank you, Worship, through you to the councillor. So as part of the compensation, we are recommending that we prepare a formal tree compensation, a tree planting savings plan policy, so that it's clear on developers what they need to compensate for, and what our standards are going to be, what the cost will be. All those things will be communicated up front. In terms of our current bylaws, I know Councillor Coco did mention about the region's bylaw, but I did want to caution that the region is supposed to enforce our bylaw for anything over half an acre. So anything over half an acre is in their bylaw. It's clear in their 2020 bylaw that anything delegated to them to do is required, and I will follow up with them. What we're dealing with our policy and standards will be that anything below that 0.5 acre. We'll have a policy for that. We can delve into, should council wish, further kind of compensation program for those larger woodlots, but we would have to do it in conjunction with the region to kind of communicate that, because they are enforcing that section of the bylaw for us.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to give a direction for larger lots to work with the region, come with a compensation policy, because I did read up on the city of Barrie has, if you want to remove the trees from the 1 acre lot, a developer would have to pay about $67,000 or $87,000. That's per tree cost they have to pay. So I would like to see some compensation policy in the place. If our staff can work with the regional staff, that would be great.
Now, would we do an amendment to this through
Do we
Mr. Clerk? Or
add to it or amend to it?
Pardon me?
Do we add to it or amend to it?
Do something separate?
Just if it's direction, you don't
It's
need
just-
to do anything, we can just report.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you good with that?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, great. Got Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I just kind of wanted to thank Councillor Patel as well. I was going to mention the fact that the Environmental Action Committee, first of all, there was about 70 volunteers out at Mother Earth Day. But one of the things that the Environmental Action Committee always does at a tree planting ceremony or a tree planting event is they do a demonstration. So we planted 20 trees at Fireman's Park. We also gave out little pieces of paper with every single tree, just to let people know how to take care of them, how to plant them, things of that nature. I find it really hard to be critical of a volunteer organization who managed to inject 500 trees onto private property. Anyway, I'll let that go, Your Worship. I just wanted to mention as well that I'm grateful to staff to mention the urban forest management plan. I think it's been a long time coming. We need a roadmap for our urban forest strategy. We need to know where we're headed. I think I've said it before that, you know, engineering has a roadmap, Parks and Rec has a master plan. You know, forestry is one of the only divisions where we need to have a plan. And so the urban forest strategy that's going to be coming will be good for the city. The other thing I wanted to mention, Your Worship, is just in regards to some of the policies. I know that I brought forward the idea along with Councillor Strange way back last year, you know, that perhaps we can look at some of the policies that we have so that we can get one tree onto the public portion of a property and one tree on the private side of it. So hopefully staff are going to be coming back with those policies. I know that they've made reference of them in the recommendations. So thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you for that. Councillor Coco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A resident contacted me because they were concerned that there was no instructions for the tree. So somehow they didn't get them or they didn't see them. It's not being critical, it's trying to do better next time. It's great that we had all the volunteers there, but we can do better. And the issue for her was that the trees could go out, and if they're not taken care of properly, they're going to die. And then we're further back than where we were. So it wasn't being critical, it was just trying to do better next time. And yes, we appreciate all of our volunteers. The other thing I wanted to comment was I contacted our finance director, Ms. Clark, to ask her how much money was in our reserves for trees, cash lieu in trees. So if a developer cuts trees down, they have to give us money. And she's confirmed that it was $320,000. So I just wanted to mention that to give us an idea about how many trees we are cutting down, how much money we have, and maybe we can start looking at that pot of money. What do we do with it? Where do we plant those trees? Looking at native species instead of non-native species, those types of things.
Well, now, isn't that exactly what this is?
Yes, that is part of it, but the budget wasn't in there. The 320,000 wasn't in there, so I just keep hearing cash and lieu, and then thinking, well, how much cash do we have? Yeah. And that's where I'm thinking, okay, if you do $500 per tree, it was 640 trees then, if that's the cost of a tree. So that's 640 trees, whether they're put on public land or within whatever we're doing. But I think we do need a plan. So I'm really happy that we are going in that direction, but I think we're falling short on the private part. And there are many municipalities that have a bylaw that require large sections of trees to come to the city and get a permit. So there needs to be a balance between a resident and a developer.
Okay, thank you for that. Do we have I can't remember now. Do you have a motion in a second? We do?
Oh, Pietrangelo Strange.
Okay,
No
good.
vote yet.
Pardon me?
No vote yet.
Okay, so let's call the vote. All those in favor? Okay.
Just the recommendation is in front of us.
The recommendation is in front of us, yes. Opposed? Okay, Councillor Coco opposed. 8.9, proposed telecom tower facility. Recommendation, yes? So we do not agree with the location, right? So, yeah, okay. So you're supporting the recommendation, okay? Seconded by Councillor Patel. We'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you.
Move the consent agenda, Your Worship.
No, you had one where you wanted to discuss, Councillor.
I do, yeah.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor? Can I go back on that one? I did have a question. It's not going to affect the vote. The question was, were residents notified of this meeting that they could come and speak if they wanted to?
Are we talking about the telecommunications?
Yeah, that's what I'm going
Is that
back.
Ms. Dolch, or who would know that?
I'm just checking with Mr. Dick to see.
Because I know this came back a second time. We had it before.
Hi. Through the mayor, to the councillor, yes, there was a list of people that we had to send email notice to, just with respect to this report going to this council.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So consent agenda.
I'll move it and then I'll ask for one to be pulled.
Okay, okay, so move the consent agenda, second by Councillor Strange, but before we do it, yes, you'd like to pull, okay.
Your Worship, could I pull 9.5, please?
Okay. Okay, so we'll move the yes, did you want to lift one too, Councillor?
Yes, I'd like to pull 9.3, please.
Okay, 9.3. Okay, so then let's move 9.1, 9.2, and 9.4. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. And we'll deal with 9.3 first. Councillor Lococo?
Just a question. I understand why we're making the changes. I completely get it. But I was wondering from a resident's perspective, we've now removed it that they have to go do the work first, pay for it, then come to us. A resident called me and said, well, how do I know the work is going to be covered by you? So they're a little bit leery about paying for something and then coming to the city after to submit the receipt. And I just wanted to bring it up for discussion.
Mr. Nicol, did you want to help out?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as a prerequisite of the program, we would typically require an inspection. So we need to make sure that the weeping tile is connected to the sewer, and that requires a video inspection of the pipe. So what we would do is we'd start the application so it's on file and they get a sense of whether or not they have eligibility in the program or not. And then they go through the program, hire their contractor, and then it's a reimbursement after that.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. On 9.5, I just wanted to, I guess maybe ask staff through you if this program really needs to be canceled. One of the things that I've experienced, Your Worship, is, over time, and that's not to say that there was poor planning in the past, but we plan differently nowadays. We have stormwater management ponds. We don't locate certain uses near residential homes. In the past, I don't necessarily know that all that planning structure was there. So some of the older parts of our town have experienced, I guess you could say, backyard flooding that ends up being sort of a community problem. And then there's no one real person to stand forward and say, well, I'm going to put a catch basin in my backyard because it's going to cost that person a few $1,000s. And there isn't kind of that concerted effort with all the residents to say, well, let's all pitch in a few bucks, to fix this problem. So that's why I really found that this program was helpful. I know staff could go out to an area and they could look and they could see that there was 10 or 12 backyards that had drainage issues. And so staff could kind of take the lead and say, okay, well, what about we propose this? And it's really not a lot of money that we're talking about. I mean, it's $50,000 a year. But just to help some of those real compounded problems that we have in our municipality. I'm hopeful that we can continue with this program. I mean, I see a lot of value in it. So I guess, if staff want to make a comment, great. If not, I'll just make a motion to, I guess, pull it so that we can have the program approved for 2024 and maybe make a motion that it be considered as part of our capital and operating budget.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Nicol, did you want to? Oh, second, okay. So, before.
I have a question.
Pardon me?
He has a question.
I have a question.
Oh, yeah, fire away.
So Councillor Pietrangelo, how do these properties in a new subdivision, eventually one gets lower than the other and two get higher than the other? How does that happen?
I can't say I can answer that, Your Worship.
I know from my Wayne, Councillor Campbell, from my experience, some of the situations I've dealt with, they were older subdivisions, like Rolling Acres, or some of these ones that were built in the 60s, and for whatever reason, I don't know. I know one, there should have been a catch basin, there just wasn't. And so one elderly lady's backyard was flooding to the point that she had ducks living in it. And and none of the other residents wanted to get engaged. They just wouldn't help her. And so we ended up with this program putting in a catch basin. And they're one-offs, but there's just some things that maybe weren't planned for properly in the past. I don't know of any new subdivisions where it's happening now, but maybe we could ask Mr. Nickel. He'd know a lot better than we do.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. It's a great question. They're planned to drain properly, and draining properly means something different for everybody. Water moving slowly to its final destination is actually a good thing because it doesn't reach its final destination all at the same time. That's when we see the peak. So sometimes a flood isn't a flood. Sometimes it's just slow movement of water. What we see often now is that infill development has increased the amount of imperviousness. So the water has nowhere to go anymore. And so instead of slowly running off and sheeting off to other properties, pools, decks, sheds that aren't necessarily planned for in the design phase of our drainage programs increase the amount of runoff that is taxing our system. So our systems are generally designed to handle what is expected in a subdivision. And when people make changes to that, then the system doesn't work properly. So we have other mechanisms in place, like site alteration bylaws, pool permits that require lot grading to make sure that things work as intended. When people change it on their own, that's not something we want to expect our general tax base to help fix. Those people who've made the problems should be responsible to fix the problems. Unfortunately, like the mayor suggested, in older areas, it isn't a case with master grading plans because there were none. And so our objective in this prior program was to try to look at the big picture. Let's help the most amount of people with limited dollars that we can put forward. What we found was we still had a lot of people saying, well, I've got this small pocket of my garden that's wet, and you have this program. So our staff weren't productive, and we know we have a lot of challenges on our stormwater management ponds and our sewers. That require funding.
I appreciate that, but you're dealing with the consequences of people changing their properties. That's the reason it's happening. Is there no way that we can put something in with new subdivisions that there's no possibility that they can change the height of the property?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Through the mayor, those would be handled through a site alteration bylaw. Our site alteration bylaw doesn't give those prescriptive terms right now. It just says generally, if you change the grade to cause damage to others, you are responsible and the city can come after you. I would like to update that site alteration bylaw, and I think that's one of the recommendations of the report, to upgrade the grading policy and bring back a new site alteration bylaw. We also have to be concerned with excess fills and contaminated soils. So it's not top of mind for us right now too.
Okay. All right, good, thank you.
Thank you. So where are we?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, oh, sorry, Councillor Coco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can think of probably about a dozen of them in the last 2 years, and it's very frustrating for a lot of our residents. So when we had this program, I thought, oh, this is good. And I can see some of the challenges that happen because you have your resident, you have a neighbor who made an alteration. For the one that I'm thinking of specifically, bylaw went out there, but they said, well, we can't tell when that person altered the site. We don't know how long ago it was. And then the neighbor would say, well, look, they put this much extra stone there and they put a new driveway on it. And you can see that but then bylaw couldn't do anything. So everybody sort of feels like they're running around in circles and not getting anywhere. And then we bring up about a civil litigation with the neighbors. So I think it was a good program, and maybe we can tweak it somehow, because everybody was sort of blaming each other and nobody was coming up with a solution and it wasn't getting fixed. And the other issue that I found quite often was an infill sample where the property in the middle, they build a house, they get it stamped for drainage and everything, engineer stamped it, it's great, but then the people on the other side start now having issues. So it was great that the new person had it stamped by an engineer, but now the other two people are having problems. So I don't know where we go with this, I don't know who's responsible, but I just feel like I was running around in circles on probably about a dozen of them in the last 2 years. So I don't know what the answer is, but I don't think getting rid of the program is going to help. I don't know.
Okay, Your Worship?
Yep, go ahead, Councillor.
I know there's a motion on the floor, but I'll make it easy if you want. I'll just ask for this to be deferred and that staff can come back with a future report that deals with things such as site alterations, multiple properties, things of that nature that can assist with the drainage problems that we have.
Okay, so we got a motion for deferral? Okay, not, yep. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Okay, thank you. Okay, communications and comments to the city clerk. So there's recommendation from our clerk that 10.1 through 10.3.
Move the recommendation, Your Worship.
What's that?
Move the recommendation.
All three of them?
All three.
Okay. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Thompson. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. And just real quickly, that's the proclamation request for the polycystic kidney disease, September the 4th, be Awareness Day for, and the flag raising request for Ukraine's Independent Day on August the 24th. 11 point, okay, so then we're at 11, communications and comments. Recommendation by the clerk that we receive and file 11.1 through 11.4. Yes, Councillor Coco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to pull 11.1, please.
Okay, so 11.1, resolution request for support legislative amendments to improve municipal codes of conduct and enforcement. Okay.
So on May 9th, Council supported the resolution from the Township of West Lincoln regarding Bill 5, stopping harassment and abuse of local leaders. We also sent a similar motion from our council. Bill 5 was up for a second reading, but it failed. This correspondence is asking us to improve our code of conduct. We supported Bill 5. This is another way to accomplish the same thing. The timing works out well too because our code of conduct is being updated. So I would move that we adopt the sample motion that's on the agenda.
Okay, maybe we can read that so we all know what.
Maybe we can send it to staff.
Yeah.
It's on the. It's the third. The third
Yep, I've got it
document.
here. Yep.
I'd be fine with sending it to staff.
Yeah, maybe that's good. We'll
that's
get a
fine.
recommendation. You good with that? Okay.
Yes. So
that,
motion to send to staff for their opinion.
yeah, okay, and second by Councillor Patel. Okay.
I just thought since we approved the other part, this is very similar, just putting it in a different vehicle.
It's going to go to staff. It's going to go to staff, yeah. Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, thank you for that. And then...
Your Worship, can I just ask
Yeah.
something about 11.3?
Yes.
Ah,
Oh, yeah.
Yes, of course. All right. So I read the letter, Your Worship. I wasn't surprised. I know Mr. Burgess is already laughing. His interpretation of the letter is a little bit different than what's written on the letter, actually. But anyway, I'm not going to go there. Your Worship, even in the letter, they talk about the fact that if you're Toronto bound on the Queen Elizabeth Way and you want to get to the 405, they recommend that you use Thoroldstone and Stanley Avenue interchange. That's kind of been our whole beef the entire
Yes.
time, is that
Yes.
if you want to access the 405, if you're headed Toronto bound, you can't. And you're sending all those vehicles through the city. So you're either sending them down east on Thoroldstone Road and then north on Stanley, or for the most part, you're sending them east on Mountain Road and then north on Stanley again in order to get to the 405. And that's really been the crux of the issue, is why are you sending all these vehicles off of the highway only to get on another highway when they're both 405 highways? So, I mean, I do appreciate that we actually got a response. I also noticed that in the response, they talk about there not being any signalized intersection when you get off at Glendale, should you be looking to do a U-turn and head back to the 405, but there is a stop sign. So vehicles have to make a complete stop and wait for traffic. So if they're thinking of the big, large 18-wheel trucks or tractor trailers that have to get off the highway, they have to make a complete stop. And then they have to start again from their stop position, which always takes them a little bit longer. Your Worship, I don't know. I mean, I don't know that I'm attending AMO this year, but is there any way that you could get this issue in front of the minister, or?
Do we have transportation? Yeah, we'll ask our CAO.
We submitted that request because of the motion of council. I think this letter was essentially, now we haven't heard back of which delegations the different ministers will accept from us. I think this letter essentially says we're not getting a delegation to AMO to discuss the matter because they've responded to our concern already.
Can we make the request?
We have made the request. We haven't had a formal response back on which requests have been accepted by the different ministers.
Okay.
So the request is there. They haven't responded back to us, but they did send us this letter, which might mean that we won't have a date with the Minister of Transportation.
I guess provided that we don't get a meeting at AMO, then are there any other options that we
Yeah,
have?
we can go to
Yeah.
Queen's Park.
Okay.
Yeah, we can set something up. So
Great.
maybe once we find out if we have a delegation, then we can arrange for a trip up.
Okay.
Make a friendly recommendation.
Yeah.
As a friendly recommendation, may the council may consider that the MTO undertake an analysis of what is the traffic counts, because I don't believe they've actually done that. They believe that there is no issue there. We believe, or this council believes, that there is an issue, that there is undue traffic being put inappropriately on the roads. And I think to gather data would be a request that should be amenable to the ministry for that. So I can talk to our transportation folks to put it in the right phrases. I'm not a traffic engineer, but we can ask staff to maybe phrase questions more appropriately to the ministry versus asking for a full engineering, because they'll want to do a cost-benefit analysis on that. So I think asking for the data, and then depending on what the data says, we can maybe monitor that data to see if there's different traffic patterns.
That'd be great.
So we can take that under advisement, then we'll draft up a letter on behalf of council.
Okay.
I'll move receive the file for you.
Okay, for the other three, yep. So receive and file for 11.2, 3, and 4. Do I have a seconder? Second by Councillor Baldinelli. Any discussion to those? All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Thank you. Yeah, communications. 12.1 Fallsview BIA
Yeah.
correspondence. Yes, Councillor Thompson, did you want to speak to it?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I thought it would easy just to, as a chairman, to move the approval, but the Fallsview BIA in November 5th, 22, I had a meeting, and right at the start of the meeting, and nobody said anything to me personally, and I had 2 hands go up, and we go in camera, and I said okay, and an hour Sue Mingle had to go out, and hour and a half, and they let her go. And I haven't had a meeting with the Fallsview BIA for probably 6 months or more. And I was talking to the clerk today, and I said I would move this because I finally got 3 executives, and they said, you gotta get the money, and it's $128, or they used to have before COVID, they $600 budget and $1 million that went to the convention center, and so this has not approved by the board of Fallsview yet. We just give it to the and we're finally having a meeting August 2nd with Fallsview for the first time, and we will bring it back to on the 15th August and to deal with this. And I was also going to try to get the $700,000 off of the people at the Fallsview, but I remember with the CAA, we are having the convention center checked out to make sure there's any major, and hopefully that will be done by the August 15th, but so we can get that off the people there. They're really, it's coming back good tourism, but it's a really problem. And we haven't had a meeting for at least maybe more than 6 months, so I can't, the board hasn't approved this.
Do you want to just make a motion to receive this letter then?
As referred to the clerk, and will August 2nd, I'll make sure he knows that's approved. Okay? Is that okay?
Well, let me just get the clerk up.
If the Fallsview BA is having an AGM in August, it does not need my approval for them to go ahead and do that. What
No.
we're dealing with tonight on the agenda
but
today.
you have the information. and
Right. What we're
we'll-
dealing with on the agenda today is a budget request so that the budget can be levied for tax purposes. This is the final meeting in which that can take place.
Can we do that? I would.
Administratively, if you're asking my opinion, I would say
Yeah,
no.
I would support that, a motion.
There is no motion. You're asking my opinion. If
Okay.
administratively that could be supported, and my
Okay.
answer is no.
All right, okay.
Do you want to just for now receive it until your meeting? Just we'll receive
Yes,
this? Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
a motion to receive.
Yep.
Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Thank you for that.
And we still don't have a manager.
Yeah, I know,
yet.
I know. We just received it. Well, they have their meeting.
No.
No, there will not be a budget for the
Correct.
Because
Because today's the last day that they can approve for the levy purposes.
So that's why, so you've received it, which is one part of it, so can I?
Yes, please, please do.
Thank you. Just to be clear, the clerk is correct. Normally, we would require more information to have a budget approval for the levying. I just want to make sure that council understands that tonight is essentially the last night to approve anything to be able to levy on behalf of the BIA because the taxes go out. So I just want to make sure that council has that information as they make their decision, because it is a piece of critical information. But I do support the clerk's position as to, whether this is actually a budget that's being presented by the BIA. It has not met the meeting requirements to be a budget. So, he's correct, and just also want to note the fact that then there is no levy for the BIA at that point in time.
No, help me understand though. This says the budget has been submitted for 123,600.
Yes, there was a submission. However, it is our understanding that there was actually no meeting, and therefore you can't submit a budget without a formal approval of the BIA. So, there was no meeting, and therefore the budget is
I see
not.
what you're saying. So can we extend the date?
No, because we're mailing tax bills. So,
Could we do is there another way? Just wondering through our, I'll get to you, through our treasurer. I mean, could it be delayed and the next mail out, or is there another way?
I'm just conferring with my acting manager of revenue now. The bills do go out August 1st, so we are a little tight. I've just asked her if we could have a special meeting if there's a drop dead date, so I'll let you know what she says.
Okay, all right, well, let's see how long the rest of the meeting takes. Councillor Coco?
Just a thought, I don't know if procedure-wise this would be okay without having the budget. Could you levy on last year's budget? Are you able to do that?
But they
through the
haven't
clerk?
had a meeting, that's the
I
problem.
know that they haven't had a meeting, but based on last year's budget?
Can I just take one?
Yeah, they're gonna caucus for a minute. All right. You guys are gluttons for punishment, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. Anytime we start at 11.
We have to be here. What's that? You can watch it. I think a lot do watch it. Then you can be eating chips and, bathroom
They don't
breaks.
get the same effect as you get.
Oh, no, it won't be the.
Yes. There's no commercials here. We could dress the mayor up and do the hot dog thing like they did at the drive-in and stuff. Turn around, do a couple flips.
Oh, the total eclipse? That's him. Oh, you could hear him?
Oh, tight yes. Oh, okay.
Okay, we're gonna bring the meeting back. Our CEO's ready to talk. Let's hear what he's got to say. Hope it's good.
I don't know if it's
No
good.
pressure.
I don't know if it's good. I think the best we can come up with, because of the timing, because sending out tax bills is not something you can do quickly, is that we have collected revenue based upon the interim billings for those two. We obviously haven't released that money to the BIA because they haven't had a formal budget request. So I think the best we can come up with is, once the BIA does pass a budget, as long as it's an amount of what we've interim or higher, then we can release those monies that we've already collected to them, because they would have a duly authorized budget, which can come to council, and we can release the money that we've already collected. But it won't necessarily be the exact amount, because it's just what we've collected, and we won't be able to levy anything for these two, for the final two tax installments. But, so they will have some money if they pass a budget. There is money that's collected. It just might not be the same amount that they've requested. And that's, I think, the best we can do. Our tax bills are going into the envelopes in 2 weeks' time, or 2 weeks' time. So we can't really adjust tax bills. And just to be clear, we notify all the BIAs well in advance. It's every year. June 1st is the latest. They're supposed to give us their information.
Who do we notify now? They don't have an executive director.
I'm not sure who we would send it to we would send the same notification, and I think it's the same board members also, but I can find out who it is.
We may want to find out if we don't have a point of contact. I don't know how we
But
do
usually there's general email boxes too, and someone should be monitoring it.
Okay.
You
So-
got a response.
Well, we did? Okay, all right, good. Okay, in-camera ratification, Mr. Clerk.
Well, we first need to meet in camera before we ratify anything.
Oh,
So
my God.
a reminder that about 6.5 hours ago, we passed a resolution to go in camera. So now would be the time to do that.
You on the 1 o'clock meeting?
Good question.
Procedural bylaw still says 10 p.m.
Excellent. So we're gonna go in camera right now then, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, just administratively, in case anyone wasn't viewing or here, back when we passed a resolution earlier this afternoon, council has already made a motion to go in camera as per the exemptions under the Municipal Act, as noted on today's agenda.
Okay.
For
Yes.
procedure, could we go through the notice of motion, the bylaws, do all of that first, and then go in camera, and then people can shut their TV off?
No, we do need to do the bylaws last.
Okay.
If you wanted to, we could do new business now, but we definitely have to come back and
It
rise
doesn't
and
matter if
report
we
and
have
do
to come back.
ratification.
Yeah, okay, we gotta go in camera. Gotta go in camera. part 3.
Okay, perhaps, Mr. Mayor, you'll just call the meeting back to order, and then we could do ratification of in-camera.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Clerk. So we've just returned from our in-camera session. We're going to resume, and I know next on the agenda is ratification of in-camera, so I think our clerk's going to walk us through that.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. There were a few matters discussed in camera, and I'll read them off for Council's ratification. The first being that Council directs staff to implement an executive evaluation process and composition recommendations. The second being that Council accepts an offer to purchase road allowance between lots 2 and 3, concession 3 Willoughby, being part of Morning Star Road, for $30,000 plus HST, subject to adjustments if necessary. The second part of that being that the city solicitor and the chief administrative officer or their designates is authorized to execute all documentation and take whatever steps necessary to carry out the recommendation and complete that transaction. And lastly, that council give the CAO authority to place an offer for a proposed acquisition of land, conditional on council's final approval at a date to be arranged.
Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. Yes, Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm opposed to number 2.
Okay. With Councillor Lococo opposed to number 2, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. And, oh yeah, now new business. Do we have any new business? Councillor Lococo and then Strange.
Not new business, the notice of motion. My notice of motion is on the agenda. I'll just give you a brief summary of it. On June 7th, 2023, the City of Hamilton approved a motion to support the concept of a basic income. This came after a pilot program that changed and saved a lot of lives. It removed people from poverty. The basic income program is a nonpartisan solution. We need to rise above party differences and lead at the local level. All levels of government have a role to play. That is why I'm bringing this motion forward. I would encourage council and everyone to watch the attached link of the Hamilton City Council meeting where they approved the support of the basic income, and I look forward to having some discussions at our next meeting. Do I need to read the motion? It's kind of long.
Mr. Clerk?
You don't need to read it. It'll be on the next agenda.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Strange.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if anyone saw, but recently there was in Brock paper I saw about there's a historic solar eclipse to take place on April 8th, 2024. It's said by many that this will be the solar eclipse of a lifetime. First time in decades, our part of the world expected to experience a total solar eclipse, and there won't be another one visible in Canada until 2079 in the Maritimes, and Ontario won't be till 2099. So I don't think anybody around here will be able to.
Yes.
Just who? Just Wayne will be here. That's it. We can use your glasses too for it. Niagara Falls is going to be one of the best locations in North America to view the eclipse from, is where we are. What they call, we're in the path of totality.
Wow.
And it's called the path of the moon's umbra, which is the innermost and darkest part of the moon's shadow. So we'll be right there, which has never happened before ever. Already we know we expect a massive influx of travelers. Some say tens of thousands may descend upon Niagara Falls. Many will come days in advance. In 2017, a similar event from Oregon to South Carolina saw roads leading to prime viewing areas jammed for hours before and after the eclipse. We will need a traffic and transportation plan. We will need to collaborate with the federal government for bridge access and the provincial government for highways and traffic coordination, and with our very own Niagara Parks Commission and our tourism partners. We may want to have eclipse glasses, and I know our CEO is a big Bonnie Tyler fan, so it'd be like you could push a button, maybe a total eclipse of the heart on the glasses while you have them on, which we understand are already being ordered by the thousands. But I would like to give direction to staff to put that come back with a plan for the 2024 solar eclipse that includes full staff involvement, collaboration, and planning for this event. I also would like to include different committees, Environmental Action Committee, maybe the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee. They're always up with good things. Maybe getting a lot of our students involved and at residential parks and something that people will remember for the rest of their lives. It's only going to last 3 or 4 minutes. So it's something that no one will ever see in our lifetime again here in Niagara, and I think it's so important. That's why I'm bringing this forward tonight.
That's awesome. So motion by council, or no, direction.
Just
direction. Yes. Yes, Mr. CAO.
Yeah, through the chair to the councillor, thanks for that. Actually, the chief's already part of a EOC committee that's already been planning for the event with the authority. Yeah, so we do have it, but I think your point is well taken, that maybe we should be updating council on the efforts, and maybe I'll pass it on to the chief to deliver a report on the planning items. But most of the EOC is around safety and making sure the logistics on it, and maybe we can add some other staff to some of the other factors to it, but I'll let the chief provide what he's done to date.
Thank you, through you, your worship, to the councillor. There has been work already done in terms of the solar eclipse. The 12 municipalities, including the region, we've ordered the glasses, and there's already a training session for our EOC primary and alternates in September of this year. And then I will be doing a brief presentation to council, telling them about the path of totality, which the Niagara region totally is in the path of totality. And we're using a similar solar eclipse that happened in 2017 in the US, where it did attract millions of people. So in terms of your traffic plan that you had mentioned, and being prepared and educating public service announcements to our residents in terms of what we can expect, and being prepared for 2024, we're going to simulate an exercise, and that's our city's annual exercise in 2023, is to simulate what we can expect for 2024. So these dates have been sent to staff's calendars, and then once we have a more of an organized plan of what we can expect, I'll come to council and I'll do a presentation on what we have planned, and I'll take your comments under consideration.
I think that's great. Thank you for that. I'm looking forward to it, and I think it's a way that our city can really capitalize on it. It's going to be April 8th, 2024, kind of a little bit of our low season in Niagara Falls, which will just, if we get the influx of millions of people here in our hotels, and as well as the schools, we can do something residentially for them, maybe in municipal parks or something. We can, and with your safety and everything, I think would be something that will be magnificent and something that they'll remember for the rest of their lives.
Maybe if I can just take off on that, and I appreciate EOC. That's kind of got nothing to do with what he's talking about.
We'll do that all.
Yeah, because he's talking about the marketing, like use Fireman's Park, because we're going to need sighting spots, right? And all over the city, because you're going to have.
Well, Bonnie Tyler will probably come in for it and sing the song while we're getting prepared
Would that
for
be
it.
Taylor or Tyler? Which one? Pardon me? Right, that's the song. So I think and it's Niagara Falls. It's going to be a twofer. You can come here and take in the attractions. I think you're right. I think people are going to fill up their hotels. I think they're going to be filling up our parks. They're going to come with their motorhomes. Like, I think we got to have a way bigger plan, like safety, of course, but then let's talk about the opportunity. Where will we gather as a community? Where will we view it? In our backyard?
Do camping at Fireman's Park.
Maybe, I don't know.
You know what I mean?
Well, I thought we were doing EOC with your picture of Mike at the Serbian thing. His white legs was almost like an eclipse.
Yeah, they were. So that's great. I'm glad we're on it, but yeah, I think maybe that's a rec and culture thing too, right?
Yeah, let's bring rec and culture back definitely too.
Yeah, that's awesome. Okay. Is there any other new business? None? Okay, so.
Motion for bylaws, first, second, and third.
Okay, Councillor Pietrangelo doing a first, second, and third on the bylaws. Yes, Councillor?
I'll second them, but I'm opposed to 072 and 073.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Lococo with 2 oppositions. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, great. Motion for adjournment. Councillor Baldinelli, second by Councillor Newestake. All in favor? We're adjourned. Thank you.